Umami, a double M monster romance. Written by Morrigan Black. Copyright 2025 by Morrigan Black. All rights reserved. The story, all names, characters, and incidents portrayed in this production are fictitious. No identification with actual persons, living or deceased, places, buildings, and products is intended or should be inferred.
Prologue. Kamael. The Ember Hearth kitchen's air clung thick and suffocating, as though the walls themselves were exhaling stale breath. My collar dug into my damp neck, my undershirt plastered to my spine. Around me, the clatter of tempered steel and the rhythmic thud of blades against cutting boards throbbed like a migraine. Every gasp of the oven seemed to leach the oxygen from the room. My pulse fluttered unevenly, a stuttering reminder of the cardiologist's grim prognosis. 2 years, maybe a 4 if you're stubborn. And my palms left smudges on the stainless counter as I steadied myself. I watched my fellow students move with the grace of dancers, executing each task with so much precision it made me want to puke. Knives flashed and pans hissed around me, but my focus was drawn to a work of art created by none other than Zahran Aboud. She stood as serene as if the swelter didn't touch her. Her hijab, folded in crisp geometric layers of indigo and silver, framed a face sharp with concentration. At 20, she carried herself like royalty, shoulders squared, fingers deft as they brushed golden syrup over the lattice of her sugar sculpture. The structure rose in tiers, its honeyed filaments mimicking the fractal patterns of Andalusian mosaics. Saffron threads glowed like embers in its windows, and the scent of burnt orange blossom hovered around her station, subtle, intoxicating. A murmur rippled through the class as she stepped back, her dark eyes glinting with quiet triumph. It was beautiful. It was perfect. And it made me want to scream. Jealousy curdled in my throat. Not just for her talent, but for the ease of her body, the way she bent without wincing, her breaths even and unlabored. My own joints ached, my sternum bruised from last week's collapse in the pantry. I'd told no one, not even Zane. My eyes found him at the edge of the room. Zane. Tall, chiseled, a Greek god in chef's whites. My heart clenched, and it wasn't just the faulty valve. We were in love once, or I thought we were. We met at a gay club when I had first arrived in the city. We were drawn to each other almost straight away. We danced practically all night before he took me back to his place, and the rest was history. I thought it was a one-time thing until I was staring at him across the workstation on my first day of class. We kept it up, off and on, until we were more on than off. But then my body started to betray me. My dreams turned to dust right before my eyes. I pushed Zane away, told myself it was for his own good. But there was always more than one reason to do anything. One, I just couldn't stand for him to see me weak, pathetic, a ghost of the man I was. And second, with the time I had left, a career and love were not on the table. The way I saw it, I had to choose one. And now I was about to make another difficult choice, a career or my integrity. Time ticked by, seconds I didn't have to waste. Love, loyalty, self-respect. What good were they to a dead man? All that mattered was the next win, the next praise. Proof that my life meant something. I moved forward, feet heavy, breath ragged. Zahran's Alhambra loomed before me, proof of her brilliance and craftsmanship. It would be so easy to shatter it. "I'm sorry," I choked out to no one in particular. My fingers closed around the delicate base and just when no one was watching. "Forgive me." I twisted, bones snapped, sugar shattered. Zahran's hard work and possibly her dreams scattered across the unforgiving floor.
Alistair. Across the city, Alistair glided to a stop in his sleek black car before the imposing facade of the Ember Hearth Institute. He stepped out, his suit as dark as old blood, his eyes glinting like polished rubies. A slow, deliberate breath drew the thick air into his lungs, and a smile flickered at the corners of his cruel, sensual mouth. The scent of ambition and desperation clung to the atmosphere, a familiar perfume he'd savored for centuries. But beneath it coiled something new, a sharper, pungent note. The cloying sweetness of bitterness, envy turned rancid. His smile deepened, revealing teeth just a shade too pointed, too predatory. How he'd missed this, the bouquet of human suffering, the layered aromas of shattered dreams and scorched potential. It was a symphony for his senses, one he'd conducted since mortals first learned to covet. He strode forward, the Institute's doors parting before him as if bowed by the weight of his presence. The air grew richer with every step, laced with a bitterness so exquisitely fermented it verged on divine. Someone here, in these hallowed halls of greed and aspiration, teetered on the precipice of ruin. A soul not merely ripe, but gilded with rot. Alistair's tongue swept over his lips. Centuries had passed since he'd last tasted such promise. But this was no mere feast. Beneath the anguish, beneath the rage and despair, pulsed a darker resonance, a harmony to his own eternal hunger. His fingers flexed, claws briefly piercing the illusion of humanity. A shiver traced his spine, not from anticipation of consumption, but collaboration. For eons he'd wandered, a connoisseur of damnation in a world of mediocre vintage. Mortals broke so easily, their wills crumbling like ash. But here, perhaps, was a spirit tempered in bitterness, forged in envy's crucible, a kindred architect of ruin. His chest tightened, not with want, but recognition. What if this soul, this wretched artisan of their own undoing, could be shaped into more than prey, a consort perhaps, someone to twist the knife with him, to weave empires from the threads of human frailty? He laughed at the thought. No human has ever, nor could ever be his equal. But a long-lasting plaything? He wouldn't object to that, though humans rarely lasted longer than 2 or 3 years before they lost their luster, either becoming far more of a soulless demon or growing mad. Better to be born a demon than to become one. At least that's how Alistair saw it. The doors to the Institute loomed. Alistair paused, savoring the crescendo of anguish rolling through the air. His claws lengthened, then retracted. Patience. Hunting was a dance, but partnership, even short-lived, that required finesse. He adjusted his cufflinks, the gesture deceptively human. Let the morsel marinate. Let their resentment thicken to syrup. When he finally entered, his gaze fell upon the source, a figure trembling not with fear but fury, their hands clenched around a chef's blade. Alistair's ruby eyes narrowed. Oh yes, this one had already begun carving their own heart out. All they needed was a guide, a collaborator. A laugh escaped him, low and velvet.
There you are,
he murmured, the words a lover's sigh. The hunt had ended. The courtship, he thought, as the blade clattered to the floor, was just beginning.
Chapter 1. Camille. I was fucking dying. At 22, my 2-timing heart was ticking down the seconds. The doctors gave it to me straight. I'd be lucky to see 30. Just like dear old Dad. I had one dream, one all-consuming passion before the Reaper came knocking, to be a world-renowned chef, the best of the fucking best. My old man croaked before he could make it big. I refused to let that be my story too. Love? Huh, what a joke. No time for that bullshit. Relationships were a distraction I couldn't afford. Besides, it never worked out anyway. I had places to go, and I sure as hell didn't need someone tying me down. At least being gay meant no chance of cursing a kid with my shitty genes. Silver linings. The Emberhearth Culinary Institute, New York City. This was it, my ticket to the top. I slaved day in and out with 19 other culinary hopefuls, battling for glory in a brutal end of the final year competition. The prize was the opportunity of a lifetime to join the mysterious founder of our school at his home in Italy to compete for the grand prize of culinary fame and wealth. 7 courses to prove our mettle. 7 chances to rise, or crash, and burn. I was struggling, my treasonous body rebelling against my will. Each day left me paler, weaker. I gritted my teeth and carried on. No way in hell I'd let the instructors know. I'd rather drop dead than quit. My eyes couldn't help but drift to Zain Aboud, my infuriatingly perfect ex, move through the kitchen with effortless grace. Although Zain and Zahran were brother and sister, they were born only 3 months apart, with Zain coming first. That's because they had the same dad but different moms. I never met Zahran's mom, but Zain's mom was a leggy Greek model with wavy black hair. And I could tell Zain took after her a lot. Their dad was a wealthy oil man from Dubai, and according to Zain, he wasn't much of a fixture in his life and would probably kill him if he found out he likes to suck cock. He was at the top of the class, and if I were honest with myself, my biggest rival. It burned seeing him excel with such ease. It was a part of the reason why he and I couldn't make a relationship work if it saved our lives. His sister, Zahran, was second in the class, even with her sugar sculpture disaster. And my pathetic sorry self was clinging to third, or maybe even fourth, by my fingernails. I stewed in my frustration when the kitchen door swung open with overdramatic force. A familiar, arrogant stride caught my attention. Great, just what we needed to make this place even more unbearable. Enter Jacob Bauer, world-class prick, rich boy with a chip on his shoulder the size of Manhattan. He sauntered in like he owned the place, his eyes scanning the room for his next target. Jacob had a talent for finding weaknesses and loved to twist the knife. Careful, Luce. Keep slipping and you won't even make third. Bet that will really break your heart. Oh, wait. Jacob flashed a shit-eating grin right in my direction. I saw red. The fuck did you say? Just worried about you, pal. You're looking like death these days. Jacob's mock concern dripped with venom. Zain filled me in on your little condition. Pillow talk, you know how it is. Or maybe you don't anymore. He winked and chuckled at me, and I wanted to punch his lights out. Zain and Jacob. The thought of them together made me want to puke. I charged over to Zain. You told him? You had no fucking right, I hissed, my voice cracked, but it was because I was pissed. And are you two? Ugh, so, the moment I'm not in the picture anymore, you sleep with that punk. Zain's face flushed. He was probably embarrassed right now, but I didn't care about his sensibilities right now. I'm sorry I told Jacob about your condition, but come on, Cam. Everyone's noticed. You look like death warmed over. And who I sleep with stopped being your business when you dumped me. Fine, I snarled, the words ripping from my throat. Just like my medical history is none of your business. Zain's eyes flashed. I was worried sick. Still am. You're wasting away in front of me, and for what? Some bullshit macho pride? My life, my choices, stay the hell out of it. Are you going to bitch and wail at each other all morning or cook? 'Cause if you're not here to cook, then fucking get out of my kitchen. Chef Greco's voice cut through the kitchen chaos like a freshly sharpened knife. I winced, knowing I was in for it. Chef Alessandra Greco was a force of nature, all 5'0" of her. Her salt and pepper hair was always pulled back in a severe bun, not a strand out of place. She moved with the precision of a surgeon and the authority of a general. Rumor had it she'd worked in some of the toughest kitchens in Europe before settling at Emberhearth. Kamael, my office now. Chef, I said now. I muttered a low curse under my breath, the word barely audible even to my own ears. Shit. Chef Greco's sharp eyes narrowed, her gaze piercing through me. What was that? She demanded. Her Spanish accent was thick when she got ticked off. I straightened my spine, forcing my face into a mask of neutrality. Nothing, Chef, I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. I'm coming. With leaden feet, I fell into step behind the chef. My stomach churned, a roiling mix of anxiety and dread that threatened to overwhelm me. As we approached her office, the air seemed to grow thicker, making each breath a struggle. I clenched my fists at my sides, nails digging into my palms to calm down. Chef Greco's office was sleek and modern, with stainless steel and harsh angles. As I stood before her, I felt like an insect under a magnifying glass, awaiting judgment. "Kamel, we need to discuss your condition," she began. "Not you two." "Don't give me that crap, I'm your teacher. All students with a medical condition that could impact performance must report that to us." "There's nothing to discuss," I cut her off. "It won't affect my performance. I'll still give it my all." "You're putting yourself at risk. Perhaps it would be wise to sit this one out. This competition isn't even mandatory to pass. But it is mandatory to go to Italy." I sighed, hoping just taking a deep breath would calm me down. This is my dream. It was my dad's dream. I won't give it up. Food, cooking, it's all I have. Please don't take this from me. I can handle it, I swear. Something in my impassioned plea must have resonated. Chef Greco sighed heavily. "Very well. You can stay in the competition. But you better be careful, Kamael. Don't push yourself too hard." A tsunami of relief prickled my skin. "I won't," I whispered, the vow clawing its way out raw and ragged, like something buried too long. "I promise." I returned to the kitchen where Jacob waited with his trademark sneer. The asshole opened his mouth, doubtless to spew more vitriol, but I was in no fucking mood. I snatched a fistful of peppercorns ready to launch them right into Jacob's smug face. I'd shove those fuckers down his throat and watch him choke. "Cam, don't." Zane gripped my arm, holding me back. "He's not worth it." The peppercorns bit into my palm. I forced my fingers to uncurl, letting them scatter across the counter. Zane was right, much as it pained me to admit it. I had more important things to focus on. Today's task was soup, the next step in my journey through the flavors of Spain. I'd agonized over the recipe for weeks, perfecting each element. Silky smooth gazpacho, bursting with the essence of sun-ripened tomatoes. Fragrant saffron threads, lending their golden hue to a robust seafood broth. Chilled melon soup, sweet and refreshing, spiked with a hint of crisp Serrano ham. I lost myself in the work, the familiar dance of slice, dice, simmer, and season. For a blissful stretch, there was no pain, no fear, no Jacob, only the music of the kitchen and the thrill of creation. By the time I ladled the final product into a gleaming bowl, I was buzzing with a heady mix of exhaustion and anticipation. I snuck a glance around the kitchen as the other students finished up. Zane's soup looked fucking flawless as always, the bastard. One by one, we carried our offerings out to face the judges. My hands shook slightly as I followed suit, a combination of nerves and fatigue. Jacob, close on my heels, stuck out a foot. The bowl wobbled dangerously. For a heart-stopping second, I thought it would all end up on the floor. But I caught myself at the last second averting disaster. "You fucker," I whirled on Jacob. "What is your problem?" Jacob smirked. Touchy. Don't blame me for almost falling on your ass. Maybe it was your guilty conscience weighing you down? Saran's not the only one who's had a little bad luck lately," he whispered. Before I could snap back, Chef Greco called our attention. "Everyone, I have an exciting announcement. Tomorrow, for the final tasting, we'll be joined by a special guest, Alistair Maleficum himself." A ripple of shock and excitement ran through the group. Alistair freaking Maleficum, the reclusive mastermind behind Emberhearth. No one knew a damn thing about him. He never showed his face or gave interviews, an enigma wrapped in an air of mystery. I frowned. Maleficum, what a strange name. It sounded old, almost sinister. The judges began making their rounds, tasting each student's creation in turn. Zarin earned glowing praise. Zayn, too. Jacob preened like a goddamn peacock when they sampled his, the kiss ass. Finally, they came to me. I held my breath as they lifted their spoons, expert palates dissecting my work. This was it, the moment of truth. The edges of my vision began to darken. My pulse roared in my ears, drowning out the judges' comments. I swayed on my feet, feeling like a marionette with its strings cut. I was vaguely aware of concerned voices, hands reaching to steady me, but they seemed to come from far away, muffled as if underwater. The room tilted violently. I felt myself falling, plummeting into a yawning abyss. The last thing I saw before the blackness claimed me was Zane's stricken face, his anguished cry echoing into oblivion. Then nothing. Then nothing. Chapter 2. I awoke to the chemical stench of hospital disinfectants assaulting my nostrils. Fantastic. 3 interminable days in this sterile hellhole, and I was ready to claw my way out through the stark white walls if I could. I imagined my nails caked with chunks of the wall and bloody pieces of my flesh. The doctor entered, his crisp white coat a blinding beacon in the glare of the lights here. His face wore that practiced mask of sympathy they must teach in med school. He informed me, voice dripping with false cheer, that I could rest a while longer before being discharged. I nodded, not trusting my voice to hide my desperation to get out of here. He mentioned a visitor, and my traitorous heart skipped a painful beat. Zane, a fleeting hope, quickly doused. Probably not. The door creaked open with agonizing slowness. Chef Greco's diminutive form filled the frame, her salt and pepper hair pulled back in its usual severe bun. I opened my parched mouth, forcing out a raspy, "Thanks for coming." The words scraped my throat like sandpaper. Chef Greco's steely gaze pinned me to the starched hospital sheets. The harsh lights cast deep shadows on her face, making her look older, more worn. "I'm not here to coddle you, Camille," she said, her voice sharp. "You need to drop out. Focus on your health." I felt my jaw clench. The steady beep of the heart monitor quickened, betraying my irritation. "I'm fine," I insisted, the words coming out harsher than intended. "Forgot my meds. Won't happen again." Chef Greco's eyes narrowed, her lips pressing into a thin, disapproving line. The smell of hospital disinfectant seemed to intensify, making my head spin. "If you collapse again, you're out. Understand?" Her Spanish accent thickened with each word. Yep, she was frustrated. I met her gaze, unflinching. "Crystal clear," I replied, determined to make do on that promise. Chef Greco's shoulders slumped, her usual iron posture cracking. Alistair graced us with his presence. The final tasting, it happened. My stomach plummeted, a sickening freefall that left me dizzy. Chef Greco's eyes softened, a rare crack in her ball-busting facade. "Don't fret yourself into another episode," she said, her voice uncharacteristically gentle. Alistair's palate proved challenging to impress. He's ordered a second tasting for the day after tomorrow. "So I haven't missed my shot?" "You can still graduate whether you win the competition or not," she said carefully. "The competition only determines a spot at Mr. Maleficum's retreat for the summer." "That spot is everything," I growled, fists clenching the crisp hospital sheets. "It's the golden ticket, the express lane to culinary stardom. You know that. Everyone who attends are the chosen ones. They get picked by the best restaurants, resorts, the best of everything." Chef Greco's brow furrowed, a shadow passing over her face. "Camille," she said, her voice low. "Don't believe everything those glossy brochures promise." I blinked, caught off guard. "What do you mean?" She shook her head, suddenly looking uncomfortable. "Nothing. Just focus on getting well. All right?" With that, she turned and left the room, the click of her heels fading down the hallway. I stared at the closed door, mind reeling. What the hell was that about? Greco, nervous? It didn't compute. The woman was a culinary Spartan, tough as nails and twice as sharp. Seeing her rattled, it set off alarm bells I couldn't quite place. The door opened again. Zane. Gorgeous, infuriating Zane. He held a paper bag that smelled like heaven. "Hey," he said softly. "Brought you lunch. Hospital food sucks." "Thanks." The word felt inadequate. "For visiting, for this." He shrugged, a small smile playing on his lips. "No big deal." I inhaled deeply. "Smells amazing. Your food's always a masterpiece." Zane laughed, but it sounded hollow. "Not lately. I've been off my game since you passed out. Alistair wasn't impressed." "That's impossible. You're the best chef in the class." "I wish someone would tell him that. He said my moussaka smelled like I wiped my ass with it." I tried to stifle a laugh, but let it loose, once he joined in. It was nice to laugh with him again. If only he knew what type of person he was helping out. I didn't deserve to laugh with him or anyone for that matter. I didn't deserve the concern he had for me or the time he took making a meal, so I wouldn't have to endure another day of hospital grub. I wanted to confess, to purge myself of this secret that was like poison on my conscience. But the words stuck in my throat, choking me. If I admitted what I'd done, I'd be kicked out of the competition and even school faster than yesterday's leftovers. Worse, I'd have to face Zane's disappointment, his disgust. The thought of those warm brown eyes turning cold with the realization of what I had done to his sister's sugar sculpture made my chest ache worse than any heart condition. Shame burned through me, hot and sour. I'd always prided myself on my skills, on winning fair and square. Now I was no better than a common cheat, sabotaging others to get ahead. In the end, cowardice won out. I said nothing. He set the bag down, hesitating. I watched Zane's hands fidget, his fingers tapping an uneven rhythm against his thigh. He took a deep breath, eyes darting around the room before finally settling on mine. "Cam," he began, voice wavering slightly. "I've been thinking. About us." My heart clenched painfully. I knew that look in his eyes, that nervous energy radiating off him in waves. Part of me wanted to reach out, to comfort him, but I stayed still, waiting. "I still have feelings for you," he confessed, words tumbling out in a rush. "Strong feelings. And I know things ended badly before, but maybe we could try again. Give us another shot." For a moment, just a fleeting second, joy bloomed in my chest. He still cared, still wanted me. But that warmth was quickly doused by an icy flood of guilt and self-loathing. I thought of what I had done to his sister, of the look on Zane's face when I collapsed, of the ticking time bomb in my chest that would steal me away before I hit 30. Zane deserved better than a lying, cheating asshole with an expiration date. "Zane, I swallowed hard. I can't. My career has to come first." His face fell, hope crumbling before my eyes. "It doesn't have to be one or the other, Cam. We could make it work. For me, it does." I wanted to tell him everything, about how my condition was worse than I had told him. He knew I had a bad heart, but I always played it off like my only problems were passing out when I was stressed. He had no idea of how limited my life was. I wanted to tell him that he would be better off with someone whole, someone who could give him a future. But I bit my tongue, letting him believe I was just an ambitious jerk rather than a dying man grasping at straws. "I don't have time for love," I continued, each word feeling like a knife twisting in my gut. "I have to choose, and I choose my career. It's all I have left." I watched the hurt bloom in Zane's eyes, knowing I was the cause. He'd move on, I told myself. He'd find someone worthy of his love, someone who wasn't racing against a ticking clock, someone who wasn't me. "Ever since you found out about your heart, you've been different, harder." I laughed bitterly. "What, you expected me to go soft?" "I expected you to live," he snapped. "Not this. You're killing yourself for 3rd place, Cam." The words stung like a slap. "Fuck you," I snarled. "I'm doing my best." "I'm sorry," he backpedaled. "I shouldn't have said that. I'm just worried." "Don't be. I can handle myself." "Can you, really?" His voice rose. "Because it certainly doesn't look like it. Your condition is worse than you're letting on. You think I don't know when you're lying, but I do." "Shut up," I hissed. "Just get out." Hurt flashed across his face. He opened his mouth and then closed it, nodded once and left. The silence that followed was deafening. I stared at the ceiling, blinking back furious tears. Zane's words echoed in my head. 3rd place. Killing myself for 3rd fucking place. But what choice did I have? This was it. My one shot at leaving a mark, at proving I wasn't just another statistic, another tragedy waiting to happen. I thought of my dad, of our shared meals and how he would light up the room as he talked about his dreams, of the day the light left his eyes, snuffed out before he could do anything. I wouldn't let that be my story. I couldn't. The scent of Zane's food wafted over, a tempting siren call. My stomach growled. I reached for the bag, Inside was a container of soup. I popped the lid, and the aroma hit me like a freight train. He had made this before when I caught a cold. Roasted butternut squash soup, velvety smooth and rich as sin. A hint of sage, a whisper of nutmeg. Toasted pumpkin seeds for crunch. And there, hidden like buried treasure, a dollop of mascarpone cheese. I took a spoonful and it was like coming home. Warmth spread through me, from my tongue to my toes. For a moment, just a moment, I forgot about the competition, about my fucked up heart, about the ticking clock hanging over my head. There was only this perfect bite, this fleeting slice of heaven. I devoured the soup, savoring every mouthful. When it was gone, I felt hollow, empty in a way that had nothing to do with hunger. Zane's words came back to me. You're killing yourself for third place. Maybe he was right. Maybe this was all for nothing. Maybe I should just give up, go home, and wait for the inevitable. But then I thought of Alistair Maleficum, of his empire built on flour and fire, of the opportunities that lay just beyond my grasp. No, I couldn't give up. Not now, not ever. I'd show them all. Zane, Greco, Jacob fucking Bauer. I'd claw my way to the top if it killed me, and who knew? Maybe it would. But at least I'd go out on my own terms, a blaze of glory, not a whimper in the dark. I closed my eyes, picturing tomorrow's dish. Something bold, something unforgettable. My fingers itched to chop, to slice, to create. My mind raced with flavor combinations, each more daring than the last. This was my element, my battlefield. And I'd be damned if I went down without a fight. Let them underestimate me. Let them think I was weak, broken, finished. I'd show them what Kamail Luce was made of. One dish at a time. I cleaned the bowl and set it aside to rest a while longer. As I drifted off to sleep, my dreams were filled with fire and spice, of triumph and acclaim, of a future that seemed just within reach. The day after tomorrow, I'd face them all. Alistair, my classmates, my own traitorous body. Tomorrow, I had to plan my main dish. But that's tomorrow's problem. For now, I slept. And in my dreams, I was invincible. Chapter 3. I stepped into the empty kitchen, the quiet hum of refrigerators my only company. The stainless steel surfaces gleamed under the harsh lights, a sterile canvas waiting for my culinary masterpiece. My hands trembled slightly as I laid out my tools. Knives, sharp enough to split a hair, pots and pans that had seen more action than a war veteran. Today was my dress rehearsal, my final chance to perfect the dish that would make or break my future. No pressure, right? Just the culmination of every goddamn dream I'd ever had resting on a single plate of food. I closed my eyes, inhaling deeply. The mingled aromas of spices filled my lungs. When I opened them again, determination burned away the doubt. I was Kamail freaking Luce, and I was going to cook circles around these pretentious assholes. My knife flew across the cutting board, dicing onions and garlic with machine-like precision. Olive oil shimmered in the pan, ready to embrace the aromatics. The sizzle as they hit the hot surface was music to my ears, a culinary symphony beginning to unfold. For my appetizer, I crafted delicate croquetas de jamon, crisp, golden orbs with a creamy bechamel interior studded with slivers of aged Iberian ham. The contrast of textures was a sensory revelation, crisp giving way to silky smoothness, punctuated by bursts of salty, nutty ham. My salad was a vibrant ensalada de naranja y bacalao, juicy segments of blood orange nestled against tender flakes of salt cod, all resting on a bed of peppery arugula. A scattering of black olives and slivers of red onion added depth and bite, while a sherry vinaigrette tied it all together with a tangy punch. But the star of the show, my pièce de résistance, was a reimagined paella. I'd spent weeks agonizing over every element, determined to elevate this classic beyond recognition. Saffron-infused rice formed the base, each grain perfectly distinct, yet clinging to its neighbors. Nestled within were tender morsels of rabbit and snails, their earthiness offset by the bright pop of artichoke hearts and fava beans. A dusting of smoked paprika added depth and complexity, while a drizzle of garlic aioli brought a luxurious finish. As I plated my creations, a flicker of pride warmed my chest. It looked fucking beautiful, if I do say so myself. but something nagged at the edges of my consciousness. A vague sense of dissatisfaction I couldn't quite pin down. I shook off the feeling, chalking it up to pre-competition jitters. A quick glance at the clock told me I had just enough time to grab some fresh herbs from the walk-in fridge for a final garnish. I'd be damned if I let a lack of microgreens be my downfall. The refrigerator door swung shut behind me with a soft whoosh, my arms laden with fragrant bundles of parsley and chives. I entered the kitchen, ready to add the finishing touch to my culinary opus, and nearly dropped everything in shock. There, bent over my carefully arranged dishes, was quite possibly the most heart-stoppingly gorgeous man I'd ever laid eyes on. He moved with a fluid grace that made my inner cynic want to puke rainbows. All lean muscle and coiled power beneath a suit that probably cost more than my yearly rent. His hair was a study in contrasts, jet black on one side, blonde on the other. It should have looked ridiculous, like some wannabe punk rocker's bad dye job. Instead, it framed his face in a way that was somehow both edgy and elegant, drawing attention to cheekbones that could cut glass and reddish-brown eyes that burned with an intensity that made my breath catch. The suit. Christ, the suit. It was a work of art in its own right, a deep, rich crimson that made me think of spilled wine. Golden threads wove through the fabric, catching the light with every movement. It fit him like a second skin, hugging broad shoulders and tapering to a narrow waist. The whole effect was opulent, bordering on ostentatious, yet he wore it with such easy confidence that it seemed as natural as breathing. I stood there, frozen, as this Adonis lifted a forkful of my paella to his lips. Time seemed to slow, stretching into an eternity as I waited for his reaction. Would he swoon in ecstasy? Declare me a culinary genius? Offer me a Michelin star on the spot? He spat it out. Wait, hold on, he freaking spat it out. The spell shattered. Rage boiled up inside me, hot and familiar. Who the fuck did this guy think he was? Hey, I snarled, storming across the kitchen. What the hell do you think you're doing? Mr. Tall, Dark, and Douchey turned to face me, one perfectly sculpted eyebrow arching in amusement.
Tasting,
He replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world.
though I use the term loosely.
I bristled at the casual insult. Listen, asshole, that dish isn't meant for you. You can't just waltz in here and... He cut me off with a laugh that was equal parts musical and infuriating.
Little lamb, I can assure you that I can do precisely as I please, though I must say, if this sad attempt at paella is any indication of your skills, perhaps you should consider a career change. Accounting, perhaps.
The urge to plant my fist in his stupidly perfect face was almost overwhelming. I took a deep breath, reminding myself that assaulting random jerks probably wouldn't look great on my culinary school record. There's nothing wrong with my dish, I growled through clenched teeth. He tisked, shaking his head in mock disappointment.
Oh, but there is. Tell me, have you ever been to Spain?
The abrupt change of subject threw me. What? What does that have to do with anything?
Everything,
He replied, his voice taking on a dreamy quality.
The sun-drenched coast of Valencia, where paella was born. The bustling markets of Barcelona, overflowing with fresh seafood and vibrant produce. The rolling hills of La Rioja, where the air is perfumed with the scent of ripening grapes.
I rolled my eyes so hard I'm surprised they didn't get stuck. If you want a travel brochure, go find a fucking agent. This is a kitchen, not a tourism board. His lips quirked in a smile that was amused and condescending.
Ah, but that's precisely my point. When I taste a dish from Spain, I expect to be transported. I want to feel the warmth of the Mediterranean sun on my face, hear the laughter of fishermen bringing in the day's catch, smell the intoxicating blend of saffron and sea air.
He gestured dismissively at my carefully crafted meal.
This is a pale imitation, a culinary paint by numbers. Tell me truthfully, have you ever set foot on Spanish soil?
Embarrassment burned hot in my cheeks. I wanted to tell him to fuck off, that my lack of worldly travel didn't mean shit when it came to my cooking. But some traitorous part of me, the part that still dreamed of Michelin stars and adoring critics, craved his approval. Of course I have, I lied, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. I spent a summer in Barcelona, studying under...
Google Maps doesn't count, darling.
he interrupted, his smile widening to reveal teeth that were just a touch too sharp.
Your dish tells me everything I need to know about your experiences.
That was it. Fuck approval. Fuck politeness. Fuck everything. Who the hell do you think you are? I snarled, advancing on him. Some pompous food critic? The ghost of Julia Child. I don't give a rat's ass who you are or where you've been. This is my kitchen, my food, and you can take your snobbish bullshit and shove it up your...
Now,
he chided, holding up a hand to halt my tirade.
Such language. Though I must admit, your fire is intriguing.
His eyes raked over me in a way that made me feel distinctly like a cut of meat being appraised.
Tell me, have you ever heard of Olla Podrida?
I blinked, thrown off balance yet again by his mercurial shifts. What?
Olla Podrida,
he repeated, his voice taking a dreamy quality.
A dish born in the heart of Castilla y León centuries ago. A symphony of flavors, tender beef, succulent pork, earthy chickpeas, and a medley of vegetables, all simmered for hours until they meld into something truly transcendent.
His eyes glazed over, lost in some distant memory.
I tasted it once, in a tiny village nestled in the mountains. The old abuela who made it, her hands were gnarled with arthritis, but they moved with such love, such practiced grace.
Fascinating, I spat, my patience wearing thinner than cheap phyllo dough. Really, but unless you're planning on whipping up this magical mystery stew right here and now, I'm going to have to ask you to fuck off. I've got work to do. The bastard had the audacity to laugh.
Such spirit! It's almost a shame to see it wasted on this.
He waved a hand dismissively at my carefully crafted dishes. I opened my mouth, ready to unleash a torrent of profanity that would make a sailor blush, when the kitchen door swung open. Chef Greco strode in. Her eyes widened as she took in the scene. "Mr. Maleficum!" she exclaimed, her voice a mixture of surprise and... was that fear? I didn't expect to see you here so early. I hope everything is to your satisfaction. My blood ran cold. Maleficum? As in Alistair fucking Maleficum, the reclusive culinary genius behind Emberhearth? The man whose approval could make or break my entire career? Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I felt the blood drain from my face as the full weight of my monumentally stupid behavior crashed down on me. I'd just told the most influential figure in the culinary world to fuck off. Twice. Or was it 3 times? Oh God. Alistair Maleficum? I stammered, my voice embarrassingly weak. I had no idea. Alistair's smile widened, predatory and amused.
Clearly,
he purred. He turned to Chef Greco, his demeanor shifting to something more polite, though no less intense.
Alessandra, my dear, I was just getting acquainted with one of your promising students.
The way he said promising made it sound like an insult. I wanted to sink through the floor. Chef Greco's eyes darted between us, a mix of confusion and concern on her face. I see. I hope there hasn't been any misunderstanding.
Oh, no misunderstanding at all,
Alistair replied smoothly.
Young Camael here has been most enlightening.
I opened my mouth, desperate to salvage the situation, but Alistair moved with startling speed. Suddenly he was right in front of me, so close I could smell the spices on his breath. He leaned in, his nose almost brushing my neck, and inhaled deeply. I jerked back, my heart pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. My elbow caught the edge of the counter, and I watched in horror as my carefully plated dishes wobbled, teetered, and then crashed to the floor in a clash of shattering porcelain and splattered food. Alistair's laughter rang out, rich and melodious.
Oh, how delightfully clumsy.
I stood there, mortified, surrounded by the ruins of my culinary ambitions. Alistair's eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, I could have sworn they flashed an inhuman shade of red.
I look forward to seeing what you produce tomorrow,
he said, his voice low and intense.
Show me your desperation, Camael. Let me taste the fire that burns within you.
With that, he turned on his heel and strode out of the kitchen, leaving me shell-shocked and confused. Chef Greco gave me a look that was both full of pity and exasperation. "Clean this up," she said wearily. "And Camille, try not to antagonize Mr. Maleficum again. He's not someone you want as an enemy." She hurried after Alistair, leaving me alone with the mess, both literal and figurative, that I'd created. Chapter 4. I stared at my laptop screen, eyes burning from hours of research. The history of Olla Podrida swam before me, a confusing tapestry of culinary evolution and conflicting claims. All I found was info from Don Quixote, 1615. But the recipe was said to originate from the 1500s. Rotten pot or powerful pot? Christ, even the name couldn't make up its mind. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, tempted to click on one of the countless modern recipes. It would be so easy. A quick shopping trip, a few hours in the kitchen, and voila, instant Spanish authenticity. But Alistair's words echoed in my head, that infuriatingly melodious voice dripping with disdain. A pale imitation. He'd called my carefully crafted paella. Like hell I'd give him the satisfaction again. I slammed the laptop shut, decision made. If I was going to do this, I was going to do it right. No half-assed internet approximations. I needed the real deal, the OG recipe that would make even that smug bastard sit up and take notice. The New York Academy of Medicine loomed before me, a fortress of knowledge nestled between Mount Sinai and the Museum of the City of New York. Founded by a group of physicians in the 1800s, the Academy was dedicated to improving the health of city dwellers. And these days it's mostly focused on healthy aging and eliminating health disparities among vulnerable populations. Talk about being flanked by heavy hitters. The rare book room on the third floor was like stepping into another century. The air was thick with the musty perfume of old paper and leather bindings. Dim lighting cast long shadows across wood-paneled walls. The place was a wonderland for foodie nerds like me. Dim lighting, cool air, and walls lined with bookshelves that looked like they'd been there since the dawn of time. Colorful spines peeked out from behind metal grates like some bougie prison for knowledge. Ladders stretched up to the highest shelves, just begging for a clumsy idiot like me to take a tumble. The ceiling lamps were a nice touch, all wrought iron with old printer's stamps. Pretentious as hell, but I had to admit it set the mood. This place wasn't just about dusty old books. It was a shrine to the whole damn history of putting words on paper. Turns out we had some Scottish broad named Margaret Barclay Wilson to thank for most of this culinary treasure trove. Doctor, teacher, and apparently one hell of a book hoarder. Thanks to her obsession, this place scored the holy grail of cookbooks, De Re Coquinaria by Apicius. Oldest Western cookbook in existence, or so they claim. The thing was a freaking work of art, handwritten on vellum back in 900 AD, pages so delicate they looked like they'd crumble if you breathed wrong. But there it was, perfectly intact. Red and black ink still crisp, as the day some monk with way too much time on his hands put quill to animal skin. It was beautiful, in a don't you dare touch this you greasy peasant kind of way. I approached the counter, where a librarian peered at me over wire-rimmed glasses. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm looking for information on old Spanish recipes," I said, trying to match her volume. "Specifically, the oldest versions of the recipes you might have." Her eyebrows rose slightly. "Interesting request. We do have some early Spanish cookbooks. Let me see what I can find." My eyes wandered over the shelves as she tapped away at her computer. "Ah, here we are," the librarian said, drawing my attention back. "We have the Apicius de Re Coquinaria. It's not Spanish, but it's one of the oldest Western cookbooks we have. There might be some early stew recipes that could be of interest." My heart skipped a beat. "That's what I'm looking for. Can I take a look?" "Unless you can read Latin." She laughed, then paused. "Can you?" "'Cause we could really use some translators here." "Sorry, no can do?" She nodded disappointed before standing and leading me to one of the computers in the room. "That book is one of many we've translated. You'll find it in our database. I would tell you to buy a translated version online, but the entire thing hadn't been released. Once she set me up, she left me alone, and I began to scan the unfamiliar Latin text before clicking on the English translations. The recipes were a far cry from modern cookbooks. There were no precise measurements or cooking times here. It was more like reading poetry, each dish a sensory description meant to evoke flavors and techniques. As I delved deeper into the ancient tome, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I glanced up, half expecting to see Alistair's smirking face. But the room was empty, save for the ghosts of long-dead chefs, whispering their secrets from the pages before me. I shook my head, trying to focus. This was ridiculous. I was here for a recipe, not to moon over some arrogant asshole with two-toned hair and a smile that could melt butter at 50 paces, no matter how devastatingly handsome he might be, or how his laugh sent shivers down my spine, even when he was laughing at me. Get a grip, Camille, I muttered to myself. The guy's a pompous jerk who insulted your cooking. Focus on proving him wrong, not fantasizing about his stupid, perfect face. I threw myself back into the research with renewed determination. After what felt like hours, I finally stumbled upon a recipe resembling Alistair's description of olla podrida. It wasn't an exact match. The dish had clearly evolved over the centuries, but the bones were there. A rich, hearty stew of meats and vegetables simmered low and slow until the flavors melded into something greater than the sum of its parts. As I jotted down notes, I thought of another dish that might go well with it. Tortilla española, a classic Spanish omelet of eggs and potatoes, the perfect accompaniment to the stew. My mind was already racing with possibilities. By the time I left the library, night had fallen over the city. My head buzzed with centuries-old culinary wisdom, and my pocket bulged with hastily scribbled recipes. I practically ran to the nearest subway station, eager to get home and start cooking. But first, I had to do a little shopping. My tiny apartment kitchen felt like a world away from the hushed grandeur of the library. But as I unpacked my groceries, laying out an array of ingredients that would have made those long-dead chefs weep with joy, I felt a connection to something greater. A culinary lineage stretching back through time, each generation adding its own twist to the timeless dance of flavor and technique. I started with the olla podrida, knowing it would need hours to simmer to perfection. Into a heavy pot went chunks of beef and pork, nestling against a rainbow of vegetables, onions, carrots, celery, and garbanzos. Fragrant herbs and spices joined the party: bay leaves, thyme, smoked paprika. A splash of red wine added depth, and soon the kitchen was filled with an aroma that would make angels weep. As the stew bubbled away, I turned my attention to the tortilla española. Thinly sliced potatoes and onions would go into a pan of shimmering olive oil, cooking slowly until they were meltingly tender. Beaten eggs would follow, creating a golden blanket that would transform into a perfect, pillowy omelet. The work was demanding, especially in my less-than-ideal condition. My arms ached from chopping and stirring, and a fine sheen of sweat covered my brow. But I pushed through, driven by stubbornness and the desire to see that smug look wiped off Alistair's face. A wave of dizziness washed over me as I stirred the olla podrida one last time, checking the seasoning. I gripped the edge of the counter, willing the room to stop spinning. Not now, I growled through gritted teeth. You've got this, Camille. Just a little longer. I lowered the heat under the stew to a bare simmer, knowing it would need another hour or so to reach perfection. Just enough time to start the tortilla and maybe grab a quick nap. That's when my stupid body decided it had had enough. My vision tunneled, black spots dancing at the edges. My legs turned to jelly, no longer able to support my weight. As I felt myself falling, one last coherent thought flashed through my mind. Alistair's going to love this. Then darkness hit me, the simmering pot of olla podrida my only companion, as consciousness slipped away. Chapter 5. In the dim, swirling spaces between dreams and reality, Alistair chased me through labyrinthine halls of polished wood and velvet drapes. His steps were silent, his eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. Mocking laughter echoed off the walls as I stumbled, my bare feet slipping on the slick marble floor. You can't run from me forever, little chef, Alistair called, his voice dripping with cruel amusement. Surrender, Embrace your true nature. I rounded a corner, only to find myself cornered. Alistair loomed before me, tall and imposing in his tailored suit. He grabbed me by the throat, slamming me against the wall. My heart went crazy as he leaned in close, his breath hot against my cheek.
Such spirit,
He purred, his tone laced with a dark satisfaction.
but even the most stubborn flames eventually flicker out, and when yours does, I'll be there to catch the embers.
He forced a bite of food past my lips, his fingers digging into my jaw. Where the hell did the food come from? I gagged, choking on the unfamiliar flavors, but he held me steady, feeding me bit by bit until I swallowed reflexively. The taste exploded across my tongue, rich and decadent, a symphony of textures and aromas that threatened to overwhelm my senses.
Open your eyes.
Alistair commanded, his voice a low, hypnotic murmur.
See the beauty in the darkness.
I blinked, and the world shifted into a sprawling bedroom that dripped old-world decadence. Massive oak beams crisscrossed the vaulted ceiling, their weathered surfaces telling tales of centuries past. Frescoes adorned the walls, scenes of mythical debauchery with horned devilmen that made my cheeks flush. The air hung heavy with the scent of beeswax and aged leather, undercut by a faint whiff of something earthier, almost primal. Moonlight spilled through leaded glass windows, casting long shadows across the stone floor. A four-poster bed dominated the space, its crimson velvet curtains whispering promises of sin. Ornate tapestries depicted hunts and revelry. Their muted colors worked well with the plush, jewel-toned rugs scattered about. A fire crackled in a hearth large enough to roast an ox, filling the room with flickering warmth and the comforting scent of wood smoke and sulfur. I stood there drinking it all in. This wasn't just a bedroom. It was a goddamn time machine, transporting me to an era of kings and castles, of passion and intrigue. For a moment, I almost forgot the nightmare that had led me here. He ripped at my clothes, tearing them away with a savage hunger. I shuddered as the cool air kissed my skin, my body responding to his touch despite my mind's protests.
I want it all.
No, I gasped, even as my hands tangled in his hair, pulling him closer. I won't. I can't. But Alistair silenced me with a brutal kiss, his tongue invading my mouth, claiming me. I moaned against his lips, my resolve crumbling under the onslaught of sensation. I jolted awake, and I was sticky and sweating bullets. Fragments of the dream clung to my consciousness. Alistair's mocking laughter, hands everywhere, pleasure and pain intertwined. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog. What the actual fuck was that? My subconscious had some serious explaining to do. Of all the people to star in my twisted nocturnal fantasies, it had to be that pompous, two-toned asshole. I felt dirty, and not in the fun way. My body had clearly enjoyed the show, much to my disgust. Traitor. I grimaced at the cooling evidence of my unconscious depravity. Great. Now I had laundry to do on top of everything else. The worst part? Some betraying corner of my mind wanted to slip back into that dream, to feel Alistair's touch again, even if it was all smoke and mirrors. I squashed that thought. No way in hell was I going down that road. The guy was an arrogant prick who'd insulted my cooking and probably ruined my career. So what if he had a smile that could melt steel and eyes you could drown in? Fuck. I needed a cold shower and about 50 years of therapy. Sunlight streamed through the grimy window, way too bright for... fuck. What time was it? I grabbed my phone to check the time and panic seized me. Late. So fucking late. I scrambled to my feet, nearly face-planting as I stumbled toward the kitchen. The pungent smell of overcooked food hit me like a slap to the face. Shit. The olla podrida. I sprinted to the stove, praying to whatever culinary gods might be listening that I hadn't burned my one shot at redemption to a crisp. The pot still simmered on the stove, but as I lifted the lid, my breath caught. The stew had reduced down to a thick, concentrated mass. The aroma that wafted up was actually incredible. Rich, complex layers of flavor melding together in a way I couldn't have achieved if I'd tried. Sometimes the culinary gods work in mysterious ways. With how late I was, there was no way I would have time to recreate the dish in the kitchen, but we were at least allowed to bring prep work from home. So that's what this was going to be. I was sure that I could use this concentrated mass to reduce the cooking time when I recreated it in the kitchen. No time to marvel at my accidental genius. I frantically gathered the rest of my ingredients, nose wrinkling at the faint whiff of something not quite fresh. The voice of every food safety instructor I'd ever had screamed in my head, but desperation drowned them out. It was this, or show up empty-handed. Besides, I'd eaten worse during my broke-ass college days and lived to tell the tale. I shoved everything into my bag, praying that if anyone got food poisoning, it wouldn't be too severe. With kitchen towels protecting my hands, I grabbed the still-smoking pot of concentrated olla podrida. As I bolted out the door, hair sticking up in all directions and yesterday's clothes clinging to my unwashed body, I couldn't help but laugh. This was it. My shot at culinary greatness. And I was showing up looking and smelling like I'd crawled out of a dumpster behind a third-rate tapas bar. Alistair wanted to taste my desperation. Well, bon appetit, you pretentious bastard. Desperation was about to be served. Chapter 6. I bolted for the train, my arms straining under the weight of my culinary Hail Mary. The smoking pot of olla podrida sloshed dangerously with each step, threatening to baptize my fellow commuters in a steaming deluge of overcooked beef. Eyes widened as I squeezed past, a symphony of disgusted whispers and exaggerated coughs following in my wake. Yeah, I get it. I looked and smelled, like something the cat dragged in, chewed up, and then promptly vomited back onto the sidewalk. The train screeched to a halt at my stop, and I burst onto the platform like a bat out of hell. Ember Hearth loomed ahead, all sleek glass and polished steel, a temple to culinary ambition that suddenly felt as welcoming as a shark tank. My reflection in the lobby doors made me wince. Christ, I looked like I'd gone 10 rounds with a tornado and lost. A suit-clad exec was exiting, his nose buried in his phone. I shouted, praying he'd have the common decency to hold the door. No such luck. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, decided I hadn't suffered enough today. The door began its inexorable swing closed, mocking my pathetic sprint. In a move that would have made any action movie hero proud, and any sane person question my life choices, I threw my shoulder against the closing door. Victory and agony. The impact jostled my precious cargo, sending a scalding wave of broth cascading over my hand. Pain lanced up my arm, but I bit back the curse that threatened to erupt. No way in hell was I dropping this pot. Not now. Not when I was so close. I gritted my teeth, embracing the burn like an old friend. What was a little first-degree burn compared to the roasting Alistair would give me if I showed up empty-handed? I barreled toward the kitchen, leaving a trail of confused looks and wrinkled noses. My grand entrance was going to be about as subtle as a fart in church, but subtlety had left the building around the same time as my dignity. All that mattered now was getting this damn stew in front of the judges before my body decided to betray me again. As I burst through the kitchen doors, a small, traitorous part of me hoped Alistair would be there, to see me in all my glorious disaster, to witness firsthand the lengths I'd go to prove him wrong, but mostly to see if those reddish eyes would light up with that same predatory hunger I'd seen in my dreams. God, I needed therapy, and a shower, and maybe an exorcism, just to be safe. My pot of olla podrida sloshed dangerously as I made my way to my station. The air was thick with the scent of sautéing onions and delicious simmering stocks. My fellow students were already elbow-deep in their creations, a ballet of knives and whisks that I was criminally late to join. I slammed my pot onto the stove, cranking the heat. The rich aroma of beef and spices wafted up, a siren song of maybe, just maybe, accidental genius. I went to work whipping out my ingredients from the bag and grabbing a fresh pot to redo the dish so I could add the concentrated mash to. There was no time to talk or to look at what anyone else was doing, and thankfully no one spoke to me because they were knee-deep in their own dishes. Once I had another pot well on its way, I began adding the mash, praying to whatever culinary gods might be listening that this Hail Mary pass wouldn't end with food poisoning. 30 minutes left, Cam. Zane's voice cut through my panic. You okay? I didn't dare look at him. Those warm brown eyes would undo me. Peachy, I growled. Now kindly fuck off so I can salvage this train wreck. But Zane, bless his infuriatingly perfect heart, didn't budge. Jesus, your hand. Let me dash. I said I'm fine, I snapped, yanking my arm away. The movement sent a fresh wave of pain lancing up to my elbow. Well, that was going to blister beautifully. Zane's face hardened. You know what? Fine. Screw yourself up and get an infection if that's what you want. But you've already lost, Cam. You can't bring pre-made dishes. We're allowed prep work at home, I snarled, my voice cracking embarrassingly. Now, unless you want to wear this fucking stew, back off and let me work. He was hurt, that's for sure. He stalked off, leaving me alone with my simmering pot of maybe brilliance, maybe disaster. I threw myself into finishing the olla podrida, my knife flying as I chopped blood sausage with more violence than strictly necessary. My mind raced. Had I really pulled this off? Or was I about to serve the judges a steaming bowl of my crushed dreams? Only time would tell, and time, that fickle bitch, was running out fast. I was elbow deep in eggs and potatoes when Jacob's voice slithered into my ear, oily and smug. Too bad for you. You don't have enough time to make sure someone else fails. My stomach clenched, but I forced a sneer, hoping it masked the panic clawing at me. Fuck off, Jacob. I don't have time for your cryptic bullshit. He chuckled, the sound grating like nails on a chalkboard. Oh, I think you do. Tick-tock, Kamel. Tick-tock. As he sauntered away, I fought the urge to hurl my spatula at his retreating back. Instead, I channeled that rage into my tortilla, flipping it with more force than necessary. The edges crisped and curled, golden brown perfection. Yes. But Jacob's words burrowed deep, a splinter I couldn't quite shake. Number I couldn't let paranoia derail me now. I had a dish to finish, a point to prove. To Alistair, to Jacob, to every doubting voice that whispered I wasn't good enough, including my own. I turned back to my station, willing my hands to steady as I plated the tortilla. It looked beautiful. A golden disc of potato and egg, flecked with herbs, promising comfort and indulgence in every bite. For a moment, I let myself believe it might be enough. But the clock ticked on, merciless and mocking. And somewhere in this building, Alistair waited, ready to tear apart my offering with those two sharp teeth and that cruel, beautiful smile. Chapter 7. The timer's shrill wail sent my heart into overdrive. Chef Greco burst in, her eyes widening as they landed on my disheveled form. Kamel, for God's sake, get changed. Now! I bolted for the locker room, my chef's whites a crumpled mess at the bottom of my bag. As I wrestled them on, the fabric clung to my sweat-slicked skin like a vice. But there was no time for vanity now. Back in the kitchen, I plated the rest of my offerings, my nerves totally shot. The olla podrida glistened, rich and inviting. The tortilla sat beside it, a golden disc of potatoey perfection. Or so I hoped. I followed the parade of pristine chef's coats into the dining room, my tray a lead weight in my arms. The space was a monument to culinary pretension, all gleaming mahogany and crisp white linens. Crystal chandeliers dripped from the ceiling like frozen tears, their light refracting off polished silver and sparkling glassware. It was the kind of room that made you acutely aware of your own inadequacy, each perfectly pressed napkin. A silent judgment on your life choices. And there, at the head of the long table, sat Alistair fucking Maleficum. He lounged in his chair like it was a throne, resplendent in black and crimson, with hints of gold that caught the light. Even from here, I could see the sharp glint of his teeth as he tasted each dish, his critique cutting through the air like a well-honed blade. My palms grew slick with sweat as I watched my classmates present their creations. Alistair's words were precise, brutal. He dissected each offering with surgical precision, laying bare every flaw, every misstep. It was a culinary bloodbath, and I was next on the chopping block. As the line dwindled, panic clawed at my throat. What the hell was I thinking? I was about to serve this culinary Adonis a dish I'd literally slept through making. This wasn't just shooting myself in the foot. This was blowing off the whole damn leg. But as Alistair's eyes met mine, something else stirred beneath the fear. A spark of defiance, of raw hunger that had nothing to do with food. I straightened my spine, chin jutting out in challenge. I approached Alistair's table, my heart thundering like a runaway freight train. The tray in my hands felt like it weighed a ton. My culinary hopes and dreams condensed into a few measly plates, and I doubt he would want to do over a second time. As I set it down, Alistair's hand shot out, grabbing my wrist with surprising strength. His touch sent an electric jolt through me, a mix of fear and something else I didn't want to examine too closely. What the fuck? I tried to yank my hand back, but Alistair's grip was like iron. He turned my palm up, inspecting the angry red burn with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "Let go of me, you creep," I snarled, my voice embarrassingly shaky. Alistair's laugh was low and rich, sending shivers down my spine.
I'm glad you made it, Kamael. I could smell your desperation the moment you entered the building.
His nostrils flared, and for a wild moment I wondered if he could actually smell the stench of burnt flesh and flop sweat that clung to me like a second skin. Hell, I wondered if he could smell the cum on me. My face flushed hot, memories of last night's dream flooding back unbidden. Alistair's knowing smirk widened, as if he could read the pornographic highlight reel playing in my head. Christ, get it together, Cam. Now is not the time to be getting hot and bothered over him of all people.
I'm ready to be transported back to that tiny village,
Alistair purred, finally releasing my hand. I snatched it back, rubbing my wrist where I swore I could still feel the imprint of his fingers. What the hell do you say to that? Bon appetit? Please don't spit it out this time. I settled for an awkward nod, willing my wobbly legs to carry me back to relative safety. Alistair picked up his fork, spearing a piece of tortilla with surgical precision. I held my breath as he brought it to his lips, those two sharp teeth gleaming in the harsh kitchen light. His eyes closed as he chewed, and for a moment, I dared to hope. Then those cunning eyes snapped open, pinning me in place.
I can taste the rot,
he said, his voice low enough that only I could hear.
Tsk, tsk, Kamael, letting your ingredients spoil. How careless.
Shame burned through me, hot and harsh. I wanted to sink through the floor, to disappear into the ether and never have to face those knowing eyes again. But there was nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. I stood there, rooted to the spot, as Alistair moved on to the main event. The olla podrida steamed gently in its earthenware bowl, rich and inviting. Or at least I hoped it was. To me, it looked like a dog's breakfast, a mess of overcooked meat and vegetables swimming in an oily broth. But maybe that was just my panic talking. What if I didn't simmer the redo enough? What if the concentrated mash wasn't enough to bring the bold flavors? What if... Alistair lifted a spoonful to his lips and the entire kitchen seemed to hold its breath. I sure as hell was. My future hung on the edge of that spoon, teetering between triumph and total humiliation. Time stretched like taffy, each second an eternity. Alistair's eyes drifted closed, his face a mask of concentration. The silence was deafening, broken only by the pounding of my own unstable heart. Then, miracle of miracles, Alistair laughed. Not the cruel, mocking laugh I'd come to expect, but something warmer. His eyes opened, and for a moment, I could have sworn I saw a flicker of genuine pleasure there.
Well done, Kamael,
he said, his voice carrying easily across the hushed kitchen.
For a brief moment, I was back in Castilla y León. You've managed to capture the essence of true olla podrida.
Relief. To hell with relief, I was dizzy and weak-kneed. I'd done it. I'd actually fucking done it. Take that, you smug bastard. But also, thank you, you smug bastard. But as the initial euphoria faded, a nagging doubt crept in. Why did his approval outside of him choosing me to go to Italy matter so much? And more importantly, what the hell was I going to do now that I had it? I was about to walk away when Alistair's hand shot out, grabbing my wrist again. He leaned in close, too close, his breath hot on my skin. My pulse raced as he lifted my burned hand, his lips parting, tongue darting. Was he going to? Chef Greco's whisper cut through the tension like a knife. Everyone is waiting. Alistair's eyes flicked to the side, noticing our audience. He released me reluctantly, but not before murmuring,
You know, the best part of that meal in Castilla y León. Tasting the abuela's grandson.
My face burned hotter than my scalded hand. I stumbled back, desperately putting some distance between us. Alistair's laughter followed me, rich and mocking. I found myself standing next to Zane in the dining room along with the other students who were forced to line up and wait for Alistair's judgment. He eyed me suspiciously. You know Alistair? You two seemed familiar. No, I snapped, harsher than I intended. Never met the guy before today. Jacob's voice oozed from nearby. Really? Could have fooled me. You two looked awfully cozy up there. Shut the fuck up, Jacob, I snarled, my patience worn thin with him. Zane's hand on my arm was gentle, his voice softer. Hey, your food was amazing. I mean, Alistair seemed to actually like it. I'm just worried, you know? This new intensity, it's a lot. I don't want to see you back in the hospital. I jerked away from his touch. God, I was so fucking sick of this. The pitying looks, the kid gloves, like I was some delicate China doll one breath away from shattering. At least Alistair treats me like a real person, I muttered, the words escaping before I could stop them. Not some fragile invalid to be coddled and put back on the shelf. Zane's face fell, hurt etched in those warm brown eyes. Alistair didn't see you pass out, he muttered. Part of me wanted to take it back, to apologize. But a larger, uglier part relished the sting. Let him hurt. Let him feel a fraction of the frustration that churned in my gut every damn day. I turned away, unable to handle his concern. My gaze found Alistair across the room, his eyes glinting with something that made my stomach flip. Dangerous, my brain screamed. But God help me, I craved that danger like air. I watched gut churning as Alistair sauntered towards us, golden pins glinting in his hand like tiny suns. Each one a promise, a ticket to culinary Valhalla, or hell. Jury was still out on that one.
These pins,
Alistair purred, his voice like honey over gravel,
are your golden ticket, darlings. 5 of you will join me at my castle in Italy for a little friendly competition.
Friendly. Right, and I was the Queen of fucking England.
The last chef standing,
He continued, eyes gleaming with unholy glee,
will have the distinct pleasure of heading the kitchen at my infamous Maleficum ball. Your dishes will grace the palates of the world's elite. Success.
He chuckled darkly.
Oh, it's practically guaranteed.
My heart beat like a caged bird desperate for freedom, or maybe just desperate for one of those goddamn pins. I hated myself for wanting it so badly, for the way my mouth went dry at the thought of that golden weight in my palm. Alistair glided to Zine first, because of fucking course he did. That pin looked right at home on Zine's pristine whites. Our eyes met, and I swear to God, Alistair winked at me. Arrogant bastard. Lucia Russo was next, her olive skin glowing with triumph. Then Kenzo Nakamura, cool as a cucumber, and twice as crisp. My nails bit into my palms, leaving crescent moons of frustration. When Alistair approached Jacob, bile rose in my throat. That preening peacock didn't deserve. The pin glinted on Jacob's lapel. I bit back a growl, tasting copper. One left. My pulse roared in my ears, drowning out everything but Alistair's lilting voice. He dragged it out, the sadistic fuck, savoring our collective agony like a fine wine.
And finally,
His eyes locked onto mine, terrifying and mesmerizing.
Camael loose.
Relief hit me like a tsunami, leaving me dizzy and nauseous. But as Alistair pinned that golden promise to my chest, his fingers lingering a heartbeat too long, disappointment soured the victory. 5th. Dead. Fucking. Last.
Scrappy little thing, aren't you?
Alistair murmured, his breath hot against my ear.
Clawing your way to the top with borrowed recipes and second-hand dreams, but there's potential there, buried beneath all that desperation.
I wanted to snarl, to spit venom in his perfect face, but the weight of that pin held me in place, mute and seething. I'd show him what I could do. I'd show them all. Italy summoned me now like a siren song of opportunity and potential ruin, and like the fool I was, I'd follow it straight into the storm. Chapter 8. The golden pin on my chest felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds as Alistair sauntered out of the dining room, leaving behind crushed dreams and bruised egos. Chef Greco's voice cut through the stunned silence, dismissing everyone to head home except the chosen 5. Her words sent a ripple through the room, students shuffling back to the kitchen like shell-shocked soldiers after a particularly brutal battle. I trailed behind, my victory feeling hollow under the weight of suspicious glares and whispered accusations. I was last among the chosen, and even that felt like more than I deserved. The kitchen's familiar chaos wrapped around me, the clatter of pots and pans a discordant symphony of disappointment and relief. Everyone busied themselves with packing up their dishes, their movements sharp with barely contained emotion. I watched Zayn wrap his arms around Zahran, her turquoise hijab trembling as she fought back tears. My gut twisted. She deserved that pin more than I did. Her sugar sculptures alone were fucking masterpieces before they were destroyed. And her flavors? Pure poetry on a plate. So why had Alistair passed her over? He had barely glanced at her dishes, like she was invisible. It didn't make sense. Unless... My hand drifted to the pin on my chest. This tiny thing suddenly felt suffocating. Everyone knows Zahran should have been chosen over a lightweight like you. Jacob's voice carried across the kitchen, dripping with venom. Must be nice, skating by on whatever it is you've got going with Maleficum. My face burned hot enough to fry an egg. The worst part? He wasn't entirely wrong. 5th place. The pity pick. The charity case. Jacob sidled closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that made my skin crawl. I opened my mouth, ready to tell him exactly where he could shove his smug attitude, but caught myself. No, I wouldn't let this jerk ruin my moment. Not even you can spoil this for me, Jacob, I said, forcing a smile that felt more like baring my teeth. I wonder how Zayn would feel, he mused, knowing his ex-boyfriend sabotaged his sister. My stomach dropped. I didn't do anything to Zahran. I was late, remember? You really think Zayn would believe you over me? Jacob's eyes glittered with malice. Maybe I should have a chat with Chef Greco. Or better yet, Alistair. I was beginning to panic, but Jacob just laughed, the sound grating on my nerves like sandpaper. But you know what? As much as I'd love to see you kicked off this little trip, I have to admit, having you there will make things so much more interesting. The fear in my gut crystallized into something harder, sharper. I knew his game now. You're not fooling anyone, I drawled. This isn't about Zahran at all, is it? You're just pissed because you're in love with Zayn. I leaned in closer, dropping my voice to a whisper. And isn't it just eating you up inside that even with us broken up, he still doesn't want you? What a shame. The laugh that burst from my lips felt genuine this time, fueled by the way Jacob's face twisted with fury. Back off, Jacob. Zayn's defense stung worse than Jacob's attack. I didn't need his protection, his pity. My hands shook as I grabbed a takeout container, plastic creaking under my white-knuckled grip. Jacob just shrugged, a smirk playing at his lips as he carefully packed away his own dish. God help me. I wanted nothing more than to shove that smug grin down his throat. But the golden pin glinted on my chest, a reminder of what I'd gained, and what I still had to lose. So I swallowed my rage, letting it settle like lead in my gut, and focused on not dropping my damn containers. Chef Greco shooed the last of the stragglers out of the kitchen, leaving just us chosen 5 behind. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead as we waited, my fellow winners looking equally shell-shocked and triumphant. Zayn's perfect posture, Lucia's fidgeting fingers, Kenzo's calm facade, and Jacob's insufferable smirk. We were quite the collection of culinary misfits. Chef Greco's congratulations felt surreal. We'd passed the course, no graduation ceremony required. My chest tightened. One less chance for my body to betray me in public, at least. She rattled off details about our upcoming Italian adventure, promising to email everything later. Next Friday, 10 a.m. sharp at the airport. The retreat would last until the end of July. My mind spun with logistics, meds, doctors, insurance. Christ, I hadn't even been out of the country before, though I had a passport in preparation for this trip. Kenzo broke through my spiral of anxiety, his voice steady and measured. I'd always admired his quiet confidence, the way he carried himself despite the stories he'd shared about his mother whisking him away from Japan to escape the prejudice against Hafu children. His dark eyes met Greco's as he asked about expenses. "Nothing," Greco replied. "You'll be flying with Alistair on his private jet." Of freaking course he had a private jet, probably gold-plated toilets too. Still, the relief of not having to scrape together airfare was almost enough to make me forget whose mercy we'd be at for the next few months. Almost. Lucia spoke up, her olive skin glowing under the harsh kitchen lights. Her long, wavy dark hair cascaded past her shoulders as she shifted excitedly, those strange golden brown eyes of hers sparkling. Even in chef's whites, her shapely figure commanded attention. "Chef Greco, I was wondering, my family's from Tuscany. Would it be possible to visit them while we're there?" "You'll need to discuss that with Mr. Maleficum," Greco replied, her tone oddly flat. "He'll be in charge of your schedules." She dismissed us with a wave that felt more like a surrender than a goodbye. Something in her demeanor set off alarm bells in my head. I caught Zane's sleeve as the others filed out. "Hey, did Greco seem off to you? Like she's sending us to our execution instead of some fancy-ass retreat?" Zane shrugged, his eyes softening. "Come on, Cam. You know how she is. Tough as nails. Maybe she's just going to miss her star pupils." "Yeah, maybe." I forced a laugh that sounded hollow even to my ears. Guess I'm being paranoid. But the unease lingered, a splinter I couldn't quite dig out. Greco's words echoed in my head. "Don't believe everything those glossy brochures promise." Chapter 9. The manicured lawns of Cedar Grove stretched out like a suburban fever dream, each house a carbon copy of perfectly maintained mediocrity. Mom's place sat among them, all pristine white siding and carefully pruned hydrangeas. The American dream sanitized and streamlined, nothing like the chaotic warmth of my childhood home. The golden pin in my pocket felt heavier with each step up the concrete path. Through the window, I caught a glimpse of movement. Mom, probably watching and waiting. Her new life on display. The door opened before I could knock. Mom stood there, shoulder-length blonde hair perfectly styled, green eyes bright with an emotion I couldn't quite read. Time had been kind to her. Or maybe it was just the absence of worry lines that came with trading up to a better model of husband. "Kamael." Her smile was genuine, even if her hug was hesitant. "You should have called ahead." "Sorry," I muttered, breathing in her familiar perfume. Something floral and expensive, nothing like the vanilla extract and cinnamon that used to cling to her clothes. "Been busy." She pulled back, studying my face with that mixture of love and disappointment I'd grown so used to. "You look tired, sweetheart. Are you eating enough?" Before I could answer, thundering footsteps announced the arrival of the half-pint brigade. Emma and Paul burst into the entryway, their faces lighting up with genuine excitement that made my chest ache. "Cam!" Emma launched herself at me, all gangly limbs and unrestrained affection. At 12, she hadn't yet learned to guard her heart. Paul hung back, suddenly shy at 10. They were good kids. They deserved better than a bitter, dying half-brother. "Hey, Squirt," I ruffled Emma's hair, managing a smile that didn't feel completely fake. "Still practicing those knife skills I showed you?" "David says I'm too young for real knives," she pouted. Of course he did. Heaven forbid any trace of culinary passion survive in this household. "Come in," Mom ushered me toward the kitchen, her tone carrying that forced brightness I knew too well. "Kids, why don't you go finish your homework?" They retreated upstairs, sensing the tension that always seemed to follow when I came here. which is why I didn't visit often. The house was exactly as I remembered. A Better Homes and Gardens spread come to life. Family photos lined the walls, a carefully curated timeline. Emma's dance recitals, Paul's soccer trophies, their school portraits prominently displayed. The few photos of Dad and me were tucked away in corners, like shameful secrets. The kitchen hit me like a punch to the gut. Gleaming stainless steel appliances stood at attention. Barely used soldiers in an army of convenience. No spice-stained counters, no well-worn cutting boards, no lingering aromas of experimental sauces. This wasn't a kitchen. It was a showroom, sterile and soulless. Mom busied herself pouring cranberry juice, her movements precise and controlled. "You should call more often, Cam. Emma asks about you all the time." "Yeah, I know." Guilt gnawed at my insides. "Listen, Mom, I've got news." I fished the golden pin from my pocket, holding it out like an offering. The afternoon sun caught it just right, making it gleam. I got chosen for Alistair Maleficum's retreat in Italy. Only 5 of us made it. Mom's face did that thing where she tried to look happy while swallowing back worry. Italy. For how long? Until the end of July. It's huge, Mom. This could make my whole career. The connections alone. An office job would be more sensible. David's voice cut through my enthusiasm like a frozen knife. He stood in the doorway, every inch the successful insurance executive in his pressed khakis and polo shirt. The picture of stability, of everything Dad wasn't. "That's not what this is about," I ground out. "No?" David's tone was maddeningly reasonable. "Because from where I stand, you're following the same self-destructive path your father—" "Don't." My voice cracked. "Don't you dare talk about him. Someone needs to say it, Kamal. Your father's obsession with cooking killed him, and you're—" "Shut up." I slammed my hand on the counter, making the glass rattle. "You know that he died of a bad heart. It didn't matter what he did. You were supposed to be his best friend, and yet you just swooped in after he died and took everything. His place, his family, his memory." David's jaw clenched, a muscle twitching beneath his clean-shaven cheek. "I took nothing. I've only tried to protect this family, including you, whether you believe it or not." "Protect?" I laughed, the sound sharp and bitter. "By erasing him?" "Stop it, both of you." Mom's voice shook. "Cam, honey, we're just worried. Your father would be proud, but he'd also want you to live. Really live, not just burn yourself out chasing his dreams." "These aren't his dreams anymore, Mom. They're mine." "It's just cooking," she pleaded. "It's not worth your life." "Just cooking? You think if I give it up, it'll somehow buy me more time?" "Newsflash, Mom. I'm going to die whether I'm flipping burgers or running a 5-star restaurant. At least this way, I'll leave something behind besides medical bills and regrets." "Kamael, please." But I was already moving, unable to bear another second in this pristine prison. I caught a glimpse of Emma at the top of the stairs, clutching the stuffed bear I'd sent her last Christmas. Her eyes were wide, hurt. Another casualty of my bitterness. The screen door slammed behind me with satisfying finality. Through the window I could see them gathering, Victoria, David, the kids, a perfect family portrait, complete, whole. Chapter 10. I dragged my sorry self to JFK, where our illustrious host, Alistair, waited with his carefully curated collection of culinary hopefuls. The other winners buzzed around him like eager bees to honey, their faces lit up with that brand of reality. TV excitement. I hung back, studying the scene, wondering if I'd made a cosmic mistake agreeing to this circus.
"I'm pleased to announce,"
Alistair's voice cut through my brooding,
"that we'll be continuing our studies at my castle in Valdorcia, Tuscany."
"A castle? Like a real castle?" Lucia squealed, clapping her hands. "We already knew we were going to a castle, Lucia." Kenzo leaned forward in his seat. "I know, it's still exciting." She rolled her eyes. "You can drop the stoic Zen act at least once to have a little fun." "When do we leave?" Jacob asked, practically bouncing in his chair. "This is going to be amazing," Zion added, grinning from ear to ear. I forced my face into what I hoped was an appreciative smile. though it probably looked more like a grimace. Still, even my jaded heart couldn't deny the poetry of it. A remote castle in Tuscany's hills, where centuries of culinary tradition seeped from the very stones. Maybe, just maybe, this wouldn't be the disaster I was convinced it would be. He escorted us to some fancy VIP lounge that led straight to the runway full of parked private jets. The lounge took my breath away, all rich mahogany paneling and buttery leather seating that probably cost more than most homes. Artwork hung casually on the walls. Crystal decanters caught the morning sunlight streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows, sending rainbow reflections dancing across polished marble countertops. I noticed the other travelers trying to be discreet with their staring, but their curiosity was obvious. A silver-haired CEO in a bespoke suit nearly spilled his espresso when Alistair swept past in his crisp, three-piece suit. A famous actress I recognized from recent movies kept peeking over her magazine, her perfectly manicured hand frozen midway to her mouth. Two tech entrepreneurs in the corner stopped their intense discussion to watch us, their laptops temporarily forgotten. I couldn't blame them. We must have made quite the sight, with Alistair's otherworldly presence leading our unlikely group. A well-dressed businessman actually got up and moved to a different seating area when we settled into the plush chairs, though he continued to watch us with poorly concealed fascination. I sat alone at the bar, watching the others from across the room as they huddled together, their laughter and animated conversations making me feel even more isolated. Their excitement was palpable, filling the space with an energy I couldn't bring myself to share. I didn't belong there, among their easy camaraderie. Then Alistair appeared, sliding into the seat next to me with that insufferable confidence of his.
"Want a drink?"
he asked, and I couldn't help but scoff. I wasn't in the mood for his attention.
"Still bitter about my teasing you,"
he pressed, a knowing smirk playing at his lips. "I'd rather eat glass than admit that," I snapped.
"Really? Because your face says otherwise."
"My face says I'm contemplating murder."
"Careful now. Threats of violence usually mean I'm winning."
"You're impossible," I said, fighting back a laugh.
"And yet here you are, failing miserably at hiding that smile."
"I hate that you can read me so well."
"No, you don't."
A laugh escaped before I could stop it. "Damn you," I muttered, catching his victorious grin. I knew I should have said no, but there was something about the way Alistair's eyes danced when he teased me that made my usual ironclad resolve crumble. He started me off with what he said was a 50-year-old Macallan that probably cost more than my monthly rent. The liquid burned sweet and smoky down my throat, leaving behind traces of oak and dried fruit that made me forget why I'd been resisting in the first place. Then came the really weird stuff. He gestured for the bartender to pour a shimmering golden spirit that looked like someone had bottled sunset itself. When he called it ambrosia, I should have rolled my eyes at the pretension. But by then, the Macallan had softened my edges. The liquid tasted like summer nights and candied violets, with an otherworldly warmth that spread from my chest to my fingertips. The room started to tilt pleasantly, and Alistair's smile seemed to leave trails of light in the air when he moved. The drinks appeared like magic. I never even saw him signal the staff, but they materialized beside us as if conjured from thin air. Maybe I was already too far gone, but their efficiency seemed eerily perfect, almost supernatural. The whole day began to take on that dreamy quality where everything feels just slightly unreal, and I found myself caring less and less about why that should worry me. He had a way of leaning in just slightly too close when he spoke, his scarlet pools holding mine a heartbeat too long. Each time I emptied a glass, another appeared, accompanied by some wickedly amusing observation that made refusing impossible. It was only later I realized he barely touched his own drinks. I could feel Zane's presence before I saw him, like some hovering mother hen checking on her wayward chick. His eyes were full of that familiar concern as he looked between me and my empty glass. "That's enough for today," he said firmly, his broad shoulders tensing as he positioned himself between me and Alistair. "Go away," I slurred, waving him off. The whiskey had melted away my usual sharp edges, leaving me feeling loose and almost giddy. "I'm having fun for once. Remember fun, Zane? That thing you used to do before you appointed yourself my personal guardian angel?" Alistair's laugh rang out, musical and strangely compelling, in a way that seemed to bypass my usual defenses. There was something about him that made me want to laugh too, even though some dim part of my mind registered that his eyes seemed to gleam with an unnatural light in the bar's dim atmosphere.
"Let him live a little, Zane,"
Alistair drawled, sliding another drink my way.
"You're wound tighter than a spring. The boy needs to decompress."
I could see Zane's jaw clenching, his protective instincts practically radiating off him in waves. The temperature around us seemed to drop several degrees as his anger built. Jacob appeared like a peacekeeper, trying to guide Zane away with gentle words and a hand on his shoulder. But Zane stood his ground, reminding me of a guard dog refusing to leave its charge. Alistair rose from his seat, with that same fluid grace that seemed just a touch too perfect to be human.
"Perhaps I should check on our pilot,"
he said with a knowing smirk that made me wonder what exactly he was finding so amusing. As he walked away, the shadows seemed to bend around him in ways that my alcohol-addled brain couldn't quite process. Then it was just the three of us, me, my self-appointed protector, and Jacob trying to keep the peace. Just another day in my increasingly weird life. "Stop worrying about me hanging out with Alistair," I told Zane. "I've never seen you like this before," Zane said, concern etched on his face. "Maybe you should take it easy." "Oh, relax," I waved him off, the whiskey making my movements looser than usual. "I'm drunk, not dying, at least not right now." Right on cue, Alistair swooped in, announcing it was time to board. Zane tried to steady me, but I shrugged away from his help. I could handle myself just fine, thank you very much. The sleek private jet gleamed under the sun, its pearl-white exterior catching every reflection. All polished chrome accents and tinted windows. The stairs, though, those damned stairs. They seemed to multiply with each step I took, swaying beneath my feet like they were made of jelly. My usual grace abandoned me as I grabbed for the railing, missing it by inches. Just as gravity decided to remind me of its existence, I felt strong arms catch me from behind. Alistair. Of course it was Alistair. His cologne filled my senses as he guided me up the rest of the way, and I found myself leaning into his support more than I'd care to admit. He helped me into one of the buttery leather seats, and I couldn't even find it in me to be properly annoyed about needing the assistance. The alcohol had stripped away my usual sharp edges, leaving me feeling almost grateful. Alistair's hands were unnaturally cold against my feverish skin. Through my drunken haze, I noticed how the other students seemed to instinctively lean away as Alistair passed, like plants bending away from frost. But the alcohol dulled any alarm I might have felt, leaving only a warm buzz of attraction and the lingering sensation of those cold fingers on my arm. As my throat burned, Alistair had some lackey fetch water, like I was some helpless infant. He practically forced it down my throat. Real gentleman, that one. Just when I thought I'd get a break from his suffocating presence, duty called, and he had to step away. But not before patronizing me with a "be good," like I was his damn pet. I saw Zane trying to claim the seat next to me. Not happening. I slapped my bag down before his ass could touch the cushion. He got the message and skulked off to the front row with this pathetic little sigh. Victory was short-lived, though. His royal pain in my ass returned, yanked my bag away, and planted himself right next to me like he owned the place. Well, actually, he kinda did. My head was swimming from the booze, but I still managed to bite out. "Don't you have somewhere else to sit?" The smug bastard just smiled at me, all self-satisfied, and said right next to me was exactly where he belonged. Wonderful. Chapter 11. I pried my eyes open as we touched down in Florence, immediately regretting the decision as daggers of sunlight stabbed through my retinas straight into my throbbing brain. The hangover was a masterpiece of suffering. My mouth tasted like something had crawled in there and died during the flight, and my skull felt like it was being squeezed in a vice. Perfect. And I mean that very sarcastically.
"We're taking cars to Tuscany,"
Alistair announced, with entirely too much enthusiasm for my current state. I'd been drifting in and out of consciousness for the past 12 hours, but somehow managed to feel worse than when we'd taken off. Each tiny movement sent waves of nausea rolling through my gut, and the cheerful voices from everyone might as well have been sledgehammers to my temples. I stumbled off the plane, Alistair's hand steadying me like I was some invalid. Great. Just great. A limo waited for us, all shiny and pretentious, with another equally pretentious town car parked nearby. My head was pounding and I just wanted to crawl into a dark hole somewhere. Alistair, playing the gracious host, told the others to pile into the limo for their grand entrance to his castle. Then, he started steering me toward his private car like I was his personal property. Zane, bless his protective heart, tried to intervene, but Jacob held him back. "You should ride with the others," Zane suggested diplomatically. He probably realized that starting a fight with the man responsible for his success or failure wasn't a good idea. I knew it was pointless. As expected, Alistair dismissed him with his typical smug attitude.
"Since I'm responsible for his current pathetic state,"
Alistair said with a self-satisfied smirk,
"I'll personally ensure he makes it to the castle in one piece."
"Thanks for bringing that up again," I thought bitterly. In the end, Alistair got his way, he always did, and helped me into his fancy car like I was some fragile piece of china. My stomach lurched, reminding me why I should never drink whatever the hell he'd given me before the flight. I nursed my hangover against the buttery leather of Alistair's town car, watching cypress trees march past like dark sentinels. My head throbbed in time with each curve of the road as we wound deeper into the Tuscan countryside, leaving Florence's terracotta rooftops behind.
"You look thoroughly miserable,"
Alistair said, his voice carrying that particular brand of aristocratic amusement that should have irritated me, but somehow didn't. "That's my natural state." I managed a weak smile. Though the wine didn't help, I wasn't in a good state of mind when I accepted those drinks.
"Romantic troubles?"
Family.
"Tell me about it."
It wasn't a question, more like a gentle command. Something in his tone made me want to answer. "Like you really want to hear about my family issues?"
"If you bored me, I wouldn't be bothered with you."
He looked like the love 'em and leave 'em type, normally the type everyone should avoid. But I actually liked the honesty. "I visited my parents' house." "Mom's house," I corrected automatically. The words tumbled out before I could stop them. "She remarried 6 months after Dad died, to his best friend of all the cosmic jokes. Now she has 2 perfect kids and a perfect new life, and my photos are already stuffed in some dusty corner, a defective son next to his defective father." My voice cracked, and I swallowed hard. "I don't know why I'm telling you this."
"Because no one else listens, do they?"
Alistair's words were soft, but struck with precision.
"You don't seem to be close to the others, and Zane seems like the type who means well but can't possibly understand anything outside of his worldview."
I stared at him, caught off guard by how accurately he'd read the situation. The vineyards outside the window gave way to wild, untamed hills.
"We're more alike than you think, Camille."
I scoffed. Right, because the heir to a castle has so much in common with a nobody from nowhere.
"You think money replaces family?"
His question hung in the air between us, heavy with implication.
"That wealth fills the empty chairs at holiday dinners?"
The words died in my throat. I'd been so busy resenting his privilege, I'd never considered the cost. "I'm sorry. That was short-sighted of me."
"Don't apologize.
His hand found mine in the space between us, warm and steady.
Just understand that some things can't be bought. Like someone who truly sees you."
The warmth of his hand seemed to spread up my arm, settling somewhere beneath my ribs. I wanted to pull away, to maintain the careful distance I'd always kept between us, but found myself frozen in place. The hangover that had been consuming my attention faded to background noise. "Is that what this is about?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. "You think you see me?" Alistair's thumb traced an absent pattern on my skin.
"I see someone who builds walls with wit and sarcasm, who pushes people away before they have a chance to leave first."
His eyes met mine, storm gray and unflinching.
"Someone who's terrified of belonging anywhere because it might be temporary."
The truth of his words felt like a physical blow. I jerked my hand away, turning to stare out the window as olive groves blurred past. "You don't know me," I said, but the protest sounded weak even to my own ears.
"Don't I?"
The leather creaked as he shifted closer.
"Tell me I'm wrong then. Tell me you haven't been sabotaging every chance at connection since your father died."
My throat tightened. That's not fair,
Life rarely is.
he replied softly.
But some risks are worth taking, Kamael.
The car began to slow, and through the windshield I caught my first glimpse of his castle, a sprawling medieval fortress perched atop a cypress-crowned hill. It should have looked imposing, but somehow it felt like a sanctuary. Or maybe that was just the man beside me, quietly dismantling every defense I'd ever built. Alistair led me through what had to be a servant's entrance, though the carved stone archway seemed too grand for that. My head throbbed as I gaped at the manicured gardens and towering spires, like some tourist with a selfie stick. Mortifying. He guided me into what had to be the most contradictory kitchen I'd ever seen. Copper pots hung from rough-hewn wooden beams while a sleek stainless steel fridge hummed in the corner. Ancient stone walls housed modern induction cooktops, and LED strips illuminated centuries-old wooden cabinets. The clash should have been jarring, but somehow it worked.
Sit!
Alistair commanded, already pulling ingredients from various nooks.
Let me sort out that hangover.
So, I perched on a carved wooden stool, watching his practiced movements. Are you going to tell me how you afford all this? Drug lord, international art thief, secretly seventh in line to the throne? He shot me that infuriating smirk.
Where would the mystery be in that?
The concoction he mixed looked toxic green and smelled worse. I'm not drinking that.
Don't trust me?
His eyes locked with mine as he took a sip, and dear God. Before I could process what was happening, he was there, pressing his lips to mine. The liquid slipped past my lips along with his tongue, and holy hell, it should have been gross, but instead it was electric. The liquid burned going down, but not like alcohol. This was different, like drinking starlight or liquid shadow. The hangover vanished, but something else remained. A heightened awareness, colors more vivid, sounds sharper. Alistair's eyes seemed to glow in the kitchen's dim light. His fingers tangled in my hair, and I could taste mint and something herbal in him. When he pulled back, I was breathless, and my brain had short-circuited. That's cheating, I managed to rasp.
Effective, though.
He murmured, still close enough that I could feel his breath on my lips.
And you didn't seem to mind.
I didn't. That was the problem. What was in that? I asked, my voice steadier than I expected. Alistair's smile was sharp.
Family recipe. Very old family recipe.
Chapter 12. He wiped my mouth with his thumb as reality slowly filtered back in, my head still spinning from whatever the hell had just happened. Alistair snapped his fingers. Actually snapped his fingers like some Victorian aristocrat. And a wavy-haired servant materialized in the doorway. The guy was dressed head to toe in black, looking like he'd stepped straight out of a Gothic novel, and hot enough to be a model. Because, of course, Alistair's staff would be unfairly attractive. I couldn't shake the feeling that he'd been hovering just outside the kitchen, probably getting an earful of my embarrassing display. Fantastic.
Hans will show you to your room.
Alistair sighed, and I couldn't stop staring at his lips. Without another word spoken, I followed Mr. Talldark and Silent through the winding corridors, the sound of the others' excited voices echoing from somewhere nearby. They were probably having a grand old time exploring their fancy new digs, but I couldn't bring myself to join their little castle tour. My nerves were still too raw, my lips still tingling from whatever that had been with Alistair. Movement caught my eye. Shadows dancing along the walls where they had no business being. I blinked hard, chalking it up to lingering effects of Alistair's family recipe. Note to self: stop accepting mysterious substances from attractive men with dubious intentions. The servant led me to what was apparently my room, and holy shit. The space was a perfect fusion of Gothic drama and elegant restraint. Soaring vaulted ceilings with delicate ribbing, tall windows with gauzy curtains that filtered the afternoon light to a dreamy haze. The walls were painted a soft sage green, my favorite color, that somehow made the dark wood furniture look both imposing and inviting. A massive 4-poster bed dominated one wall, draped in linens that probably cost more than my entire apartment. Even the goddamn light fixtures were works of art. Wrought iron sconces that cast intricate shadows across the stone walls. Will I be staying here alone? I asked, trying not to sound as overwhelmed as I felt. Of course, sir. All students have private quarters, the servant replied smoothly. Your luggage will be brought up shortly. I managed a week, thanks, still trying to process that this wasn't some elaborate hallucination. A tinny bell chimed through hidden speakers, followed by Alistair's silky voice announcing we should all gather in the dining room. I couldn't help but laugh. Intercoms in a fancy castle? Talk about your anachronisms. Something amusing, sir? The servant asked, his face a perfect mask of polite interest. Just appreciating the epic clash of old and new, I replied. I shall escort you to the dining room. Lead on, Lurch. He gave me a look that suggested he was reconsidering his career choices, but gestured for me to follow him through the labyrinthine corridors. The dining room was exactly what you'd expect from a guy who probably had "dramatic bastard" printed on his business cards, soaring ceilings, gleaming dark wood, and enough Gothic architectural details to make Victor Hugo weep. My fellow contestants were already settling in, looking like extras in some period drama about spoiled aristocrats. Lucia practically vibrated with excitement, chattering about wanting to invite her family to see this absolutely amazing place. Kenzo maintained his usual Zen master composure, but even he couldn't hide his appreciation for the room's grandeur. His dark eyes traced the elaborate cornices with quiet reverence. Jacob and Zane strolled in together, thick as thieves. My stomach clenched at the sight, but I forced myself to focus on claiming a seat across from them. No way was I giving them the satisfaction of seeing me rattled. Alistair swept in like he was making his entrance at the fucking opera, commanding attention without saying a word.
Welcome, my dear competitors,
he purred, and I swear the sun itself dimmed just to make him look more dramatic.
Today and this weekend are yours to explore and settle in, but come Monday,
his eyes glittered.
The real work begins.
He laid out the competition, 21 days, 10 courses. It sounded brutal, but he assured us we'd have plenty of breaks between challenges. Then came the kicker.
I want to see originality,
he announced, his gaze settling on me with pointed emphasis.
Your own unique vision and style.
The dig wasn't subtle. My cheeks burned, but I kept my expression neutral. Thankfully, there was nothing else we needed to do but explore and take it easy. I wandered the castle's endless corridors, my head still spinning from the whirlwind of the day. The others' voices drifted from what I assumed was some fancy-ass living room. Their laughter and excited chatter, a reminder of just how much I didn't belong. Let them have their little social hour. I had better things to do, like getting hopelessly lost in this architectural fever dream. My aimless wandering led me to a room that looked like someone had raided the Met and decorated with whatever they could grab. Ornate gold frames housed oil paintings that probably cost a fortune, their subject staring down with that particular brand of aristocratic disdain that aristocrats seem to perfect. Display cases lined the walls, filled with artifacts that would make museum curators weep with envy. But it was the dagger that caught my eye. The thing was beautiful in a way that made my chest ache. All sweeping curves and wicked edges, its blade darker than night. The hilt was studded with blood-red jewels that seemed to pulse with their own inner light, like they held actual liquid instead of cut stone. As I drew closer, a strange vibration hummed through my bones, like the damn thing was singing to me.
Admiring my prized possession.
I nearly jumped out of my skin. Alistair's voice, smooth as aged whiskey, came from right behind me. The bastard had materialized like a ghost, and his laugh at my reaction did nothing to slow my racing heart.
3rd century,
he continued, moving closer.
A remarkable piece of demonic craftsmanship.
I snorted. Right, because demons are totally real.
What if I told you I was one?
His breath ghosted across my neck, sending shivers down my spine. I'd actually believe that, I laughed. But it came out shakier than I'd intended. The air felt thick, charged with something I couldn't name.
Your name,
he murmured.
Kamael. Did you know it's angelic? Those named after angels carry a fragment of their spirit.
His fingers traced along my arm, leaving trails of fire in their wake.
Demons find that irresistible. We can't help but want to corrupt such pure energy.
That's ridiculous, I managed, though my mouth had gone dry. My parents probably just liked how it sounded. I don't even believe in all that religious stuff.
Belief has nothing to do with it.
His voice dropped lower, and suddenly he was too close, bringing with him memories of that kiss in the kitchen that made my body react in ways that were entirely inappropriate for a museum-worthy room. Heat flooded my face as certain parts of my anatomy made their interest known. I stepped back, nearly tripping over my own feet in my haste to put some distance between us. "I should go," I stammered, practically sprinting for the door. "Jet lag, you know?" His knowing chuckle followed me down the hall, along with the memory of those blood-red jewels pulsing like a heartbeat in the dark. The next morning, I woke up wondering how I'd even managed to fall asleep. Alistair's words about demons corrupting pure energy echoed in my head, and I couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Nothing pure left to corrupt here," I muttered to the empty room. "Already evil to the core." My mind wandered to Zoran's shattered sugar sculpture, the culmination of my greatest sin. But it wasn't just that. Throughout the class, I'd been a sneaking little bastard. Switching seasoning bottles when no one was looking, hiding key ingredients at crucial moments. Small acts of sabotage that added up to a legacy of petty cruelty. I checked the time. It was the next morning and a free day. What the heck should I do? Laughter drifted through my window, bright and carefree. I dragged myself out of bed to investigate. And there they all were. My fellow contestants, looking like they'd stepped out of some Italian tourism ad. The morning sun painted everything in honey gold light, making the rolling Tuscan hills look like something out of a Renaissance painting. I cleaned up and followed the sound of their voices, which led me to quite possibly the most picturesque stable I'd ever seen. The structure was all weathered stone and ancient timber, with morning glories climbing the walls and swallows darting in and out of the rafters. The air was thick with the sweet scent of hay and leather, mingled with the earthy smell of horses. It was exactly the kind of place that would make Instagram influencers wet themselves with joy. Some of Alistair's impossibly attractive servants were teaching the others how to ride, all perfect posture and patient instruction. But before I could even think about joining in, Zane just had to open his big mouth. "He has a heart condition," he blurted out to the nearest servant. "It might not be safe." Then it would be for the best to not join us." A servant bowed apologetically. "Shut the hell up!" I snapped at Zane, my voice echoing off the stable walls. "Stay out of my fucking business." Zane's face hardened. "I won't argue with you." The servant said, "No, it's done." He turned back to the horses, and after a moment of awkward silence, everyone else resumed their excited chatter about riding. I stood there like an idiot, watching them share this experience I couldn't be part of. The morning suddenly felt a lot less golden, and I'd never felt more alone. I ran back into the castle, vision blurred with angry tears, and found myself in what had to be the ballroom. The space was breathtaking. Soaring frescoed ceilings depicting scenes from classical mythology, massive crystal chandeliers that scattered light like fallen stars. Gilt mirrors lined the walls between tall windows, making the room seem endless. The parquet floor gleamed like honey, intricate patterns laid by craftsmen centuries dead. Heavy velvet curtains in deep crimson pooled at the base of each window like spilled wine. Alistair stood in the center of it all, his voice echoing off the ornate walls as he recited what sounded like classical verse. When he spotted me, his eyes lit up with that predatory gleam I was starting to know too well. He turned to face me fully, his voice taking on a darker timbre as he continued his recitation.
"Think not yourself a fragile bloom, my dear, for in your eyes I see death's own reflection. You are beauty carved from marble, strength forged in night's embrace. Let them fear your thorns, for you are no gentle rose. You are the midnight flower that blooms in shadow's grace."
I wiped at my eyes, oddly moved despite myself. That was, intense. What play is that from?
"An old favorite,"
he replied with that cryptic smile of his.
"Though I may have improvised a bit."
His eyes softened as he took in my tear-stained face.
"I hope you find what you seek here, Camille."
I couldn't help but laugh, though it came out bitter. Being across the world was supposed to be different, you know? But here I am, still the invalid who can't even ride a damn horse.
Nonsense!
Alistair declared, grabbing my hand. His grip was firm, grounding.
Come with me.
He led me back to the stables. The others had already left, their happy voices fading into the distance. The morning air was thick with the scent of hay and leather, and something else, possibility maybe, or just really expensive horse feed. I turned to leave, but Alistair's voice stopped me.
Pick a horse, Camille.
He gestured to the remaining mounts, 4 magnificent beasts that made my heart skip a beat, and not just from my faulty valve.
This is Belial,
he said, indicating a white-spotted stallion. Something in those dark eyes called to me, a kindred spirit perhaps.
The name means worthless, or may he not return.
My kind of horse.
And this beauty?
Alistair stroked the neck of a black stallion, with unsettling reddish-brown eyes that seemed to glow redder by the second.
Is Malphas, my personal mount, of course.
Why Malphas? I asked, trying not to stare at those eerie eyes.
A mighty demon who builds houses and high towers,
Alistair replied with that infuriating smirk.
Rather fitting, don't you think?
He introduced the others, Vasigo, who
knows of things past and to come,
and Marcosius, who
appears as a magnificent wolf.
Because apparently normal horse names like Spot or Thunder weren't dramatic enough for his tastes. I found myself drawn to Belial. Maybe it was the name. Being called worthless had a certain bitter appeal. Or maybe I just liked his spotted coat, a chaos of black and white that reminded me of my own messy existence. Alistair snapped his fingers and called for a servant named Hans. The same haughty servant who escorted me to my room approached from the shadows. The servant's strong hands guided me onto Belial's back with practiced ease, though I'm pretty sure I heard him mutter something under his breath in German, probably questioning his life choices again. Alistair mounted Malphas with fluid grace, making it look effortless. Show off. He guided me through the basics, how to hold the reins, how to sit, how to signal the horse to move. Soon we were trotting around the castle grounds, the morning air crisp in my lungs. Then Alistair kicked Malphas into a gallop, and something wild awoke in my chest. Belial responded to my uncertain commands, matching pace with his darker companion. The thunder of hooves filled my ears as we raced across the countryside, wind whipping through my hair. My heart hammered against my ribs, a desperate rhythm of exertion and pure joy. Each breath burned, but I didn't care. For once I felt alive, truly, completely alive. Dark clouds gathered overhead, but they only added to the drama of the moment. Alistair urged Malphas faster, and I followed, pushing Belial to keep up. My chest screamed in protest, but the rush of speed and freedom was worth every stabbing pain. Let my heart give out right here. At least I died doing something magnificent. The wind carried Alistair's laughter back to me, wild and infectious. Despite myself, I found myself laughing too, a sound of pure joy I barely recognized as my own. The thunder of hooves, the wind in our faces, the growing darkness as clouds gathered all accumulated into an experience like none other. Zane's voice carried on the wind behind us, yelling at me to slow down, but I was done listening to his constant worrying. The thunder of hooves and rush of wind drowned out his protests as Alistair and I raced across the countryside.
Faster!
Alistair called out, his voice electric with excitement.
Show me what you're made of, little chef!
The morning air stung my face as I urged my mount forward, chasing after Alistair's sleek black stallion. My heart hammered against my ribs, but for once the pain felt like freedom instead of a curse. Up ahead, a small stream cut through the pastoral landscape. Alistair's horse cleared it in one graceful leap, making it look effortless. I followed his lead, leaning forward in the saddle as we approached the jump. Time seemed to slow. I felt the horse gather beneath me, muscles bunching for the leap. But something went wrong. The takeoff was awkward, unbalanced. The world tilted sideways as we fell, and I tumbled from the saddle like a sack of potatoes. Alistair was there in an instant, helping me to my feet, but my eyes were fixed on my fallen mount. The horse thrashed on the ground, its leg bent at an angle that made my stomach lurch. I rushed to the animal's side, my throat tight with guilt. This magnificent creature, who'd given me a taste of freedom I hadn't felt in years, now lay broken because of my recklessness.
Such a shame.
Alistair mused, his voice oddly detached.
But that's what happens to broken things. They break others.
The casual cruelty in his words hit me harder than the fall had. I stared at him, seeing something cold and alien beneath that perfect facade. For the first time since meeting him, I felt truly afraid. Alistair pulled out a gun, the metal gleaming dully in the tree's shadows. My breath caught. What are you going to do? He pressed the weapon into my trembling hands, his touch ice cold as he helped me aim at the horse's head. The poor beast lay there, eyes wild with pain, leg twisted at an impossible angle. Please, I begged, my voice cracking. We can fix him. There has to be a way.
Sometimes,
Alistair whispered, his breath like frost against my ear.
Mercy wears the face of cruelty. You understand this better than most, don't you? You who dance with death daily.
I heard Zane's voice calling my name, getting closer. The others weren't far behind. My hands shook harder.
The outside world matters not,
Alistair murmured, his fingers steady over mine on the trigger. Terror and grief warred in my chest as I let him guide my hand. The gun's report was deafening. The horse's suffering ended in an instant, but mine was just beginning. I collapsed beside the fallen animal, tears burning hot trails down my cheeks. I'm sorry, I choked out, running my fingers through its still warm mane. God, I'm so fucking sorry. Alistair melted away into the shadows as Zane rushed to me, one look at my tear-streaked face, the gun, the horse, and he understood. He wrapped his arms around me, letting me sob against his chest like we were still together, like I hadn't pushed him away months ago. For once, I didn't fight the comfort. Some wounds run too deep to bear alone. Chapter 13. I tossed and turned in my cotton-sheeted prison, sleep dancing just out of reach like a cruel mistress. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the horse, Belial, lying there broken because of my stupid need to prove something. The thunder of gunfire echoed in my skull, mixing with Alistair's velvet voice whispering about mercy wearing cruelty's face. What kind of sick bastard makes someone shoot their own horse? And what kind of even sicker bastard actually does it? Me, apparently. Add that to my growing list of sins, right under sabotaging fellow students and breaking Zane's heart. I was really building quite the resume of awful. The worst part? I couldn't shake the feeling that Alistair had orchestrated the whole thing. Like he'd known exactly how it would play out. My desperate grab for freedom, the fall, the gun in my quivering hands. A perfectly choreographed dance of destruction with me as his willing puppet. Or maybe that was me looking for someone to blame. The moonlight streaming through my window felt cold, accusatory. Even the fancy-ass Italian sheets couldn't warm the chill that had settled in my bones. Every shadow held his form. Every whisper of wind carried his laughter. I was so monumentally fucked. I stared in awe as Alistair stood naked beneath the blood-soaked tree where Belial's corpse lay stiff and lifeless. His body was a masterpiece of strength and sensuality, but as I watched, he began to change. Thick, dark fur sprouted around his waist, spreading down his legs as they twisted and transformed into something bestial, ending in glossy black hooves. Yet his torso remained gloriously human, a bridge between worlds that should have been horrifying, but instead left me breathless. Curved horns burst through his two-toned hair, blood trailing down the sides of his face like macabre tears. The sight should have sent me running, but he wore his demonic form with such amused grace that I couldn't look away. He was beautiful in the way that lightning is beautiful, deadly, primal, and utterly captivating. Belial's body appeared at his feet, and I watched, transfixed, as Alistair's clawed hands tore through flesh and bone like wet paper. Steam rose from the cavity as he reached in and pulled out the massive heart, still impossibly beating in his grip. He turned to me, blood-slicked and triumphant, offering nature's darkest gift. I moved toward him like a moth to flame, drawn by some force deeper than desire. His fangs flashed as he tore into the heart, blood running down his chin. Without hesitation, I joined him, my dull human teeth working against the tough muscle. The blood was hot and metallic on my tongue, vital and electric. Together we feasted, communion in carnage, devouring life itself beneath the indifferent moon. I finished the last bite of the heart, feeling my stomach swell, bloated with the strange meal. Alistair's hand cupped my cheek, his thumb brushing away a smear of blood from my lips. Before I could utter a word, he leaned in, capturing my mouth in a searing primal kiss that tasted of copper. There were no questions of relationships or faulty hearts, no echoes of the civilized world we'd left behind, just raw, unadulterated lust. His fangs grazed my lips, drawing beads of blood that he lapped up with a hungry groan. I gasped as he pulled back, his eyes burning into mine with an intensity that stole my breath. He gathered me in his arms, lowering us both to the cool, damp earth. The scent of blood and something darker, more primal, filled the air as he bit down on my nipple, sending a jolt of pleasure pain coursing through my veins. He carefully slid my body into the horse's open cavity, the warmth of its blood enveloping me like a gory embrace. The insides were a chaotic landscape of red and pink, slick with fluids that should have repulsed me, but instead ignited a twisted fascination. Alistair had ripped out the organs with a brutal efficiency, making room for us within the carcass. The smell was overpowering, metallic and earthy, the essence of life and death intertwined. I could sense Belial's life force still present, a faint pulse thrumming beneath the surface. There was no pain, just a quiet acceptance that seemed to echo my own surrender. I realized then that I was naked, though I couldn't recall shedding my clothes. Maybe I'd always been this bare, this vulnerable. Chapter 14. I woke up drenched in sweat. When the hell did I fall asleep? The dream clung to me with sticky fingers, so goddamn real that I actually threw back the sheets, half expecting to find myself swimming in gore. My jaw ached like I'd been chewing leather, and my teeth felt about ready to revolt. Even my waist throbbed, and when I yanked down my pajama bottoms, because apparently I'm a masochist, there they were. Little crescent marks where Alistair's fingers had dug in. Dream fingers. Right. Even my ass hurt, which was just fantastic. I tried convincing myself it was just a dream, that age-old lie we tell ourselves when reality gets too weird to handle. Maybe my body was just playing along with my screwed-up imagination, turning phantom pain into something real. Yeah, right. Desperate for some sanity, I dragged myself out of bed and pulled back the curtains, stepping onto the balcony. The morning air wrapped around me like a warm embrace, and I had to admit, the view was breathtaking. Paradise with a side of existential dread. Just how I like my mornings. A knock at the door interrupted my philosophical musings. Hans, Alistair's obscenely handsome manservant, stood there looking like he'd stepped out of GQ for butlers. He informed me, in that perfectly polished way of his, that I needed to join the other students downstairs in the dining room. I nodded, already dreading whatever fresh hell awaited me. Another day in paradise, right? I dragged myself downstairs to meet the others, and Zane, ever the concerned friend, asked if I was okay after that whole mess with the horse. Apparently my self-imposed exile yesterday had him worried. I fed him the usual lies, plastered on a smile that felt like cracking glass, and told him not to worry, as if that ever worked. Alistair swept into the dining room like he was making a grand entrance in some theatrical production, announcing that our little culinary circus had officially begun. He went on about themes and styles, dangling the thread of a surprise theme over our heads while simultaneously preaching about letting our personalities shine through. A mingling of themes, he called it. How poetic.
So tell me,
he prompted with that insufferable showman's flair.
What is the core theme of your dishes?
I watched as my fellow contestants paraded their themes like peacocks showing off their plumage. Kenzo, Lucia, Jacob, and Zayn, each of them presenting their carefully crafted concepts with such earnest enthusiasm. When my turn came, I didn't bother with flowery explanations or elaborate justifications. Death, I said simply, tasting the word like bitter chocolate on my tongue. I could see the spark of intrigue ignite in Alistair's eyes. Of course he'd be fascinated by that. Nothing sells quite like darkness wrapped in a gourmet package. Alistair led us into what had to be the most ostentatious kitchen I'd ever laid eyes on. The place was a bizarre marriage of old-world grandeur and modern culinary excess, all vaulted stone ceilings and gleaming chrome countertops that stretched for days. I couldn't help but smirk at the rows of copper pots hanging like some perverted medieval armory, catching the light that filtered through centuries-old windows. The whole setup screamed more money than sense, but I had to admit there was something almost sacred about it, like some temple where master chefs came to worship at the altar of gastronomy. Every surface sparkled with that particular shine that only comes from obsessive cleaning and too much free time. The kind of kitchen that made my own cramped cooking space look like a child's playset. I watched as Alistair rolled up his sleeves with theatrical flair, snapping his fingers like some pompous conductor. The servants, ever obedient, wheeled in what looked like half a butcher shop's worth of meat. Then came the grand announcement, delivered with all the subtlety of a circus ringmaster.
"We must thank our guest here for providing today's star ingredient,"
the host declared, gesturing toward me. I stood there like an idiot, not quite connecting the dots until the horrific realization hit me like a punch to the gut. "Is this horse meat?" I whispered. Alistair's smug smile widened.
"Indeed it is. Quite healthy and freshly butchered, right here on the property. We don't let anything go to waste."
I stared at the cart of meat, knowing I was looking at Belial's meat, my own handiwork, served up on a silver platter. I wanted to be sick, wanted to rage, but what was the point? Death follows me like a faithful shadow, doesn't it? How perfectly fitting that my first culinary creation would come from a life I'd personally snuffed out. The universe has a sick sense of humor sometimes. Or better yet, this was Alistair's sick sense of humor. Then Alistair, not content with the psychological warfare already unleashed, placed a wrapped package atop the mountain of meat. I swear to whatever gods might be listening, the damn thing was pulsing like a beating heart. Though that had to be my mind playing tricks on me. Had to be. With the same insufferable showmanship, Alistair clapped his hands together and announced,
"My dear contestants, I shall grant you precisely 3 hours to prepare your culinary masterpieces. When the time is up, you will present them in the dining room for judgment."
The timer started, and I watched as everyone crept toward the meat like frightened mice. I approached the display with all the enthusiasm of a pallbearer, finally forcing myself to grab a portion. Then I saw it. That mysterious package everyone else had avoided. Something pulled me toward it, like it had my name written all over it in invisible ink. Back at my station, I unwrapped the shredded pieces of what could only be a heart. The same damn heart I'd been eating in my dreams. This couldn't be real. Alistair had to be fucking with me, but how could he possibly know about those nightmares? "Kamael, you doing okay?" Zine whispered from his station nearby. "I'm fine." Fear was a luxury I couldn't afford. Not when there was still a show to put on. I contemplated what hellish creation I could conjure from horse meat, something that would embrace my decidedly morbid theme. The idea came like a whisper from the grave. Black resurrection. A middle finger to death itself. I'd serve the horse meat barely kissed by heat, letting it bleed onto a bed of squid ink risotto as black as midnight. The raw heart pieces would be the crowning glory, surrounded by black edible flowers like mourners at a funeral. A blood-red wine reduction would weep across the plate, while charred vegetables would stand like wilted bouquets left too long at a headstone. All of this darkness would be staged on black slate, with crimson accents like fresh wounds in the night. Each slice of the knife felt intimate, personal. This wasn't just meat. This was consequence, responsibility, death made tangible. My hands moved with practiced precision, but my mind was elsewhere, remembering the weight of the gun, the terror in the horse's eyes, the final thunder of the shot. I arranged the black risotto in a perfect circle on the slate plate, like a moon in an endless night. The horse meat, sliced paper thin and barely cooked, fanned out across the surface like petals of some otherworldly flower. The sauce, dark as sin but gleaming with promise, pooled around the edges. Each charred vegetable I placed with surgical precision, creating a garden of darkness. The edible flowers and silver leaf caught the light, suggesting stars in a midnight sky. The raw heart was sliced thinly and spread delicately like a crimson crown. Chapter 15. 3 hours into my culinary descent into madness, Alistair materialized at my station like some gothic food critic from hell. He watched me work, a predatory smile playing at his lips.
How does it feel?
He asked, his voice dripping honey-sweet poison.
Creating art from something you killed with your own hands.
I kept my eyes on the plate, refusing to meet his gaze. The truth was, I did feel a connection to this meat. Every slice, every arrangement felt intimate in a way that made my skin crawl, like I was crafting a requiem. It feels like Tuesday, I muttered, though we both knew I was lying through my teeth. Before Alistair could respond, Zane stood by my side like my personal guardian angel. "Is everything okay over here?" he asked, positioning himself between us like some kind of human shield. I fought the urge to roll my eyes. "For fuck's sake, Zane, yes, I appreciate you being there when I had my mental breakdown over, well, you know. But I'm fine now, and not every conversation with Alistair is going to shatter my delicate psyche." Alistair slipped away with that smirk of his, leaving me to deal with Zane's wounded puppy expression. Christ, when did my life become such a soap opera? "Have you looked at yourself lately? Since we got here, you're different. Your eyes are fever bright. Your skin's almost translucent. And you're not taking your heart medication. Don't think I haven't noticed. Please go focus on your own food. The Kamel I know would never have shot that horse. You're becoming reckless, cruel even. It's like you're trying to prove something to Alistair, no matter the cost." "It's not like Alistair forced me to kill the horse." "Yeah, sure," Zane said, but I could tell by the way his jaw tightened that he wasn't convinced. "But there's just something about Alistair that doesn't sit right with me. The way he watches you. It's like a hawk eyeing its next meal." I rolled my eyes, though a shiver ran down my spine at the accuracy of that comparison. Pretty sure he watches everyone like that. It's probably some rich guy power trip thing. "No," Zane insisted, his voice dropping lower. "It's different with you. And have you noticed there's barely any staff around for such a huge place? Just these few servants who never seem to eat or rest. I swear I saw Hans standing in the exact same spot yesterday morning and late last night, like he hadn't moved for hours." "Maybe they're just really dedicated to their jobs," I said, trying to ignore the way my stomach twisted at his words. Because yeah, I'd noticed too. The handful of impossibly attractive servants who materialized from shadows and disappeared just as quickly. Their movements too graceful, too precise to be entirely human. But acknowledging that meant confronting other things I'd rather not think about, like blood-soaked dreams and mysterious bruises that shouldn't exist. "So you follow the servants around?" I laughed. "When they are strange, yeah. Also, have you noticed how the mirrors in this place don't quite reflect right? Sometimes I swear I see something else in them." He looked around, his eyes following Alistair around the kitchen. "Mom always told me to trust my gut, and my gut's screaming that something's wrong here. We should have a meeting tonight with everyone, discuss our options." "No fucking way," I cut him off, carefully positioning a black flower. "I'm not having any meeting about leaving. We just got here. Be reasonable, Cam." "I am being reasonable." I set down my tweezers with more force than necessary. "You've got your whole life ahead of you, Zane. Decades to build your career, chase your dreams, whatever. Me?" I gestured at my chest with bitter humor. "I'm working with a much tighter deadline. This is my shot. Maybe my only shot. So no, I won't be reasonable. I can't afford to be." The truth hung between us like a blade, sharp and unforgiving. Zane opened his mouth to argue, but I'd already turned back to my plate. "Look, I know we're not together anymore, but I still care about you. This isn't just jealousy talking. Something is wrong here. Alistair isn't just some eccentric rich guy, he's dangerous." Not listening. I carried my plate into the dining room like a funeral offering, joining the others as we lined up before Alistair's throne-like chair. The bastard sure knew how to milk the drama, making us wait as he sampled each dish with theatrical precision. His comments cut deep, praising technical skill, while pointing out every minor flaw with surgical accuracy. Finally, it was my turn. I set my black resurrection before him. The slate played a window into my own private hell. Alistair's eyes lit up as he took in the presentation, the bleeding meat on its bed of midnight risotto, the raw heart crowned with black flowers, the blood-red sauce weeping across the darkness. A smile played at his lips, sharp and knowing, like he could taste my guilt before he even lifted his fork. He took that first bite with almost obscene pleasure, letting the flavors roll across his tongue. His eyes drifted closed, and for a moment, the room held its breath. When those unsettling eyes opened again, they fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin prickle. His fork moved with deliberate slowness, almost sensually.
"Ah,"
he breathed.
"You understand now, don't you? The intimacy of it all, death, creation, consumption, they're all part of the same dance. Have you tasted your own creation?"
Alistair asked, his eyes gleaming. I shook my head, stomach churning at the thought. "No, I haven't."
"Then do so. Now."
His voice held that silky command that brooked no argument. Forcing down my revulsion, I lifted the fork to my mouth. The moment the meat touched my tongue, something shifted. The flavors exploded across my palate, tender flesh yielding to the bite, perfectly seasoned and kissed by heat just enough to bring out its natural sweetness. The risotto provided a velvety backdrop, each grain distinct yet creamy, while the sauce added depth and complexity that made my taste buds sing. Against my will, I closed my eyes, savoring the interplay of textures and tastes. It was fucking magnificent, and that knowledge twisted in my gut like a knife. I'd created something beautiful from an act of cruelty, transformed death into sustenance. The poetry of it was as undeniable as it was disturbing. Chapter 16. I was unpacking my clothes when I heard a knock at my door. Zain's familiar face greeted me, his eyes sweeping across my room with poorly concealed awe. "Damn, your room is the nicest one I've seen so far," he said, taking in the vaulted ceilings and antique furniture. I shrugged, not knowing what to say since I hadn't bothered checking out anyone else's accommodations. I was too busy wrestling with my own demons to play interior design critic. "Meetings in Kenzo's room," Zain said, hovering in my doorway like an anxious mother hen. "You coming?" I wanted to tell him to fuck off, but knowing them, they'd just spend the whole time dissecting my questionable life choices anyway. Might as well be there to defend my dubious honor. When we got to Kenzo's room, the difference was noticeable. Don't get me wrong, it was nice enough. All clean lines, with its simple wooden furniture and cream-colored walls. But compared to my gothic fantasy suite, this place looked like a luxury hotel room that hadn't quite gotten the luxury memo. Lucia perched by the window like some Renaissance painting come to life, while Jacob sprawled in a chair with his usual air of entitled nonchalance. Kenzo sat on a brown chest at the foot of his bed, emanating that calm composure that made me want to ruffle his perfectly ordered world. "Let's get started," Zain announced, all business. Well, look who decided to grace us with his presence," Jacob drawled, eyeing me like I was something stuck to his shoe. "Like I told Zain, I'm not leaving," I shot back. "But hey, if the rest of you want to bail, that just makes my path to victory shorter. I'm nothing if not efficient." Kenzo's laugh rang out deep and rich. I couldn't tell if he was laughing at me or with me, but at least someone was finding this circus entertaining. Jacob's face twisted into that particular sneer he'd perfected. "You're not worthy of winning, and wouldn't have won anyway. But I guess a win by default would be better than what you had to do to get here." He wouldn't dare. Not here, not now. But Jacob's eyes glittered with malicious intent, and suddenly my mouth was dry as dust. "I don't know what the hell you're talking about," I managed, hoping my voice didn't betray the growing panic threatening to take over. I worked my ass off like everyone else. Hell, I literally passed out from pushing myself too hard. "Enough!" Zain stepped between us, ever the peacekeeper. "This isn't helping," Kenzo sighed, his calm voice a balm to my frayed nerves. "Jacob, if you have something to say, say it." But Jacob just smirked, content to let his vague accusation hang in the air like poison gas. Meanwhile, Zane launched into his concerns about the castle's oddities and Alistair's everything. I settled into a corner of Kenzo's room, watching the others debate our fates like it was some kind of intervention. Lucia, bless her naive heart, piped up, "I know Emberhearth seemed strange at first, but it turned out to be the best school I've attended." "That's not the point," Kenzo said quietly. "Has anyone noticed there's virtually no information about previous winners outside of what we learned at school? No success stories, no testimonials." "What exactly are you suggesting?" Jacob leaned forward. My stomach churned as Chef Greco's warning echoed in my head. Don't believe everything those glossy brochures promise. Yeah, no shit. But what exactly were we supposed to not believe? I listened as Kenzo voiced what had been nagging at the back of my mind. Have any of you noticed there's no evidence of success from this place? Sure, there are some restaurants founded by the winner who attends the summer retreat, but nothing about the others who were supposedly the top of the class too. Where are the success stories outside of what the school tells us? Just this mysterious ball we're supposed to cook for. And what about Alistair himself? Zane added. The school's been around for decades, but he looks our age. How is that possible? Lucia nodded, twirling a strand of dark hair around her finger. That threw me off too. All the bios say he founded the school, but he can't be more than 20 or something. It doesn't add up. Maybe he inherited it, I suggested, though the words felt hollow even as I spoke them. Or maybe he's just got really good genes and an expensive skincare routine. Or maybe, Jacob drawled, there's something more sinister going on here. His eyes locked onto mine, and I could see the threat lurking there. The bastard was enjoying this, watching me squirm. The light cast strange shadows on the walls, making the room feel smaller, more confining. For a moment, I could have sworn I saw something move in the corner of my eye, a darkness deeper than shadow, writhing just out of sight. But when I turned to look, there was nothing there. I rubbed my chest absently, feeling my heart's unsteady rhythm beneath my ribs. The familiar ache was there, but somehow different, sharper, more insistent, like it was trying to tell me something I didn't want to hear. I sat there, feeling agitated but couldn't pinpoint why. So are you all leaving or what? I asked, trying to keep the edge out of my voice. Jacob scoffed, crossing his arms. No way in hell I'm leaving. I couldn't stomach you getting even a default win. And most of this sounds like the start of some cheap ghost story. Alistair's just a dramatic rich boy who inherited everything he has. Emberhearth was obviously around before him. He probably just bought it out and rewrote the history books. Lucia nodded eagerly, her dark curls bouncing. I agree, I'm staying too. As am I, Kenzo added with his usual Zen master calm. Zane ran a hand through his hair, sighing. I'll stay. So we had this meeting for absolutely nothing? I laughed bitterly. All this cloak and dagger bullshit, and we were right back where we started. Though I had to admit, a tiny part of me was relieved they were staying. Not that I'd ever tell them that. Zane gave me that look. You know, the one that says I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. God, I hated that look. Don't be this way, he said softly. It's good that we're touching base. This opens the door for anyone who doesn't feel right to call a meeting to talk about it. This isn't just some contest. I almost laughed. Not just some contest? This was everything. My one shot at leaving a mark before my traitorous heart gave out. But before I could voice that particular bit of bitterness, Jacob just had to open his mouth. Don't waste your breath on him, Zane, Jacob drawled, his voice dripping with condescension. You'll realize soon enough that caring about Kumail was a waste of your time. The knowing glint in his eyes made my stomach turn. He knew something, or thought he did, and that was dangerous enough. I turned and walked out, not trusting myself to speak. Let them have their little paranoid powwow. I had bigger things to worry about than their collective anxiety over some weird shadows and servants who stood too still. Like surviving long enough to win this thing, for starters. My footsteps echoed off the stone walls as I retreated, leaving their concerned whispers behind. Let them think what they wanted. I was done explaining myself. Chapter 17. I trudged back to my room after that waste of time they called a meeting, my mind refusing to focus on anything but Alistair. Christ, I was obsessing over him more than the actual competition. The fact that he hadn't even bothered to announce a winner gnawed at me, though the way his eyes had lit up when he tasted my dish told me all I needed to know. Or at least, that's what I desperately wanted to believe. I paced my bedroom, trying to figure out how this whole circus was supposed to work. Would he keep sampling our dishes, building some elaborate scorecard in that enigmatic head of his? Or was this just another way to torture us, keeping us dancing on strings until the very end? Knowing Alistair, probably the latter. The bastard did have a flair for the dramatic. Lying on my ridiculously ornate bed, I stared up at the carved ceiling and wondered when exactly I'd started caring more about impressing our host than winning this damn competition, and why that thought didn't bother me as much as it should have. I couldn't sleep after that weird meeting, my mind racing with thoughts of Alistair and his cryptic smiles. The maze garden beckoned, promising solitude among its pruned hedges and marble statues. The evening air was thick with the scent of jasmine and something darker, earthier. Of course, Jacob had to ruin even that small piece. He emerged from behind a hedge like some bargain bin horror movie villain, his face twisted into that perpetual sneer. Isn't it sweet how worried Zane is about you? Fuck off, Jacob, I'm not in the mood. I turned to leave, but his next words stopped me cold. You don't belong here, you know that. His voice dripped with false concern. I mean, sabotaging other students' dishes back in NYC, that's pretty low, even for you. I spun around, heart hammering. What the hell are you talking about? Oh, please. He laughed, the sound grating on my nerves. I thought it would be hilarious watching you fail here, but instead you're climbing the ladder the old-fashioned way, on your back for Alistair. I'm not fucking anyone. The words came out sharper than I intended. And you're full of shit about the sabotage. You don't know anything. Really? His smile widened predatory. I'm sick of your holier-than-thou attitude, acting like you earned your spot here when we both know the truth. I stepped closer, getting sick of his shit. I'm sick and tired of dealing with your bullshit, Jacob. Either put up or shut up. Jacob held up his phone, its screen glowing like a malevolent beacon in the gathering dusk. Take a look at your handiwork, Kamael. My blood ran cold as I watched myself on that tiny screen, my movements furtive and precise as I systematically destroyed my classmates' chances. Switching seasonings, hiding key ingredients, all captured in damning high definition, along with the destruction of Zaran's sculpture. Why? My voice came out hoarse. Why didn't you report this back in New York? Jacob's laugh was sharp as broken glass. Are you kidding? You didn't touch my dishes, and watching you knock out the competition? That helped me too. But now... He gestured vaguely at the castle looming behind us. Now, you're playing a different game, aren't you? Batting those pretty eyes at Alistair, serving up your tragic artist with a bad heart routine. If you benefited from my sabotage, why show your hand now? I demanded, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. Because it's as I said, you've changed the game, he sneered. So here's the deal. Either you go back to what you do best and help thin the herd, or everyone finds out what kind of person you really are. I felt sick watching my past sins play out on that screen, each betrayal a fresh wound. The worst part was how methodical I looked, how calculated, like this was just business as usual. You realize everyone would think you're an asshole too, right? I said, crossing my arms. Keeping this shit secret all this time makes you just as guilty. Jacobs laughed like he didn't give a damn. Play along, and I'll forget all about this little video. No fucking way. I shook my head, disgust rising in my throat. I'm actually winning now, on my own merit. The shame I'd been suppressing bubbled up like acid. I know what I did was fucked up, okay? But for the first time, I'm actually being myself in the kitchen, creating food that means something. My voice cracked embarrassingly. I don't need to sabotage anyone anymore because I'm finally good enough on my own. The garden seemed to hold its breath as the words hung between us, raw and honest, in a way I hadn't meant to be. But there it was, the truth I'd been running from since we arrived at this godforsaken castle. I'd spent so long being the villain, I'd forgotten how to just be me. "What about Zane?" I then asked, my voice rough. "You want me to sabotage him too?" The thought made my stomach turn. Jacob's lip curled into that insufferable smirk. "I actually like Zane, though it's pretty obvious he still has feelings for you." He said it like it was some kind of personal offense. I barked out a harsh laugh. "He doesn't. Trust me on that. He's just concerned." The word tasted bitter on my tongue. Jacob rolled his eyes so hard I thought they might get stuck that way. "Whatever helps you sleep at night. Look, I'll figure out how to make things work with Zane." His voice took on that calculating edge I was starting to hate. "But I'm not giving up the career of a lifetime for him, and neither should you." The garden's perfume suddenly felt cloying, suffocating. Here we were, plotting sabotage among the roses like characters in some twisted fairy tale. The irony would have been beautiful if it wasn't so damn tragic. "Please. Eat shit." I lunged for the phone, desperation making me clumsy. Jacob's smug expression twisted into surprise as we collided, our bodies tangling in a graceless dance. The perfectly manicured garden path betrayed us both. His foot caught on an uneven stone, and suddenly he was falling. The sickening crack of skull-meeting marble statue echoed through the hedge maze like a gunshot. "Shit, shit, shit." I dropped to my knees beside him, hands hovering uselessly over his prone form. Blood trickled from where his head had connected with the base of the statue, turning the pristine white marble into abstract art. "Jacob, come on. Don't be dead. Please don't be dead." His eyes fluttered open, glazed with pain but alive. Thank whatever gods might be listening. But then his lips curled into that familiar sneer, even as blood matted his perfectly styled hair. "You're finished," he slurred, each word dripping venom. "Gonna make sure everyone knows what you really are." I lunged for the small stone figure beside the statue, my fingers closing around its cool, unyielding surface. Desperation clawed at my chest, a wild beast demanding survival at any cost. Jacob's threats echoed in my skull, a death knell for the fragile hope I'd been nurturing. I couldn't let him expose me, couldn't let him tear down the newfound confidence that had been blooming like a dark flower in my chest. The first strike was hesitant, a glancing blow that barely made contact. But the second was a symphony of brutality. The dull thud of stone meeting flesh, the sickening crack of bone giving way under the force of my blow. Blood spurted from the wound, hot and metallic, spraying across my face like some obscene baptism. I could taste it on my lips, salt and copper mingling with the sweet scent of the garden. A twisted communion of life and death. My breath came in ragged gasps, each inhale a desperate struggle for control. Jacob's eyes widened in shock, then pain, then, finally, acceptance. But I couldn't stop. The beast inside me demanded more, demanded completion, demanded silence. I struck again and again, each blow fueled by a desperate rage, a need to protect what I'd built. Blood splattered across the pristine white marble, abstract art painted in shades of red and black. The sound of bone shattering echoed through the hedge maze. A grotesque symphony played out in the heart of this twisted Eden. Jacob's body jerked and twitched beneath my onslaught, the life fleeing his broken form. His blood coated my hands, slick and warm. The smell of it filled my nostrils, a cloying sweetness that turned my stomach even as it fed the beast inside me. When it was finally over, when Jacob's body lay still and broken at my feet, I let the stone figure slip from my trembling fingers. It hit the ground with a dull thud, rolling to a stop amidst the scattered petals of some lawn. I grabbed Jacob's phone from where it had fallen, desperately trying to delete any evidence of my past sins. The screen was cracked but still functional, a small mercy in this nightmare. But before I could find the damning video, slow, deliberate clapping shattered the garden's deathly silence. My blood turned to ice in my veins. I didn't need to turn around to know who stood behind me. That particular brand of dramatic timing could only belong to one person. Chapter 18. I froze at the sound of slow, deliberate clapping echoing through the garden. Alistair emerged from behind a hedge like some gothic villain, his scarlet eyes gleaming with unholy delight at the carnage before him. My hands were still sticky with Jacob's blood, and no amount of desperate wiping against my clothes seemed to make a difference.
Bravo, my dear Camael.
Alistair purred.
Simply magnificent.
You're fucking insane, I choked out. Though honestly, I wasn't sure which of us was crazier at this point, him for applauding murder or me for actually committing it. He clicked his tongue, studying me like I was some fascinating specimen under glass.
While I admire your enthusiasm, darling, desperation doesn't suit you. I'd much rather see you kill with passion.
His voice dropped lower, honeyed poison dripping from every word.
I've tasted your passion in every dish you've created, but there's something missing, something deeper, darker. I want to taste all of you.
My voice cracked embarrassingly as panic clawed at my throat. Perhaps he was only pretending to praise me while he figured out a way to knock me out before calling the police or something. I mean, that's what any normal person would want to do. Please, don't turn me in. Alistair's laugh cut through my babbling like a knife through butter. Before I could blink, he'd crossed the space between us and snatched Jacob's phone from my trembling hands. My heart stopped as he watched the damning footage on the cracked screen, his smile growing wider with each act of sabotage I'd committed back in New York. I wanted to snatch it from his grasp, to hide my shame, but it was too late. He'd seen everything, every petty act of sabotage, every calculated betrayal, the evidence of what a monster I truly was, even before tonight. Please let me go, I begged, my voice raw and broken. I'll disappear. You'll never hear from me again. I swear. A bitter laugh escaped my throat. I'm on borrowed time anyway, a few years max, probably less after tonight's excitement. I gestured at my chest, where that treacherous muscle kept its unsteady rhythm. I can't spend what little time I have left rotting in prison, Alistair. I'd rather die. The irony wasn't lost on me, begging for my life after ending someone else's life, my hands still sticky with someone else's blood. I stared in disbelief as Alistair crushed Jacob's phone in his grip like it was made of paper instead of metal and glass. The crunch of components being pulverized made my stomach lurch, partly from shock, but mostly because holy shit, that shouldn't have been physically possible. What the actual fuck? I managed to croak out, still trying to process what I'd just witnessed. How did you… Before I could finish that thought, Alistair snapped his fingers with his usual theatrical flair. Hans materialized from the shadows like some gothic butler ninja, carrying what appeared to be a very real, very sharp axe. Because apparently this night hadn't gotten weird enough. Alistair took the axe from Hans with casual grace and held it out to me, handle first, like he was offering me a dinner napkin instead of a murder weapon. I stared at it dumbly, wondering if I'd finally cracked, and this was all some elaborate hallucination. Why are you giving me an axe? I asked, though considering I'd just beaten someone to death with a garden ornament, maybe I shouldn't have been questioning the murder weapon upgrade.
It would seem that tonight marks the beginning of our elimination round,
Alistair announced, his smile sharp and deadly.
Thanks to you, it's happening rather ahead of schedule, but I do so enjoy being taken by surprise.
What elimination round? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Jacob's blood was starting to dry on my hands, turning tacky and brown.
All of my competitions have them, darling. After all, why keep the unworthy in my household?
He gestured expansively at the garden around us like some twisted game show host.
The students who fail to impress are sent home. At least, that's what everyone believes once the eliminations begin.
My stomach lurched as understanding dawned. The way he said sent home made my skin crawl. And suddenly I was hyper-aware of Jacob's cooling corpse at my feet. What do you mean that's what everyone believes?
You see, my dear Camael, you're the first student to ever discover what actually happens to our less impressive candidates.
His eyes glittered with dark amusement.
It's time you learned about the more special ingredients we use in our kitchen.
I stared at Jacob's body, bile rising in my throat as Alistair's words sank in. The implications were too horrific to contemplate, yet my mind raced there anyway. I thought of Belial. Does everything that dies here end up on a plate?
Would you like to know what that special meat really is?
Alistair asked playfully, as casual as if he were offering to share a recipe. I couldn't tear my eyes away from Jacob's corpse, couldn't stop imagining him being carved up like just another cut of meat. My legs threatened to give out as terror wrapped its icy fingers around my throat. Oh God!
I knew you were a clever boy. Now can you guess what I want you to do with that axe?
I wiped sweat from my brow, staring at the axe in my trembling hands. The weight of it felt wrong, yet somehow inevitable.
Such hesitation,
Alistair purred, his voice wrapping around me like silk.
You've already crossed the line. Why stop now?
I can't. My voice cracked. This is insane.
Is it?
He moved closer, his breath ghosting across my neck.
You've been fighting your true nature for so long, haven't you? Playing at being good while darkness festered in your heart?
I laughed bitterly. My heart's pretty fucked either way.
Ah, yes, that tragic timer counting down your days.
His fingers traced along my jaw.
So young, so beautiful, and yet fate saw fit to curse you with such a cruel affliction. Tell me, why waste what precious time you have left pretending to be something you're not?
The axe felt heavier with each word he spoke. What am I then?
You're like me,
he whispered.
A creature of shadow and hunger, born to devour life itself. I saw it in your eyes when we first met. I've tasted it in your cooking, that raw, primal understanding of death as transformation. Why deny your nature any longer?
Tears rolled down my cheeks as I gripped the axe, raising it high above my head. The first cut was brutal, the heavy blade slicing through flesh and bone with a sickening crunch. Blood sprayed across my face, warm and metallic as I hacked into Jacob's lifeless form. Each strike was a brutal struggle, the blade lodging in bone, forcing me to wrench it free with desperate grunts. Chunks of flesh flew through the air, landing with wet thuds on the pristine garden path. The sound of blade meeting bone echoed through the hedge maze. A grotesque symphony played out in the heart of this twisted Eden. My hands were slick with blood, making the axe handles slippery and treacherous. Blood pooled around my feet, soaking into the earth. The scent of it filled my nostrils, cloying and sweet, as I hacked through sinew and tendon, reducing Jacob's body to a grisly mess.
Beautiful,
he breathed.
Let it all out, darling. Every act of weakness, every wound, transform them into power.
I chopped and sobbed, each strike fueled by years of rage and pain. The pain of losing my dad, of feeling overlooked by my mom as she carried on with her life, the jealousy of watching others enjoy their lives without a Damocles hanging above their heads. The injustice of dying young when I had so much life in me. Blood splattered across my face, mingling with tears and sweat. The act became almost meditative, a brutal communion. When I could chop no more, I let the axe fall from my bloody hands. The night air felt electric. Here in the dark with Alistair, everything made a twisted kind of sense.
Such passion,
he murmured.
Such raw potential.
I turned to him then, drawn like a moth to his deadly flame. He was my beacon in the dark. What was the point in resisting anymore? I grabbed his shirt without thinking and pulled him into a desperate kiss, tasting copper from my bloody deed and something like freedom. He'd shown me what I truly was, and God help me, I wanted more. I stood there panting, my body covered in sweat and blood. Alistair looked at me, a hungry gleam in his eyes. He stepped closer, his hands reaching for my clothes. I didn't stop him as he tore away my pants and shirt, and then my underwear, until I was standing naked before him. He did the same, shedding his clothes like a second skin, revealing a body that was all sharp angles and lean muscle. Chapter 19. I woke up naked and alone under a pearl-white moon, my skin sticky with dried blood. The garden's perfume mingled with the metallic tang of death, creating a scent that would probably sell well in some avant-garde perfume shop. Ode to Murder, by yours truly. For a moment, I wondered if Hans had stuck around to watch our little performance art piece. The thought of those eerily perfect features observing our blood-soaked coupling should have bothered me more than it did. But then again, I just helped dismember a classmate before fucking in his remains. My standards for bothering me had taken quite a nosedive. speaking of remains. My heart skipped as I scanned the garden. Jacob's body was gone, along with my clothes. Not even a bloodstain remained on the pristine white marble. The carefully manicured garden looked as innocent as a child's dream, betraying nothing of the nightmare it had hosted. I bolted from the hedge maze, my blood-crusted skin catching moonlight like some kind of macabre disco ball. The sound of familiar voices stopped me cold. Kenzo and Lucia, walking arm in arm toward the maze entrance. Because of course they'd picked now for a romantic midnight stroll. I sprinted back into the labyrinth, bare feet slapping against stone as I fled deeper into its twisting paths. My heart thundered against my ribs, each beat a reminder that I was still alive while Jacob wasn't. The irony wasn't lost on me, my defective heart working overtime while his lay in pieces somewhere in Alistair's kitchen. The maze opened up to reveal a lake, its surface black as obsidian under the moon. A neat bundle of clothes and fluffy towels sat by the water's edge, like room service for the recently homicidal. Had to be Alistair's doing. The bastard had probably planned this whole thing, right down to the convenient cleanup station. I slipped into the water, letting its cool embrace wash away the evidence of what I'd done. Blood swirled away from my skin in crimson ribbons, beautiful in a way that made me sick to my stomach. I scrubbed at my hair, watching the water turn pink around me as I erased the last traces of Jacob from my body. I stared at my clean hands in horror as reality crashed over me like a tidal wave. Holy fuck. I'd killed Jacob. Not just killed him, I'd hacked him apart like a psychopath, then fucked Alistair in the remains. What the actual hell was wrong with me? Maybe Zane had been right all along. This place, Alistair, they were changing me, twisting me into something I didn't recognize. The darkness I'd always carried inside was blooming into something monstrous, and I needed to get out before it consumed what little humanity I had left. The lake's surface rippled as I dried off with the towel. The white shirt hung loose on my frame, paired with black underwear, pants, and shoes that definitely weren't mine. I wondered whose clothes these were, and why they fit so perfectly. Then again, after tonight's activities, ill-fitting clothes were probably the least of my worries. I ran back to the castle, my bare feet slapping against cold stone. No sign of Alistair or anyone else. Just endless empty corridors and shadows that seemed to watch my every move. The silence pressed in like a physical thing, making my skin crawl. Back in my room, I threw open my suitcase and started shoving clothes in, not bothering to fold anything. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, and every sound made me jump like a scared rabbit. Fuck. I needed to find Zane. I'd never been to his room, so I started trying doors. The locked ones I knocked on as quietly as I could, not wanting to draw attention. No answer, just more suffocating silence. My phone showed no bars, of course it didn't. There wasn't even the internet here. The walls seemed to close in with each passing minute. I couldn't stay here. Couldn't risk becoming the next special ingredient in Alistair's twisted menu. But leaving Zane behind? Christ, what kind of person was I? Then again, I'd already proven exactly what kind of person I was in that garden. I hauled my luggage to the main gate. Freedom waited just beyond those iron bars. Or so I thought until some invisible force slammed into me like a cosmic, fuck you. I stumbled back, my brain struggling to process what had just happened. At first, I blamed it on an electric fence, but there weren't any wires. Just a fine shimmer in the air, like heat waves rising from summer pavement. I reached out, not touching the gate itself but the strange barrier before it. My palm pressed flat against nothing. Nothing that felt solid as a wall. Well, wasn't that just perfect? Leaving my luggage behind, I traced the perimeter of this invisible prison. The barrier stretched as far as I could follow, wrapping around the grounds like some mystical snake. I couldn't walk the entire castle border, but I didn't need to. The evidence was pretty damn clear. We were trapped. The reality of it hit me like a punch to the gut. What the hell was this barrier? Some kind of high-tech security system straight out of a Bond villain's playbook, or something else. My mind raced back the resquirtus through every weird moment since meeting Alistair. The way he seemed to know exactly what made me tick. Those blood-soaked dreams that felt too real. How he'd materialized in the garden like a demon summoned by violence. The horse incident, The servants who moved like shadows. Hans appearing and disappearing at will. That impossible strength when he crushed Jacob's phone like it was made of paper. Nothing about this place or its master followed the rules of the normal world. I thought of Alistair's words about demons, finding those named after angels irresistible. How he'd asked, "What if I told you I was one?" with that knowing smirk. At the time, I'd dismissed it as theatrical bullshit, but now... Christ, what if he'd been telling the truth? Me, Zane, Lucia, Kenzo. We were all just pieces in whatever game Alistair was playing. And if he really was some kind of demon rather than just an eccentric billionaire with a flair for the dramatic, then we weren't just contestants in a cooking competition. We were prey-trapped in a supernatural fishbowl, being picked off one by something that wore human skin like a fashionable suit. I should tell the others. They deserved to know they were sharing space with both a murderer and whatever the fuck Alistair was. But what good would that do? I couldn't exactly go back to my normal life now. "Hey, Mom. Sorry I missed your calls. I was busy chopping up a classmate and fucking in his remains." With a bitter laugh, I grabbed my luggage and trudged back to the castle. The weight of my sins, old and new, settled around my shoulders like a familiar cloak as I climbed the stairs to my room. Looked like I was staying for dinner after all. The morning bell rang through the castle like a death knell, and I dragged myself out of bed, my skin still burning with the memory of Alistair's touch. Every mark, every bruise told the story of last night's descent into madness. In the dining room, the others clustered around the table like sheep sensing a wolf nearby. The empty chair where Jacob should have been seemed to mock us all. "Has anyone seen Jacob?" Zane's concerned voice cut through the tension. No one answered. I studied the intricate pattern on my plate, willing my face to stay neutral. Alistair swept in with his usual dramatic flair, commanding attention without effort.
"Ah, I'm afraid Jacob had a family emergency and had to leave early."
His keen and beautiful eyes caught mine for a fraction of a second.
"But let's focus on today's challenge, shall we? We'll be working with some very special cuts of meat, extremely high quality. The specific nature of the meat will remain a mystery. I want to see how you bring out the best in each cut."
My stomach lurched. I knew exactly what kind of special meat we'd be cooking with.
"And fair warning,"
he continued, his smile sharp as a blade.
"Anyone who fails to impress today may be eliminated from the program, if I so choose to do so."
Lucia's fork clattered against her plate. Elimination? Nobody said anything about being eliminated.
"My dear,"
Alistair purred,
"I can't waste time on those who aren't a perfect fit. These eliminations will occur throughout your time here. Think of them as surprise assessments."
His eyes found mine again, lingering this time, that knowing smile playing at his lips. My chest tightened as he gestured for us to follow him to the kitchen. Time to cook with the devil. Literally. Chapter 20. I stared at the platters of neatly arranged meat, my stomach doing backflips as I recognized who I was looking at. The cuts were pristine, expertly butchered into familiar forms, chops, tenderloin, the works. A second tray displayed organs with surgical precision. Heart, liver, kidneys. Jacob, reduced to culinary components. "Dibs on the kidneys," Lucia chirped, practically bouncing with enthusiasm. "I bet that's why your last dish was such a hit, Camille. The organ meat. Well, this time I'm not letting you hog all the glory." My mouth went dry as sawdust. If she only knew whose organs she was so eager to cook with.
"I'm delighted to see such eagerness to please, my dear Lucia."
Alistair purred, his eyes glittering with dark amusement. The bastard was enjoying this.
"For today's challenge,"
he continued, every word dripping with theatrical gravitas.
"you'll each prepare 2 identical plates. One for me at the head of the table, and another to be placed at any empty seat, except your own, of course. We'll all be dining together this time."
The implications hit me like a punch to the gut. Not only would I have to cook Jacob, I'd have to watch everyone else eat him too. And then eat him myself, courtesy of whoever picked my serving spot. Perfect. Just fucking perfect. I wanted to confront Alistair and demand answers about what exactly he was, but my feet might as well have been welded to the floor. The bastard caught my eye and winked before sauntering out of the kitchen, leaving me to stew in my own personal hell. Kenzo and Lucia descended on the meat platter, like eager vultures, picking through the pristine cuts with practiced eyes. My stomach churned watching their enthusiasm, knowing exactly who they were handling with such reverence. "You don't look well." Zane's voice cut through my spiraling thoughts as he appeared at my side. "Did you shoot this animal too?" "No," I managed, the word barely a whisper. If he only knew the truth, that I'd done something far worse than put down an injured horse. The guilt pressed against my chest like a physical weight, making it hard to breathe. I watched Zane turn toward the platter, toward Jacob's remains laid out like some twisted buffet. My hand shot out, grabbing his arm before I could stop myself. The thought of him unknowingly consuming someone he'd spoken with just yesterday. "What's wrong?" he asked, concern etched across his features. The words died in my throat. What could I possibly say? "Hey, Zane, maybe skip using the meat today because it's actually Jacob, and oh, by the way, I'm the one who killed him." "Right. That would go over well." I was a murderer now, and murderers didn't get to play hero. My fingers uncurled from his arm, letting him go. He gave me one last worried look before joining the others at the platter. I watched him select his cuts, bile rising in my throat as I realized there was no going back from this. We were all part of Alistair's sick game now, whether we knew it or not. I stumbled to the bathroom, my stomach heaving at the thought of cooking Jacob's flesh. The pristine stall offered no comfort as I dropped to my knees, retching uselessly since I hadn't eaten. Just bile and guilt, burning my throat raw. A presence filled the room, heavy and familiar. I didn't need to look to know who it was. "What do you want?" I called out from my porcelain confessional, voice rough from dry heaving. Alistair's laugh echoed off the tile walls.
"Fascinating how you knew it was me without looking."
I wiped my mouth and emerged, avoiding his gaze as I moved to the sink. The water ran cold over my trembling hands while he lounged against the counter, like this was some casual chat in a nightclub bathroom. "What are you?" The question burst from my lips before I could stop it. Fear be damned, I needed to know. He gleamed amusement.
"Perhaps you should be more concerned with discovering who you are, my dear Kamael."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"You enjoyed it, didn't you?
His voice dropped lower, intimate.
The killing, the dismemberment, it made you feel alive, finally silencing that irritating voice, taking control, and everything that came after."
His smile was sharp as a blade.
"Why deny yourself such pleasure?"
"It's not right," I whispered, but the words rang hollow even to my own ears. Because he was right. God help me, he was right. The memory of violence sang in my blood, a dark symphony of power and release. The shame of that pleasure burned hotter than any guilt.
"Right? Wrong?"
Alistair waved his hand dismissively.
"Such limiting concepts. Here in my domain you decide what's right. You define your own morality."
He stepped closer, his presence electric.
"Why cage yourself with others' rules when you could be free?"
My throat tightened as his words struck home, awakening something dark and hungry in my chest. Alistair's fingers traced along my jaw, his touch electric against my skin.
"You were magnificent last night,"
he purred in my ear.
"The way you came undone beneath me, covered in blood and moonlight."
Heat flooded my cheeks as memories of our twisted coupling flashed through my mind. "You can't be human," I breathed, my voice rough. "No human could do the things you do." His lips curved into that infuriating smirk before he grabbed me, crushing his mouth against mine in a kiss that tasted of sin and copper. My traitor body responded instantly, melting into him like we were made to fit together. Alistair's lips crashed against mine with bruising force as he shoved me against the bathroom wall. When he finally broke away, his eyes glinted with that particular brand of twisted delight that made my skin crawl.
The sharp tang of bile, the acid burn of shame."
He purred, his tongue tracing his lower lip like he'd just sampled some rare delicacy. "Jesus Christ, don't make puking sound sexy," I muttered, trying to ignore how his words sent heat racing through my veins. His laugh rumbled against my chest.
But darling, I adore these little tastes of your insides.
Before I could respond with something appropriately scathing, he pinned my wrists above my head with one hand, one impossibly strong hand, and claimed my mouth again. His kiss tasted of blood and something darker, something that made my head spin and my knees weak. God help me, I kissed him back. Chapter 21. I fixed my clothes, still feeling Alistair inside me, a lingering reminder that somehow made the thought of cooking Jacob more bearable. Maybe even something I was grimly looking forward to, God help me. As Alistair straightened his own immaculate attire, I couldn't help myself. So what exactly are you? Serial killer with a flair for the dramatic or actual devil incarnate? That infuriating smirk played across his lips.
Perhaps I'm both, darling.
I sighed. Of course he wouldn't give me a straight answer. Bastard probably thought being cryptic made him more alluring. The worst part was he wasn't wrong. He pressed a soft kiss to my cheek, his lips surprisingly gentle.
You're adorable when you're frustrated.
Then he was gone, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the ghost of his touch. I stared at my reflection in the mirror, trying to make sense of the mess I'd become. This competition was supposed to be my shot at leaving some kind of legacy before my defective heart gave out. Instead, I was falling for whatever the hell Alistair was. Demon, murderer, master chef from hell. Everything in me screamed that this was a terrible idea. He wasn't exactly the settle down and adopt puppies type. But fuck, I couldn't help it. Every smirk, every touch, every twisted moment we shared pulled me deeper into his web. And the scariest part? I was starting to like it there. I stared at the pristine cuts of tenderloin laid out before me, my mind conjuring the perfect dish for this most personal of ingredients. Jacob's perfect flesh deserved something special, a recipe that would showcase his ultimate betrayal and my savage triumph. I decided to call it Rage's Reckoning. A slender cut of meat, its lean flesh rubbed with crushed black cardamom pods, spiked with activated charcoal powder to stain the crust pitch black, cracked and gleaming like shards of volcanic glass. Seared to a blushing rare, the interior mirrors the hue of a storm-bruised sky, its juices pooling like ink beneath the meat. The sauce, a glossy reduction of pomegranate molasses, blood orange zest, and aged balsamic vinegar, thickened with a dollop of black fig jam. Stained crimson black and finished with a splash of creme de cassis, it cascades over the meat like a cursed elixir. Sweetness clashing with astringency, the aftertaste lingering like a betrayed oath. Raw beetroot diced razor fine, macerated in black vinegar and pounded garlic, then folded with capers brined in iron-rich mineral water. The mixture is pressed into a quenelle, its surface dusted with powdered morel mushrooms for an earthy, fungal bitterness. Nestled beside it, chilled spheres of pickled elderberry, their flesh burst open and weeping syrup like poisoned tears. Glass-like filaments of caramel, made with burnt honey and malt vinegar, hardened into jagged spines. They pierce the dish like fractured memories, dissolving on the tongue with a sting of acid and smoke. I taste-tested my dish, death incarnate on a plate. Every flavor spoke of darkness, of crossing lines that couldn't be uncrossed. My eyes drifted to the others, busy at their stations, and something primal stirred in my chest. The possibilities bloomed like poisonous flowers. What exquisite dishes could I create with them? Hey, got any spare herbs? Zion's voice yanked me from my twisted reverie. I blinked, reality rushing back like a cold slap. Yeah, here. I handed him the leftover herbs, my hands steadier than they had any right to be. Your dish smells amazing, by the way. His smile was genuine, reminding me of better days, of who I used to be. Thanks, I could put my second plate at your spot if you want. Don't go out of your way, he shrugged. Whatever works. I turned back to my station, grateful for the distraction. Christ, what had I been thinking? These were my classmates, not ingredients. Though the dark whisper in the back of my mind disagreed. I carried my plates into the dining room, each step feeling like a funeral march. The table stretched before me like some medieval banquet scene, all gleaming silver and crystal catching the afternoon light. A centerpiece of black roses and twisting iron dominated the middle. their dark petals drinking in what little warmth managed to penetrate the gothic gloom. Setting down my offerings, one at Alistair's spot, the other at some random place setting because, honestly, what difference did it make who got served Jacob's flesh? I had to admire the sick perfection of it all. The white tablecloth pristine as fresh snow, waiting to be stained. Crystal glasses arranged with military precision, ready to catch the blood-red wine. Even the silverware had been positioned with mathematical accuracy, like some perverse art installation about the geometry of damnation. The whole setup screamed Last Supper, though I doubted any of the apostles had to deal with cannibalism at their dinner party. Then again, maybe that's why Judas really betrayed Jesus. The catering just wasn't up to snuff. I watched Zane and Kenzo place their plates with all the pomp and circumstance of proud parents showing off their gifted children. Kenzo's ramen looked deceptively simple, along with the extra dish of golden brown cutlets perched atop perfectly seasoned rice, like they belonged in a food magazine. The bastard could make McDonald's look like haute cuisine. Zane's creation was all herbs and fancy plating, the kind of dish that screamed, "I went to culinary school and I want everyone to know it." The aroma hit me like a punch to the gut, savory and complex, making my mouth water despite knowing exactly what I was smelling. Then Lucia bounced in with her pasta dish looking like she'd just invented happiness itself. The appetizer, those kidneys she'd been so excited about, were transformed into something that probably would have made Gordon Ramsay weep with joy. If he knew whose kidneys they were, he might have wept for different reasons. Hans gracefully approached as usual and announced that we should dress up, assuring us that our dishes will remain warm when we returned. No one questioned him. We all quietly departed. I dragged myself back to the dining room after changing, only to stop dead in my tracks. There, seated beside Alistair like he belonged there, was quite possibly the most ethereal man I'd ever laid eyes on. Silver hair caught the candlelight like spun moonlight, and his eyes, Christ, those eyes were the kind of blue that made glaciers look warm. His features could have been carved from marble by some lovesick Renaissance master, all sharp cheekbones and full lips that probably launched 1,000 ships in another life. Perfect. Because this situation wasn't complicated enough already. I slid into the seat in front of Lucia's creation, partly because it was closest to Alistair at the head of the table, and partly because it gave me a front row seat to observe this new player in our twisted little drama. The stranger sat directly across from me, radiating the kind of casual elegance that made my designer clothes feel like dollar store knockoffs. Alistair's smile caught my attention, that particular brand of knowing amusement that made my stomach flip and my pulse race. Bastard was probably enjoying my obvious discomfort. I stabbed my fork into Lucia's dish with more force than necessary, trying to ignore how he seemed to see right through me. I watched as the others finally returned and took their seats, my heart skipping when Zane chose the place setting with my dish, because of course he did. The universe had a sick sense of humor that way. Alistair rose with his usual theatrical flair, gesturing to his companion.
Allow me to introduce Lord Mephistopheles Ravencroft, a dear friend and fellow connoisseur of fine cuisine.
The name rolled off his tongue like honey-coated poison.
He'll be assisting me with judging duties, and over the coming weeks, more of our circle will join us, culminating in an intimate dinner party for the final tasting.
His eyes swept over us, lingering just a fraction too long on me.
And given Jacob's unexpected departure, I've decided to forego elimination tonight. So please, relax and savor what you've created.
The relief around the table was palpable, everyone except me visibly relaxing. If they only knew what they were about to eat, what I'd helped prepare. My stomach churned as I watched Zane lift his fork to sample my dish, knowing exactly who he was about to consume. The irony of it all would have been beautiful if it wasn't so fucking horrifying. Alistair and his companion sampled each dish like they were conducting some arcane ritual, their heads bent together in conspiratorial whispers. When they reached my plate, their eyes lit up with a hunger that made my skin prickle. They murmured to each other, nodding in what looked suspiciously like approval. Zane's chair scraped against the floor as he stood abruptly. "Why don't you share your thoughts with everyone, Alistair?" Alistair's eyes flickered with amusement.
My. What seems to be troubling you, dear Zane? Jealousy, perhaps.
The air crackled between them as they locked eyes, two predators sizing each other up. Finally, Zane looked away first, sinking back into his chair like a deflated balloon. "What's wrong?" I whispered, leaning closer to him. "Nothing," he muttered, jaw clenched tight. "I just prefer not having my time wasted." Alistair rose with his usual theatrical grace, his companion following suit.
"Please, enjoy your meal,"
he purred before gliding out of the room like some gothic phantom. I watched them go, wondering where the hell they were headed, but the weight of Jacob's flesh on my plate kept me anchored to my chair. Some questions were better left unanswered. "Way to spoil the mood," Lucia muttered, pushing her food around her plate. "What's going on?" Kenzo asked, his usually calm voice edged with tension. Zane stood up again, his chair scraping against the floor like nails on a chalkboard. "We're all wasting our time here. How can any of us compete when Alistair's already picked his lover?" His eyes locked onto mine, and my blood turned to ice. "Jacob was right about you two. I saw you in the bathroom earlier." The silence that followed was deafening. My fork clattered against fine china as reality crashed down around me. I hadn't thought anyone had seen us, hadn't heard the door over other sounds. My mouth opened, but no words came out. What could I possibly say? "Sorry you caught me fucking the demonic host of our culinary deathmatch." Zane's face was a mask of disgust and something else. Hurt, maybe. Or disappointment. Both cut deeper than I cared to admit. The others stared at me like I was some kind of exotic creature in a zoo exhibit, waiting to see what I'd do next. But I just sat there, paralyzed, as the weight of exposure pressed down on me like a physical thing. And there, on Zane's plate, sat the evidence of an even darker secret. One that would destroy more than just my reputation if it ever came to light. Chapter 22. I felt their judgment settling over me like a lead blanket, but something in my chest loosened as I remembered Alistair's personality. How strong and fierce he was. How he didn't care what anyone thought of him. No, he wasn't the type to be swayed by others' opinions. The only thing that could get me eliminated was failing to impress him with my cooking. That thought sent an icy shiver down my spine. I'd rather face their collective disapproval than become another special ingredient in his kitchen. "Yes, Alistair fucked me in the bathroom," I announced, my voice cutting through the heavy silence. "And yes, it was fantastic. But if you think that's why I'm here..." I gestured at my dish sitting in front of them. "Taste that and tell me I don't deserve my spot in this competition." I watched in mute horror as Zane pushed my plate to the center of the table, inviting the others to sample Jacob's flesh like it was just another fucking potluck. Kenzo and Lucia dove in with eager forks, their faces lighting up with appreciation that made my stomach turn. "This is actually incredible," Lucia gushed, completely oblivious to what she was consuming. Even Zane finally took a bite, his expression grudgingly impressed. "The dish is good," he admitted, "but that doesn't change anything about what's going on here." "Do whatever you want," I snapped, pushing away from the table. "I stopped caring what you think a long time ago." The lie tasted bitter on my tongue as I fled the dining room. Back in my room, I changed into sweats and an old t-shirt, grabbing the dog-eared copy of The Picture of Dorian Gray from my bag. The irony of my reading choice wasn't lost on me. I tried to focus on the words, but they swam before my eyes, refusing to make sense. I needed to move, to escape the suffocating walls of my bedroom. The castle's corridors led me to a sitting room that looked like someone had robbed the Palace of Versailles. Crystal chandeliers dripped from coffered ceilings, painted with scenes from classical mythology. Gilt-framed mirrors stretched floor to ceiling between tall windows, their reflective surfaces catching and multiplying the warm glow of antique lamps. Velvet settees in deep jewel tones clustered around marble-top tables, while Persian carpets muffled my footsteps in pools of rich color. I sank into a plush armchair, letting the book fall open in my lap. At least Oscar Wilde understood something about dealing with beautiful, corrupting influences. Though I doubted even he had to handle cannibalism, and whatever the hell Alistair was. Kenzo materialized like some Zen ghost. His face had that carefully neutral expression he wore when delivering bad news. They had another meeting about you, he said without preamble. I barked out a laugh. There's nothing to meet about. What, they think fucking Alistair guarantees me the win? Please, I'm not that delusional. Lucia and Zane want you to leave voluntarily. He settled into the chair across from me, all fluid grace and calm intensity. They feel like they're wasting their time here. Well, they can keep wanting. I'm not going anywhere. Kenzo shrugged, the gesture elegant as a dance move. I don't care either way. My family's restaurant is waiting for me back home. This is just a vacation with some cooking thrown in. Lucky bastard. It must be nice to have a guaranteed future. But Lucia and Zane, they're desperate to win. They see you with Alistair and figure why bother. They could be back home, building their careers instead of competing in what they think is a rigged game. My dishes were good, I snapped, hating how defensive I sounded. I have actual fucking talent. Never said you didn't. Your technical skills are solid. His dark eyes studied me like I was some particularly interesting puzzle. Just wanted you to know which way the wind's blowing. He drifted out as quietly as he'd arrived, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I watched Alistair materialize from the shadows like he always did, moving with that particular brand of supernatural grace that made my skin prickle. His eyes held that knowing gleam, the one that said he'd heard every whispered word, every accusation thrown my way when they thought I couldn't hear. They want me gone, I said, the words bitter on my tongue. Zane and Lucia, plotting their little intervention, as if I could just walk away from all this. A harsh laugh escaped my throat. They have no idea how trapped we all are, do they? Alistair's laugh sent shivers down my spine, dark and musical and utterly inhuman.
My dear Kamael, how perceptive you are.
He moved closer, his presence electric.
You're right, of course. None of you are going anywhere until this plays out to its inevitable conclusion.
The way he said inevitable made my blood run cold. But fuck if that didn't excite me too. I stood and grabbed him by his perfectly tailored lapels and crushed my mouth against his, tasting blood and sin and something darker. His lips curved into that trademarked smirk even as he kissed me back, claiming me with a hunger that matched my own. Let them whisper. Let them plot. They had no idea what game they were really playing, but I was starting to figure it out, one bloody piece at a time. I was sprawled across the plush rug in the sitting room, Alistair's body hot and eager against mine. The taste of him lingered on my tongue, and my hands roamed freely over his skin, each touch sparking a new fire. His crimson eyes burned into me, reflecting the dance of flames from the fireplace, casting our writhing forms in a warm, flickering glow. His lips found mine again, hungry and insistent. Each kiss was a battle, a claiming, and I met him with equal ferocity. There was something animalistic about the way we moved together, all primal need and raw desire. His fingers dug into my flesh, bruises forming under his possessive grip, and I relished the pain as it mixed with the waves of pleasure coursing through me. The door creaked open, and for a fleeting moment, I thought about stopping, about pulling away from Alistair's intoxicating grip. But as Zayn stepped into the doorway, his eyes widening in shock and then narrowing in disdain, something inside me snapped. Instead of shame, I felt a perverse sense of triumph. I didn't stop. I didn't even slow down. If anything, the sight of Zayn standing there, witnessing our raw, unbridled passion, only fueled my desire. Alistair's hand slipped between my thighs, gripping me tightly, and I let out a low groan, my eyes locked onto Zayn's. His face twisted in disgust, but he didn't turn away. He lingered in the doorway, his body tense, watching us with a mix of revulsion and fascination. And God, if that didn't make me even more aroused. I thrust my hips up, meeting Alistair's touch with a desperate need. His fingers wrapped around my length, stroking and teasing until I was writhing beneath him, desperate for more. With each movement, I could feel Zayn's gaze burning into me, his judgmental stare fueling the fire that consumed me. Alistair's lips moved from my mouth to my neck, his teeth grazing the sensitive skin, drawing out a gasp from deep within me. His tongue traced a path down to my collarbone, savoring each inch of flesh. Zayn finally fled. My attention snapped back to Alistair, who hadn't slowed his ministrations for a moment. His skilled hands drew desperate sounds from my throat as he worked me closer to the edge. I arched into his touch, my body moving with a mind of its own, chasing release. The fire cast dancing shadows across our skin as we moved together, the plush rug soft against my back. Alistair's eyes burned into mine, hungry, as he brought me to the brink again and again. When I finally came, it was with a raw primal cry that echoed off the ornate walls. He followed moments later, his release hot against my skin. We lay there in the firelight, both of us spent and sticky, the evidence of our coupling cooling on our skin. The smugness radiating off him should have annoyed me, but I was too satisfied to care. Let him gloat. Let them all see. I was already damned, might as well enjoy the ride down. I trudged back to my room, my skin still tingling from Alistair's touch, only to find Zane perched on my bed like some avenging angel. Perfect. Just what I needed after the day's festivities. Really, Kamil, after getting caught you're still going to sleep with him? His voice dripped disappointment. You've stooped to using your body to win? I barked out a laugh. You think that's what this is? Maybe he wants me because he likes me. For once my dishes are better than yours and you can't handle it. I can handle it. I always knew you had talent. Zane's eyes softened for a moment before hardening again. But winning like this isn't winning at all. Christ, you still don't get it. I ran my fingers through my hair, frustration burning in my chest. I'm not fucking Alistair to win. For once, just once, someone isn't treating me like I'm made of glass. Like I might shatter if they breathe too hard. And yeah, I fucking love it. Zane's laugh was sharp as broken glass. Your feelings are as shallow as ever. You can't love anyone unless they serve a purpose for you. You're just living on the edge, and Alistair doesn't give a damn if you drop dead. You deserve each other. The truth in his words stung worse than any lie. I watched him rise from my bed, shoulders tight with resolve. If you won't leave, then I will. I could have told him about the barrier, warned him that leaving wasn't an option, but something dark and bitter inside me wanted him to discover that truth on his own. Let him bash himself against those invisible walls like a moth against glass. Maybe then he'd understand just how trapped we all were. Chapter 23. I kept heading to the balcony after heading back to my room, cursing myself for giving a damn whether Zane made it past those invisible walls or not. The stone railing was cold under my palms as I scanned the moonlit grounds for his familiar silhouette. An hour had passed since our fight, more than enough time for him to discover the truth, that we were all trapped here in Alistair's twisted playground. Any minute now, I expected to hear his footsteps thundering down the hall, followed by frantic pounding at my door. He'd burst in, breathless and wide-eyed with panic, and finally understand what kind of nightmare we'd stumbled into. Part of me ached for that moment, selfish as it was. At least then I wouldn't be the only one carrying this terrible knowledge. Wouldn't be so goddamn alone with the weight of it all. The night air carried the scent of roses and something darker, earthier, like freshly turned grave soil. Fitting, considering what lay buried in that pristine garden. I gripped the railing tighter, trying to ignore how much I wanted Zane to come back, to share in this horror with me. Misery loves company after all, and I had misery in spades. I'd figured out what Alistair must have done to all those other aspiring chefs who came for his little summer retreats. Why we never heard about any of them except the winners. They were dead and digested, their dreams of culinary stardom ending as somebody else's entree. And the winners? Well, who'd believe them if they talked? Better to shut up and enjoy the devil's bargain of success and wealth. After all, what's a few cannibalistic dinner parties between friends when there's a Michelin star at stake? I traced my finger along the cold stone railing, wondering how many others had stood here, looking out at these same pristine gardens, before becoming the special of the day. The moon cast everything in silver, making the grounds look like something out of a Gothic fairy tale. Beautiful and deadly, just like our gracious host. I wondered how many others had warmed Alistair's bed before meeting their end in his kitchen. The thought should have terrified me, but instead, it sent a twisted thrill down my spine. Here I was, fucking a demon who might serve me up as the next day's special, and I couldn't get enough. Something was seriously wrong with me. Every time his hands traced my skin, every time those eyes locked onto mine with that predatory gleam, I fell deeper into his web. The sex was transcendent, unlike anything I'd experienced before, raw and primal and absolutely addictive. He made me feel alive in ways that defied my dying heart. I tried to rationalize it, to convince myself it didn't matter if I died here or withered away in some sterile hospital room. At least this way I'd go out with a bang, quite literally. But lying to myself had never been my strong suit. The truth was simpler and far more damning. I was falling for a monster who might devour me, and the possibility only made it sweeter. The real joke was that I knew I'd never find anyone like him again. Not that I'd have much time to look anyway, with my expiration date looming. Maybe that's why I kept going back for more, kept letting him pull me deeper into his darkness. These moments of ecstasy, of feeling truly and completely alive, weren't they worth any price? Hans's polite but insistent knock dragged me from a sleep I didn't remember falling into. My first coherent thought was of Zine. Where the hell was he? My second was pure dread as Hans informed me that Alistair required my presence in the kitchen. Immediately, I dragged myself out of bed, my mind spinning possibilities about Zane. Maybe he'd gone back to his room after discovering the barrier, too proud to admit what he'd found. Maybe he'd somehow escaped, though that seemed impossible. Or maybe... I pushed that thought away as I brushed my teeth, trying not to imagine Zane becoming tomorrow's special. The halls felt endless as I made my way to the kitchen, each step heavy with exhaustion and worry. Part of me hoped to find Zane there, to have a chance to talk without all the anger and judgment clouding things. I'd been an ass earlier, too caught up in my own twisted romance with our possibly demonic host to consider how it affected others. Then again, what did it matter? I was already living on borrowed time, my defective heart a constant reminder that my days were numbered. Playing it safe wouldn't buy me more time. But Zane, he had his whole life ahead of him. He didn't deserve to get caught up in whatever sick game Alistair was playing. Guilt gnawed at my gut as I approached the kitchen. Maybe I'd been too quick to trust Alistair, too eager to lose myself in his darkness. What if the price of my twisted happiness was Zane's life? I found Alistair waiting in the kitchen, his lean frame casting long shadows in the dim light. Next to him sat a cart laden with cuts of meat I couldn't quite identify, though something about their arrangement made my skin crawl.
I want you to prepare a special dish. A late-night tasting for my fellow judges.
My gaze swept the empty kitchen, the silence pressing in like a physical weight. Where are the others? Kenzo? Lucia? I swallowed hard. Zane?
Only you were summoned tonight.
That damn knowing smile played across his lips.
I simply couldn't stop raving about your culinary artistry to my friends. They're dying for a taste.
He waved his hand dismissively.
Don't fret, darling. This isn't a formal judging, just a midnight snack among intimate companions.
The way he said dying made my heart skip a treacherous beat. I stared at the meat laid out before me, my hands trembling as I tried not to picture Zane's face. Tears blurred my vision as I reached for my knife. This wasn't what I wanted. Any of it. But what choice did I have? I called the dish Requiem in Red, a final farewell painted in blood and shadow. The meat I seared and sliced paper thin, arranging it in a spiral that looked like a desperate attempt to escape the center of the plate. Each slice I glazed with a reduction of port wine and black cherries, the sauce bleeding outward like grief made tangible. Roasted purple potatoes arranged like fallen tears, glazed with a balsamic reduction that caught the light like polished obsidian. Sautéed morels lurked in the shadows, their honeycomb texture trapping darkness, while pickled black radishes added sharp notes of sorrow. Everything plated to embrace the shadows, a symphony of regret in monochromatic layers. And finally, purple basil scattered across the surface caught what little light remained, a futile reaching toward hope. My mind felt wrapped in fog as I worked, every movement mechanical, divorced from thought. The kitchen's familiar scents, herbs, wine, searing meat, twisted into something hellish. I kept seeing Zane's smile, hearing his laugh, remembering how it felt when things were simpler, when we were just two ambitious kids chasing culinary dreams, before demons and death entered the equation. I plated the dish, having to wring my hands to stop them from shaking, my artistry undone by guilt. The final touch, drops of blood-red gas streak that looked too much like actual blood, made my stomach turn. What kind of monster was I becoming, and why couldn't I stop? Alistair entered in the kitchen like a gothic phantom, his presence both comforting and terrifying. Feeling lonely, being the only one summoned must be isolating. I stared at the meat laid out before me, my heart pounding against my ribs. What is this? The words came out barely above a whisper. Is this Zane? His eyes glittered with dark amusement.
You already know what it is, Kamal. Don't play coy.
Just tell me what happened. No games, no cryptic bullshit. My voice cracked embarrassingly. Please. For once, Alistair's perpetual smirk faded into something more serious. Do you still love him? His voice was soft, almost gentle.
Would it break you, knowing this meat belonged to Zane?
I gripped the counter, trying to steady myself. Part of me wants to dive headfirst into your world. It seems so fucking simple there. No mortality hanging over my head, no expectations crushing me. But I don't belong in that darkness, even if it calls to me.
That's just fear talking.
He moved closer, his presence electric against my skin.
Fear of the extraordinary, fear of something that could change everything you thought you knew about life, and death.
His words hung in the air between us, heavy with promise and threat. Christ, when had I started finding threats so goddamn seductive? I kept trying to prepare for my inevitable end, but wasn't prepared at all. Fear is all around me. Fear of death, fear of you, fear of what I'd become. The words tumbled out before I could stop them. I won't resist. At least, not for myself.
But you will for your former lover.
Alistair's voice was silk over steel. I didn't answer. I didn't have to. We both knew the truth, though it was probably too late. The meat I'd just prepared, the dish being served right now, it was probably Zane. My stomach lurched at the thought. Alistair's fingers were gentle as he wiped away tears I hadn't realized were falling.
Perhaps these feelings, these regrets, are a sign of your maturity. When you first arrived, your mind was trapped in singular purpose, win at all costs. I enjoyed dining on your desperation.
His keen eyes studied me like I was some rare vintage.
But now I sense a new flavor, like wine that has finally aged, though this isn't even your final stage.
His lips curved into that knowing smile.
I look forward to tasting this new dish.
He turned and sauntered back to the dining room, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the echo of laughter drifting through the halls. Something inside me felt different, like I was becoming someone, or something else. But it was too late for regrets, too late to save Zane. That guilt would follow me to whatever end awaited. I finished plating my latest creation, as Hans whisked it away like some gothic butler on speed. The kitchen felt too big, too empty, without the usual chaos of competing chefs, without Zane's steady presence. My heart clenched at the thought of who might be on those pristine plates. Alistair materialized beside me, his presence electric as always.
Come with me to the dining room. It's time you knew the truth.
I should have run, should have locked myself in my room and prayed to whatever gods might be listening. But something in his voice pulled at me, dark and sweet as forbidden fruit.
I find myself compelled to show you everything,
he murmured, fingers ghosting across my cheek. The touch sent shivers down my spine, equal parts terror and desire. Well, if I was going to hell anyway, might as well get the full tour from Satan himself. I stood frozen by the dining room doors, watching in muted horror as Alistair and his guests dug into my latest creation. Their praise washed over me in waves, gushing about how right Alistair had been about my talent. If they only knew who they were eating. Then it happened. Their forms began to shift and change before my eyes, like wax melting and reforming. The careful illusion of humanity fell away, revealing what lurked beneath their perfect facades. But it was Alistair's transformation that held me transfixed. His two-toned hair grew long and wild, streaming down his back like liquid shadow and moonlight intertwined. Horns erupted from his skull, twisting upward in elegant spirals that caught the candlelight like polished obsidian. His already pale skin turned alabaster, taking on an otherworldly luminescence that made him look carved from living marble. Those eyes I'd gotten lost in so many times blazed crimson, burning with hellfire, that should have terrified me. Instead, I found myself drawn to him like a moth to flame. He was devastating in his beauty, not despite his demonic form, but because of it. Every sharp angle, every inhuman feature came together in a dark perfection that made my heart ache. He looked like something that had fallen from heaven, but made hell its kingdom. Too beautiful to be truly evil, yet too wicked to be anything else. The bastard had the nerve to look even more stunning as a demon, and my traitor heart skipped several beats at the sight. Well, I was so monumentally fucked. I tried to run, but Alistair caught me with supernatural speed, pinning me against the wall like I weighed nothing. His eyes blazed with hellfire. And Christ, even terrified out of my mind, I couldn't help noticing how the crimson glow made his features even more devastating.
Don't be afraid. This is what you've always wanted, isn't it? To be consumed by passion, to live life to the fullest?
I knew you were a devil. I managed to rasp out, though my voice shook embarrassingly.
And you, my fallen angel.
His clawed fingers traced my jaw with impossible gentleness. I barked out a harsh laugh. That's rich coming from you. If either of us looks like they fell from heaven, it's not me. His lips curved into that infuriating smirk I'd come to know so well.
Stay with me, Kamael. You were made for this. For me. Can't you feel how perfectly we fit together?
His body pressed closer, and fuck if he wasn't right. Even in this terrifying form, my treacherous body responded to his touch like a flower turning toward the sun. Terror and desire warred in my chest as his claws ghosted down my neck, leaving trails of fire in their wake. I should have been running screaming into the night. Instead, I found myself leaning into his touch, darkness calling to darkness. Maybe I really was falling after all. Chapter 24. My body moved before my mind could catch up, reaching for Alistair like gravity itself pulled us together. His demonic form should have terrified me, sent me running for the hills. Instead, I found myself drawn to him like a moth to infernal flame. With a growl that was pure predator, Alistair kicked the head chair aside and crushed his mouth to mine. The kiss tasted like a dark nectar, and I drank it down like the finest wine. His claws tangled in my hair as he lifted me onto the dining table, plates and glasses scattering to the floor with a symphony of shattering crystal. The demons around us continued their feast, utterly unfazed by our display. Their otherworldly forms cast strange shadows in the candlelight as they sampled my culinary creation with inhuman appreciation. I should have felt exposed, violated even, but something dark inside me thrilled at their presence. Alistair's touch burned like ice and fire combined, leaving trails of sensation that bordered on pain. His horns caught the candlelight as he moved above me, devastating in his dark beauty. I arched into him, surrendering to whatever this was, love, damnation, or both. His clawed fingers traced my jaw, the slight pressure enough to make me shiver with anticipation. He leaned in and kissed me roughly, fangs grazing against my lips, drawing beads of blood that he lapped up with a hungry groan. Desire surged within me, overriding any sense of restraint or propriety. It was just the two of us, surrounded by demons feasting on the meal I'd created. But I didn't care. I wanted him, needed to feel him inside of me. Alistair's hands moved down my body, his touch lighting up my skin like a raging inferno. He ripped away my clothes as easily as if they were made of delicate lace, exposing me completely to his gaze. His eyes blazed with hellfire, desire burning as hot as the sun on a summer's day. He lifted me onto the dining room table, scattering plates and cutlery in the process, the sound of breaking china echoing through the room. The cold surface of the table against my heated skin only heightened the intensity of his touch. His hands roamed over me, claiming every inch as his own, and I felt like I was on fire. He kissed me deeply, his tongue invading my mouth with a ferocity that left me breathless. His teeth grazed my neck, biting down hard enough to draw more blood, and I moaned at the exquisite pain pleasure. He trailed kisses and bites down my chest, his tongue tracing the path of my collarbone, making my whole body tremble with need. Slowly, he lifted his head to look into my eyes. His demonic form was still stunning, his eyes filled with a mix of desire and something deeper, something more profound, that made my breath catch. In that moment I knew I belonged to him, heart and soul. Time lost meaning. Our bodies moved together in an ancient dance. The line between pleasure and pain blurred until I couldn't tell where I ended, and he began. In that moment, I understood why angels fell. Some things were worth burning for. Later, lying in his arms on the floor of the now empty dining room, reality began to creep back in. The demons had departed, satisfied with their feast, leaving us alone with the aftermath of what we'd done. My skin still tingled where he'd touched me, marked me, claimed me. But something felt wrong, like a splinter in my mind I couldn't quite grasp. What was I becoming? Each time I surrendered to him, I felt pieces of myself slipping away, replaced by something darker, hungrier. The guilt of what I'd done, both tonight and in that garden with Jacob, pressed against my chest and gnawed at every facet of the fragments of humanity I had left. Chapter 25. I lay in bed, my body still humming from Alistair's touch, every bite mark and bruise a reminder of what I'd become. The castle felt different now that I knew what really lurked in its shadows. Demons wearing human skin, like designer suits, playing at being judges while they feasted on God knows what. Or who. A knock at my door sent my heart racing. If it was Alistair again, I didn't know if I had the strength to resist him. Not that I really wanted to. But it wasn't Alistair's elegant frame filling my doorway. It was Zane, very much alive, and decidedly not served up as tonight's special. Relief hit me like a tidal wave, and before I could think better of it, I pulled him into a fierce hug. "You're okay," I breathed, inhaling his familiar scent of herbs and sandalwood. I thought. "I know what's going on," he said, his voice tight with tension. "I saw everything in the dining room last night." We moved inside, closing the door against whatever horrors might be prowling the halls. Zane's eyes were haunted as he described what he'd witnessed, the demons revealing their true forms, the unholy feast, and me. God, he'd seen everything. "I tried to leave," he continued, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "But there's some kind of barrier. It's like being trapped in a fishbowl with sharks." I nodded, guilt churning in my gut. I should have warned him about the barrier, should have told him so many things. But how could I explain any of it without revealing what I'd done to Jacob? "Cam." Zane's voice softened. "I'm so sorry. I had no idea Alistair was forcing himself on you like that." The words hit like a punch to the gut. Part of me wanted to let him believe that, to be the victim rather than admit I'd chosen this descent into darkness. It would be so easy to let him see me as the good man he thought I was, instead of the monster I was becoming. "Jacob was lucky," he muttered. "Getting that family emergency when he did." My throat closed up. I stared at my hands, remembering how they'd looked covered in Jacob's blood. Lucky wasn't exactly the word I'd use. "Yeah," I managed, the lie bitter on my tongue. "Lucky." "We need to figure out how to escape," Zane said, pacing like a caged tiger. "That barrier has to have a weakness. They got us in somehow, right? And Jacob got out." I sank onto the bed, watching him build castles in the air. Each time he mentioned Jacob, it was like a knife twisting in my gut. I should tell him the truth. He deserved to know what kind of person he was trying to save. But the words stuck in my throat like thorns. "We'll play along for now," he continued, his face set with determination. "Cook whatever these monsters want, keep our heads down. Just try to keep your distance from Alistair." A harsh laugh escaped before I could stop it. Keep my distance. I was already in too deep, drowning in Alistair's darkness and loving every second of it. "I'll work out a plan," Zane promised, mistaking my reaction for hysteria. "We'll get everyone out of here. You, me, Kenzo, Lucia, all of us. He looked so earnest, so sure of himself, like a knight in shining armor come to rescue the damsel in distress. Except I wasn't a damsel, and the only thing distressing was how much I didn't want to be rescued. Maybe that's why I kissed him. Some desperate attempt to feel normal again, to remember what it was like before demons and death entered the equation. His lips were soft, familiar, and completely wrong. There was no fire, no darkness calling to darkness. Just the ghost of what we used to have. Zane pulled back, studying my face. What's wrong? You know none of this is your fault, right? What Alistair's doing to you? Stop. The word came out sharper than I intended. Just stop. Alistair isn't forcing me to do anything. What are you talking about? I wanted him. The confession hung between us like smoke. I still want him. Zane stepped back like I'd slapped him. Even after seeing what he really is, Zane's voice cracked with disbelief. Christ, Cam, he's literally a demon. I know what he is. My fingers traced one of the marks Alistair had left on my neck, remembering the exquisite pain of his fangs. And I don't care. You can't mean that. Zane's face twisted with something between pity and revulsion. This is just Stockholm Syndrome or something. He's gotten into your head. I barked out a laugh. Oh, he's definitely in my head along with every other part of me. The words came out crueler than intended, but fuck it. Might as well embrace the monster I was becoming. And I loved every second of it. Stop it. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. Just stop. This isn't you. Isn't it? I stood, letting him see the bruises, the bite marks, the evidence of my willing surrender to darkness. Maybe this is exactly who I am. Maybe I'm tired of pretending to be something I'm not. You're not thinking clearly? I'm thinking clearer than I ever have. The truth poured out like poison. For once in my life, I'm not hiding, not playing the good little invalid, counting down my days until my heart gives out. With him, I feel alive. Zane's expression hardened into something I barely recognized. Fine. Stay here with your demon lover. But I'm still going to try to save the others. He moved toward the door, each step heavy with disappointment. I'll talk to Kenzo and Lucia, show them the barrier. They probably won't believe me at first, but seeing is believing. Zane, get some rest, he cut me off, his voice tight. Think about what you're saying. There's no way you actually want this. He gestured vaguely at my marked body. The Kamael I knew would never... Maybe you never really knew me at all. The words hung between us like a death sentence. Zane stared at me for a long moment, searching for something in my face. Recognition? I don't know. He eventually turned away and left me alone. The next day, I woke to sunlight streaming through Gothic windows, my body aching in ways that brought last night's memories flooding back. Alistair had declared it a rest day, no cooking required. Thank God for small mercies. I found Zane in one of the castle's endless corridors, his face tight with worry. I told Lucia and Kenzo, he whispered. They didn't believe me, but at least Kenzo checked the barrier. My heart skipped at the mention of the barrier. Finally, someone else knew. Before I could respond, Zane's eyes widened. Alistair was approaching down the hall. We should stay apart, Zane muttered quickly. I'll work on Kenzo, try to get him to understand. Maybe together we can figure out how to leave. He gripped my arm, his touch gentle. I'm not giving up on you. Whatever spell he has you under, we'll break it. If only it were that simple. I watched him go, wondering if he'd still want to save me if he knew what I'd done.
What were you two whispering about?
Alistair materialized beside me, his presence electric as always. Nothing. His fingers brushed my cheek.
Last night's feast was exquisite. You continue to surprise me.
I pulled away, muttering some excuse about needing rest. His eyes narrowed, but he let me go. All day I waited for word from Zane, while dodging Alistair's attempts to get me alone. The other demons were mysteriously absent, probably lurking in whatever hell dimension they called home when they weren't terrorizing culinary students. Alistair wasn't taking my withdrawal well. Expensive gifts appeared in my room, rare cookbooks, vintage wines, even a set of hand-forged Japanese knives that probably cost more than my entire education. His whispered compliments followed me through the halls, each one designed to draw me back into his web. But doubt had taken root, growing like poison ivy around my heart. What was I becoming? Each surrender to him felt like losing another piece of myself. When Alistair cornered me in the library, blazing with barely contained fury, I felt that familiar pull, darkness calling to darkness. But for once I resisted.
Playing hard to get doesn't suit you.
He purred, backing me against a bookshelf. Ancient leather-bound volumes pressed into my spine as he caged me with his arms.
What's wrong, my fallen angel? Conscience finally catching up with you?
I turned my face away, but his fingers caught my chin, forcing me to meet his gaze.
I saw you with Zane earlier,
he continued, his voice silk over steel.
Such an earnest little thing, isn't he? So desperate to save everyone.
Leave him alone. The words came out sharper than intended. Alistair's laugh sent shivers down my spine.
Protective, aren't we? And here I thought we had something special.
We do, I admitted, hating how my body responded to his proximity. That's what scares me. His fingers traced my jaw, leaving trails of fire in their wake.
Fear is boring. You're meant for so much more than that.
Am I? I pushed against his chest, needing space to think. Because from where I'm standing, I'm just another contestant in your sick game. How many others have you seduced before serving them up as the main dish? Something dangerous flashed in his eyes.
You think that's all this is? A game?
Isn't it? The competition, the eliminations, turning us into literal lunch. It's all just entertainment for you and your demon friends.
Oh, darling.
His smile was sharp as a blade.
If this were just a game, you'd already be dead. You're different, special. I thought you understood that.
Because I'm named after an angel? I scoffed. That's not exactly a ringing endorsement of my personality.
Because you embrace the darkness without losing yourself to it.
His hand cupped my cheek, the touch surprisingly gentle.
Do you think just anyone could handle what you've done? Could process it, accept it, and still retain their essence?
I thought of Jacob, of the garden, of blood on my hands. I'm sorry, I can't keep doing this. I moved away from him and rushed back to my room.
Chapter 26. Alistair. Alistair lounged in his private chambers, surrounded by centuries of carefully curated treasures. Ancient grimoires bound in human skin lined the walls, their spines cracked and worn from countless readings. Artifacts from fallen civilizations glinted in glass cases, everything from Aztec sacrificial daggers to Egyptian canopic jars still holding the preserved organs of pharaohs. Each piece whispered stories of humanity's darkness, their desperate attempts to touch divinity through blood and ritual. His fingers lingered on the latest acquisition, leather-bound journals documenting every competition he'd hosted. The pages brimmed with human ambition and folly, chronicling contestants who'd caught his eye over the years. A faint sneer curled his lips, even the most promising ones, those with their tantalizing mix of talent and moral rot, had ultimately become meals for his court. Predictable, he thought, flipping to an entry about a 19th-century violinist who'd traded her soul for eternal fame. Delicious, but predictable. Mephistopheles watched from his perch by the window, silver hair haloed by moonlight in a way that would have amused him if he cared for irony. His gaze drifted over Alistair's collection, the obsidian glint of artifacts reflecting in his eyes. 2 centuries of this routine, the competitions, the feasts, the hollow victories, had worn thin. When Alistair scoffed at the journal, Mephistopheles rolled his shoulders, the motion deliberately languid. "You need a companion," he drawled. The words hung in the air, sharp as the sacrificial daggers in their cases. He already knew how Alistair would react, but boredom had its own momentum. Alistair didn't look up.
Humans are tedious creatures. Even the interesting ones become predictable given enough time.
Stubborn as ever, Mephistopheles mused, though his smirk deepened. He leaned against the window frame, claws tapping the stone. And yet you keep hosting these little competitions. Moonlight caught the edge of Alistair's jaw as it tightened, a flicker of irritation. Searching for something? Or someone? The journal snapped shut. Alistair's gaze remained fixed on its cover, but his mind flickered, just for a heartbeat, to a competitor from the 1920s, a jazz singer whose voice had echoed in his dreams for decades. He smothered the memory. He turned out to be a depressed and dull disappointment.
Entertainment requires no justification.
Mephistopheles snorted. Liar. But he let the silence stretch, savoring the crackle of unspoken wants beneath Alistair's icy composure. Alistair's fingers traced the elegant script describing his first contest back in 1823. He'd been terribly bored then, watching humans scramble over each other in their petty pursuits of fame and fortune. The idea had come to him while dining at one of London's finest establishments. Why not combine entertainment with sustenance? Turn their desperation into a feast for both body and soul. The formula had been simple enough. Gather the most ambitious young chefs, promise them everything they'd ever dreamed of, then watch them tear each other apart for his amusement. The winners received exactly what he'd promised: wealth, fame, success beyond their wildest dreams. The binding contracts ensuring their silence were merely good business. As for the losers, well, waste not, want not. Thinking of discarding this bunch and moving on? They seemed like a terribly annoying bunch, finding the barrier as quickly as they did. Mephistopheles mused, examining his perfectly manicured nails. He hid a smirk, savoring the way Alistair's jaw tightened at the provocation. Unless, of course, you've finally found what you've been looking for. Alistair's mind drifted to Camael. Those wild eyes were like a dragonfly trapped in amber, that delicate frame housing such exquisite darkness. From the moment he'd caught the young man's scent at Emberhearth, he'd known Camael was different. The juxtaposition of his angelic name and curly-haired beauty, and the shadows beneath his surface intoxicated him. The shorter stature that suggested fragility, yet hid steel in his spine and fire in his soul. Mephistopheles watched Alistair's gaze grow distant and rolled his eyes. Pathetic, he thought, though a flicker of curiosity nagged at him. He'd seen Alistair obsessed before, but never like this. Not since the Inquisition, at least. Memories of Camael flashed in Alistair's mind. Even while making love, his little angel couldn't stop thinking of how he sabotaged fellow students with calculated precision, each betrayal executed with an artist's touch. The heart condition added urgency to the boy's actions, a desperate race against time that made his darkness bloom sweeter. Even now he couldn't help but travel through Han's mind to watch the boy. The way you watch him, Mephistopheles' voice sliced through the silence. He leaned forward, delighting in the rare opportunity to unsettle his companion. I haven't seen you this obsessed since that Spanish inquisitor in 1478. Alistair shot him a warning glare, but Mephistopheles merely laughed. The demon noted with satisfaction how Alistair's shadows momentarily writhed beyond his control. Oh, come now! Mephistopheles gestured lazily, already planning how to weaponize this weakness. We both know this is different. The garden scene alone. When was the last time you lost control like that? Usually it would take weeks before we're munching on your little contestants.
Camael surprised me. No one has ever murdered here before.
The memory of Camael in the hedge maze, covered in Jacob's blood, sent heat coursing through Alistair's veins. He hadn't planned to take him there, hadn't meant to reveal his nature so soon. But watching Kamael embrace violence with such savage grace, seeing the way he transformed death into art, Alistair couldn't resist.
He's still human.
Alistair muttered, though the words felt hollow even to his own ears. Mephistopheles studied him, noting the tension in his companion's jaw. How amusing, he thought, to see the great tempter so unmoored by a mortal. Is he? Mephistopheles raised one perfect eyebrow. The way he responded to your true form suggests otherwise. Most humans would have gone mad at the sight of your horns alone, let alone everything else. Yet he welcomed you, embraced you, even knowing what you are. Alistair rose from his chair, restless energy driving him to pace the length of his chambers. The mirror caught his eye. His carefully crafted human disguise stared back. That beautiful mask was a far cry from the truth. The horns and demonic features he'd shown Kamael were mere fragments of his real appearance. Few mortals could withstand his true form without their sanity shattering like spun glass. Mephistopheles leaned back, suppressing a smirk. He'd seen this restlessness before, though never in Alistair. Pathetic, he mused, to crave a mortal's acceptance. Yet he pressed further, baiting the unspoken wound. His withdrawal troubles you, he observed, as does his renewed connection with that former lover of his. Alistair's pacing stilled. The desire for Kamael to see him fully, to know him as no human ever had, flared anew. It was foreign, unsettling, a crack in his ancient armor. Meanwhile, Mephistopheles catalogued every flicker of vulnerability. How useful, he thought, this weakness might prove. Alistair's fingers tightened on the journal until the leather creaked in protest. The sight of Kamael with Zayn earlier had awakened something primitive in him, an emotion he hadn't felt in centuries. Jealousy, hot and bitter, churned in his gut at the memory.
I could eliminate the competition,
he mused, already picturing a dozen exquisite ways to prepare Zayn's flesh.
Turn him into tomorrow's special.
Mephistopheles studied Alistair's clenched jaw, recognizing the familiar flair of possessiveness. Predictable as ever, he thought, though he kept his tone light. And risk driving Kamael away? He shook his head. No, old friend. If you want to keep him, you'll have to do something far more terrifying than murder.
And what's that?
Alistair's voice dripped with sarcasm, but his curiosity prickled beneath it. Mephistopheles let the pause linger, savoring the rare chance to unsettle him. Be honest with him. The words hung in the air like a challenge. Show him everything. Your true form, your past, your feelings. His lips curved into a knowing smile. Make yourself vulnerable. Alistair barked out a laugh.
Vulnerability is for mortals.
And denial is for fools, Mephistopheles almost retorted. Instead, he rose gracefully, moving toward the door. And yet here you are, pining like some lovesick poet. He paused, glancing back. Perhaps it's time to admit this little game of yours was never just about entertainment. Maybe you've been searching for a partner all along. Partner. Not short-term, but a true long-lived mate. The word echoed in Alistair's mind long after Mephistopheles left. In all his centuries of existence, he'd never considered such a thing. Humans were food, pawns, occasional playthings, nothing more. He had never attempted to turn a human, but he had seen them turned, and it usually ended with madness or whatever left of their humanity snuffed out, making them no different than any other demon. Even the ones who showed promise eventually proved disappointing, their darkness mere shadows compared to the void within him. But Kamael, he was something else entirely. An angel's name wrapped around a demon's heart, trapped in a dying mortal shell. The way he surrendered to darkness without losing himself to it. How he transformed death into art with those clever hands. Even now, pulling away, he showed more spine than any human Alistair had encountered in centuries. If he were turned, Alistair wondered how long Kamael could keep it up before becoming just another demon or losing his mind and needing to be put down. Mephistopheles lingered in the hallway, sensing the gears turning in Alistair's mind. He'd planted the seed. Now he'd wait to see if stubborn pride or genuine longing would take root. Meanwhile, the beginnings of a plan coalesced in Alistair's thoughts. If Kamael wanted him, truly wanted him, he'd have to prove it. Force him to make a choice, once and for all. No more games, no more half-truths. He'd lay everything bare and let him decide. Embrace the darkness completely, or remain forever in the light. A smile curved Alistair's lips as the details fell into place. Kamael will have to choose, and I intend to make that choice absolutely clear.
Chapter 27. Kamel. I found Zane in the library, his broad frame silhouetted against leaded glass windows. The setting sun painted him in shades of gold and crimson, like some Renaissance angel descended to save my damned soul. My fingers still tingled from Alistair's touch, my skin marked by evidence of our unholy communion. But I had to try. Had to make one last attempt at clinging to whatever humanity I had left. Hey. My voice came out rougher than intended. Zane turned, those warm brown eyes lighting up with hope that made my chest ache. He'd always worn his heart on his sleeve, every emotion plain as daylight. So different from Alistair's carefully crafted masks and deadly secrets. Cam. He stepped closer, and I caught the familiar scent of herbs and sandalwood. No copper, no darkness, just clean, honest Zane. I was worried after earlier. I crossed the space between us in 3 quick strides and pulled him into a desperate kiss. He made a surprised sound, but melted into it immediately. His hands coming up to cup my face with such tender care, it almost broke me. The kiss was soft, sweet, everything Alistair's weren't, and that was the problem. My traitorous mind kept comparing. Where Zane was gentle, Alistair was savage. Where Zane caressed, Alistair claimed. Even as Zane's familiar lips moved against mine, I couldn't help remembering fangs and blood and ecstasy, so sharp it bordered on agony. Please, I whispered against his mouth, though I wasn't sure what I was begging for. Salvation? Damnation? Both. We stumbled toward one of the library's plush reading nooks, a secluded alcove hidden behind towering shelves. Gothic romances and leather-bound poetry collections watched our descent into borrowed passion like silent judges. How fitting. Even the books in this castle had an air of dark observation about them. Zane's hands were careful as they undressed me, treating each revealed inch of skin like something precious. His breath caught when he saw the marks Alistair had left. Bruises, bites, evidence of darker pleasures. But he didn't comment, just pressed gentle kisses to each mark like he could erase them with tenderness alone. I closed my eyes as he moved lower, trying to lose myself in the familiar rhythm of his touch, but behind my eyelids, all I saw was Alistair, eyes burning with hellfire, that knowing smirk as he took me apart piece by piece. Even as Zane's mouth worked magic between my thighs, I couldn't stop picturing sharp fangs and wicked tongues. My hands fisted in Zane's hair, and for a moment I wanted to hurt him, to make him bite harder, mark deeper, match the savage passion I'd grown addicted to. The urge to wrap my fingers around his throat and squeeze was so strong, it terrified me. I could do it. Snap that fragile human neck and watch the light fade from those trusting eyes. The thought sent a sick thrill through me, and I yanked my hands away like I'd been burned. Cam? Zane looked up, concern written across his features. What's wrong? Everything. Nothing. I was wrong, twisted and broken, and falling into something I couldn't escape, but I couldn't tell him that. Instead, I pulled him up for another kiss, rolling us so I was on top. His solid warmth beneath me was an anchor to humanity, but even that was slipping away. Each touch felt hollow, a pale imitation of the dark ecstasy I'd found in Alistair's arms. I rode him with desperate intensity, chasing something I knew I wouldn't find. Zane's hands roamed my body with reverent care, whispering sweet nothings that tasted like ash in my mouth. When he called my name, voice thick with love and pleasure, I had to bite back Alistair's name. The edge approached like a tidal wave, but it wasn't enough. I needed more, needed blood and pain and darkness. Without thinking, my hands found Zane's throat. His pulse thundered against my palms, so fragile, so human. One squeeze, and I could watch that life drain away, feel him struggle beneath me as pleasure and death intertwined. Horror shot through me like ice water. I snatched my hands back, disgusted with myself. What kind of monster was I becoming? Zane hadn't even noticed, lost in his own pleasure, trusting me completely. I'm a piece of shit. I forced myself to finish normally, to kiss him sweetly and collapse beside him like everything was fine, like I hadn't just contemplated murdering him at the height of passion. His arms wrapped around me, warm and secure, but I felt colder than ever. I've missed this, he murmured into my hair. Missed you. I made a non-committal sound, unable to voice the lie that I'd missed him too. The truth was, I barely recognized myself anymore. The Kamael who had loved Zane felt like a stranger, some naive fool who thought his biggest problem was a failing heart. We can leave this place, Zane continued, his voice soft with hope. Find a nice restaurant in town. Build a normal life together. It won't be as glamorous as Alistair's world, but it'll be real. Clean. I nodded, the motion mechanical. Yeah, I heard myself say as if from a great distance. That sounds nice. Lies. A normal life. Working in some quaint bistro. Growing old. As if my heart would even let me live that long. Pretending I'd never known the taste of human flesh or the touch of a demon's kiss. The very thought made me want to scream, but I had to try. Had to make one last attempt at being the person Zane thought I was, before darkness consumed me completely. So I let him hold me, let him whisper plans about our future together, while inside I felt myself crumbling to dust. Zane's breathing eventually evened out into sleep, his arms still wrapped around me like he could protect me from the monsters lurking in the shadows. But the real monster was already here, wearing my skin like an ill-fitting suit, hungering for things no human should crave. I stared at the library ceiling, its Gothic arches disappearing into darkness. Somewhere in this castle, Alistair was probably watching, laughing at my pathetic attempt to reclaim my humanity. The worst part? I wanted him to be watching. Wanted him to see how hollow everything else felt compared to him. I was probably going to die here. I traced the marks he'd left on my skin, each one a brand of ownership I couldn't erase. Zane's gentle touch had done nothing to diminish their power. If anything, the contrast only made them burn brighter, like comparing candlelight to a forest fire. The lie stretched out before me, a normal life, a clean life, everything I should want. But all I could think about was the thrill of violence, the taste of blood, the perfect darkness in Alistair's eyes, when he looked at me like I was the only thing in his eternal existence worth possessing. I carefully extracted myself from Zane's embrace, watching him sleep for a long moment. He looked so peaceful, so pure. Everything I used to be, everything I could never be again. Part of me wanted to wake him, to confess everything and beg for forgiveness. But what would be the point? Some sins couldn't be forgiven. Some transformations couldn't be undone. I dressed silently, each movement a reminder of the marks Alistair had left on me, inside and out. The bruises and bites throbbed in time with my dying heart, a percussion of possession that drowned out everything else. Dawn was creeping over the horizon as I slipped out of the library, painting the castle in shades of blood and shadow. Fitting, really. I'd tried to chase the light, to be the person Zane believed in, but darkness had already claimed me. Now I just had to decide what kind of monster I wanted to become. I made my way back to my room, my mind a storm of guilt and desire. The castle's shadows seemed to reach for me, welcoming me home. And wasn't that the real tragedy? This place of darkness and death felt more like home than any normal life ever could. Sleep wouldn't come, not with the memory of Zane's trusting touch warring with the phantom sensation of Alistair's fangs. I stood at my window, watching the sun rise over the cursed grounds of my prison. Or was it my sanctuary? The line between the two seemed to blur more with each passing day. The morning light caught the marks on my skin, turning each bruise and bite into a roadmap of my descent. I'd tried to wash them away with Zane's gentle touch, tried to remember what it felt like to be wholly human. But the darkness in me had grown too strong, too hungry. Like a cancer spreading through my soul, devouring everything pure and replacing it with shadows. I thought of the life Zane had described, working in some charming local restaurant, building something normal and clean together. Once, that might have been enough. Once, I might have been satisfied with leaving a small mark on the world before my broken heart gave out. But I'd tasted something darker now, something eternal. The thought of going back to that mundane existence felt like trying to cage a wolf in a cardboard box. I'd tear it apart, destroy everything and everyone around me in my desperation to be free. The worst part? I wasn't even sure I wanted to fight it anymore. Every attempt to reclaim my humanity felt hollow, performative, like an actor going through the motions of a role he'd long since outgrown. The darkness called to me, sang in my blood, promised things beyond my wildest dreams. And at the center of it all was Alistair, beautiful and terrible as a fallen star. He'd seen the monster in me before I'd recognized it myself. Every kiss, every cruel smile, every drop of blood we'd shared had just been drawing out what was already there. The sun climbed higher, but I felt colder than ever. I'd tried to use Zane as an anchor to humanity, and all I'd done was prove how far gone I truly was. The hands that had longed to choke the life from him during our lovemaking weren't Alistair's, they were mine. The darkness wasn't something being forced upon me. It was something I was choosing, with every beat of my dying heart. I watched the castle grounds come alive with morning light, each shadow retreating like a guilty secret. But not me. I was done retreating, done pretending to be something I wasn't. Let Zane keep his dreams of normal life and simple happiness. I had darker dreams now, dreams of blood and beauty, and an eternity spent dancing on the knife's edge between pleasure and pain. The monster was already here, wearing my skin, hungry for things no human should crave. And maybe that was the real truth. It had always been here. Alistair hadn't created the darkness in me. He'd just taught me how to stop being afraid of it. I crawled into bed as the sun rose fully, but sleep remained elusive. The castle's shadows danced across my ceiling, and in their shifting patterns I swore I could see Alistair's knowing smile. He'd known all along what I'd become, had seen the darkness in me before I'd admitted it to myself. Maybe that's what terrified me most. Not that he was turning me into a monster, but that he'd simply shown me what I'd always been. Chapter 28. I woke to remnants of dreams I couldn't quite remember. The castle's silence pressed against my skull as I noticed something out of place, a folded piece of parchment on my nightstand placed atop the polished mahogany. The paper was thick, expensive, the kind Alistair used for his formal correspondence, but the handwriting, while elegant, had a frantic energy to it, like someone trying to maintain composure while running from wolves. I know you and Zane seek escape. I too wish for freedom from this gilded prison. The competition will be called off today due to an accident in the kitchen. Meet me in the castle dungeons if you want to learn the truth. Follow the corridor past the wine cellar. Take the third turning on your left, down the stone steps to the iron door. Come at noon. You're not the first to try leaving, but with your unique position, you might be the first to succeed. No signature. My fingers traced the still sharp edges of the paper, mind racing. The only servant I'd had real contact with was Hans, and he seemed about as likely to help us escape as Alistair was to open a vegan restaurant. I found Zane in the library's eastern wing, pretending to study a leather-bound volume on French cuisine. His shoulders were too tense, eyes flicking to the door every few seconds. When he saw me, Something in his face softened, that same look he used to give me before everything went to hell. "Read this," I said, thrusting the note at him. "Could be a trap." He took the parchment carefully, like it might bite. His eyes scanned the elegant script once, twice, 3 times. Could also be legitimate. Hans was acting strange yesterday, kept starting to say something, then stopping himself. Right, because Alistair's personal butler is definitely going to help us escape. I sank into a nearby armchair, its velvet upholstery soft against my skin. Hans is about as trustworthy as a snake in a sock drawer. What do we have to lose? The laugh that burst from my throat was sharp enough to cut. Our lives? Our internal organs? Our souls? Take your pick. We're losing those anyway staying here. Zayn leaned forward, voice dropping to barely above a whisper. Every day we spend in this place, our lives are in even more danger. All communications with the outside world is cut off. And you? I see it in your eyes, Cam. You're starting to change in ways that scare the shit out of me. The truth in his words stung worse than any lie. Fine, we'll check it out. But if we end up on the menu, I'm blaming you in the afterlife. The wine cellar air hit us like a wall of must and memory, centuries of vintages sleeping in their dusty graves. Our footsteps echoed off stone walls that had witnessed God knows what over the years. The third turning led to a narrow staircase, steep enough to make my knees ache. The iron door waited at the bottom, hanging slightly open like the maw of some ancient beast. As we pushed it wider, hinges shrieking protest, the true scope of Alistair's depravity revealed itself. Medieval torture devices lined the walls, not museum replicas but the real thing, their metal surfaces dulled by time and use. Iron maidens stood sentinel in corners, their spiked interiors promising agony. Racks stretched toward the ceiling like prehistoric skeletons, chains dangling like dead vines. The stone floor bore dark stains in patterns too deliberate to be random. Jesus fucking Christ, I breathed, the words barely a whisper. Footsteps echoed down the corridor, measured, deliberate steps that could only belong to one person. I grabbed the nearest weapon, a rusted poker crusted with substances I didn't want to identify. But Zayn caught my arm. Hans emerged from the shadows like he'd been born from them, features cast in stark relief by the dungeon's dim light. "Glad you're here," he said, raising his hands. "I wrote the note. I want to help." Alistair's faithful servant wants to help us escape. Try another one. You think I want to spend eternity here, watching each new batch of students become ingredients for his feast? Real emotion cracked through his perfect mask. I've been waiting for someone like you, Kamail. Someone he's fascinated by. Someone he lets his guard down around. How do we get out of here? Zayn asked, ever practical. Hans's eyes darted around until he gestured to a narrow stone door. We can leave through here. It's a hidden passage that would take us to the nearby village. I'm sure by now you both know of the barrier preventing us from leaving. This will take us under that. Good, Zayn breathed. Then we get Ken and Lucia and we make a run for it. Hans chuckled. Did you really think it would be so easy? If it were then, I wouldn't need you. Alistair's key is the only thing that will open it. Where is it? I asked, already knowing I wouldn't like the answer. His private chambers, where no servant is allowed to enter. Hans's face twisted with something like desperation. But he wouldn't question your presence there. Even if he caught you, you might survive the discovery. Absolutely not. Zayn stepped between us. You can't seriously expect him to... I'll do it. Cam, no. Zayn grabbed my shoulders, forcing me to meet his gaze. This is suicide. Or worse. You know what he's capable of. Exactly. I know what he's capable of, and I know how he looks at me. I sighed. I can do this. You don't have to prove anything. This isn't about proving anything. I hated raising my voice. This is about surviving, about getting out before we all end up. I don't know what... I turned to Hans. Tell me what I need to know. Kamail, please, Zayn's voice cracked. We'll find another way. There is no other way. I stepped back from him, from the concern in those warm brown eyes that used to mean everything. I'm doing this. Either help me plan or get out of my way. The The silence stretched between us like a taut wire. Finally, Zane's shoulders slumped. Fine, but if anything feels wrong, anything at all, you get out immediately. Promise me. I nodded, not trusting my voice. What I didn't say was that everything about this place felt wrong. Had from the start. Maybe that's why I fit in so well. Hans cleared his throat delicately. The key will be somewhere in his bedroom, probably hidden. You'll need time to search. How much time? As much as you can get, and Kamael. He looked almost concerned. Be careful, he may seem fond of you, but he's still a demon. Don't forget that. I barked out a laugh. Trust me, that's not something you forget. Though sometimes, in the dark, with his hands on my skin, I wished I could. Chapter 29. Alistair's private chambers coiled with the opulence of a macabre collector's den. Mahogany panels, polished to a liquid gleam, swallowed flickering candlelight, while blood-red velvet drapes sighed against walls like languid breaths. Gold filigree clawed across every surface, glinting faintly as if whispering secrets. The air clung thick with sandalwood incense, undercut by a muskier tang. Wet soil, iron, aged leather, that coated the tongue and prickled the back of the throat. My pulse throbbed in my ears as I edged through the doorway, each step muffled by Persian rugs dense enough to swallow screams. Cold sweat slicked my palms, the key's imagined weight already burning in my grip. Find it, get it to Hans, and maybe, just maybe, we'd all make it out of here alive. Well, most of us. Sorry, Jacob. Moonlight speared through leaded windows, fracturing into jagged silver veins across the floor. The bedroom yawned vast, its vaulted ceiling lost to shadows, the four-poster bed a behemoth swathed in silk so black it seemed to drink the light. Those sheets, cold, slippery, whispering against skin, shivered in a draft I couldn't feel. I turned away, throat cinching shut. The room's lingering bergamot and rosewater turned cloying, sweet as rot. I started with the obvious places, drawers, desk, the ornate jewelry box that probably cost more than my culinary degree. Nothing. The key Hans described was supposed to be distinctive. Black metal worked with symbols similar to the ones on that creepy door in the dungeon. But all I found were expensive watches and cufflinks that could have paid off my medical bills 10 times over.
Looking for something.
Fuck. The air turned glacial in my lungs, my limbs locking as if frost had crystallized in my veins. I stood trapped, a thief pinned with fingers twitching mere inches from the cursed jar's jagged brim. Alistair's voice curled around me like smoke, velvet smooth, yet laced with the bite of a blade dragged across stone. Even without turning, I could see it. The lazy arch of his brow, the dimple carving into his cheek as his smirk bloomed. That look always coiled heat and fury in my gut, twin serpents hiss and claw him and crush closer in dizzying unison. Would you believe I got lost on my way to the bathroom? My lie hung stale, sour as rotten parchment. His laughter followed, a low, reverberating hum that skated down my neck, icy and molten all at once. Gooseflesh prickled my arms, betraying me. Idiot! I cursed myself, even as my pulse thrummed like war drums in my ears. Every instinct screamed to flee, but my traitorous blood roared louder, singing for the danger in his shadowed gaze.
My dear Kamael.
He purred, closer now, the bergamot and iron scent of him suffusing the air.
You've never been a particularly good liar.
I turned slowly, trying to keep my expression neutral. He stood in the doorway like some fallen angel's wet dream, all lean muscle and predatory. Those scarlet eyes burned into me, and Christ, even knowing what he was, what he'd done, I still wanted him. Fine. You caught me. My fingers worked at my shirt buttons, each one a surrender I couldn't take back. But can you blame me for wanting one last taste? His eyes darkened as I shrugged off my shirt, letting it pool at my feet.
Playing with fire, little chef.
Maybe I like getting burned. The space between us vanished as he moved with supernatural speed, pinning me against his ridiculous antique dresser. His touch was ice and fire combined, leaving trails of sensation that bordered on pain.
Is that what this is about? One final fling before your grand escape.
I kissed him instead of answering, because what could I say? That part of me wanted to stay? That every time he touched me, the darkness inside grew stronger? That I was terrified of how right it felt to fall into his arms, even knowing what he was? His fangs grazed my lower lip, drawing blood that he lapped up with a hungry growl. My blood filled my mouth as he deepened the kiss, claiming me with a possession that made my knees weak. His hands roamed my bare skin, leaving marks that would linger for days if I lived that long.
My beautiful broken bird,
he murmured against my throat.
Did you really think I wouldn't notice? The furtive meetings, the whispered plans.
His teeth found my pulse point sharp enough to remind me of exactly what he was.
I can smell the lies on you.
Fuck you, I gasped, even as my body arched into his touch. He laughed against my skin.
Such fire, such delicious rage. That's what drew me to you, you know. Not just your talent in the kitchen, but that darkness simmering beneath the surface and the humanity that attempts to keep it at bay.
His fingers tangled in my hair, yanking my head back to expose my throat.
The way you embrace death, transform it into art. You were made for this. For me.
I should have fought harder, should have maintained some pretense of resistance. But his words struck something deep inside, some truth I'd been running from since the moment we met. Every dish I'd created here had been a symphony of darkness, a celebration of death itself. Even before Jacob, before I knew what Alistair was, I'd been dancing on the edge of this abyss. His mouth claimed mine again, harder this time, all pretense of gentleness forgotten. I kissed him back with equal fervor, pouring all my confusion and rage and twisted desire into it. We stumbled toward the bed, shedding clothes like snakeskin, until there was nothing between us but secrets and lies.
I could give you everything,
he whispered, his voice rough with promise and threat.
Not just success or fame, but immortality itself. No more counting heartbeats, no more waiting for that broken valve to finally give out.
His fingers traced my chest, right over my defective heart.
Together, we could make the world burn.
I hate you, I breathed, the words catching in my throat as his hands worked their dark magic on my body. I hate how much I want this. Want you.
No, you don't.
His smile was sharp as a blade.
You hate that I make you feel alive, that only in darkness do you truly shine.
His touch grew rougher, marking me inside and out.
Pour it all into me, Kamael. Every drop of grief, every ounce of rage. Let me taste your despair.
Something snapped inside me. I surged up, flipping our positions with strength born of... Even now I couldn't tell. My fists found his perfect face, marking that marble skin with bruises that healed almost instantly. He let me hit him, let me pour out my fury and pain, his laughter echoing off the walls like bells in hell.
Yes!
He hissed, blood staining his teeth.
Show me everything, every beautiful broken piece.
I fucked him like I wanted to break him, like I could somehow punish him for making me want this, for showing me exactly what kind of monster lurked beneath my skin. His claws raked down my back, drawing blood that mixed with sweat and tears I refused to acknowledge.
The only way to leave this castle,
he gasped between brutal kisses,
is if I die. A powerful enough poison could do it, one meant for demons.
His eyes locked onto mine, burning with hellfire.
But the cure requires consuming the still-beating heart of an innocent soul.
Stop playing games, I begged, my voice cracking. The words held no heat, just bone-deep exhaustion.
No games, my darling. Just truth, laid bare like your beautiful body.
His fingers dug into my hips hard enough to bruise.
Choose, Kamael. Choose what you truly want.
I came with a sob. Pleasure and pain and grief tangling into something that felt like dying. He followed moments later, his release marking me inside like some unholy communion. We lay there in the aftermath, our bodies cooling in the moonlight, while my soul burned with choices I couldn't unmake. When dawn began to paint the sky in shades of blood, I carefully extracted myself from his embrace. My clothes felt wrong against skin that still tingled from his touch, like trying to cage lightning in cotton and denim. As I dressed, my eyes caught on a painting, one of the many grotesque masterpieces that lined his walls. But this one was different. Worked into the horrific scene was a pattern that made my head hurt to look at directly. And there, hidden in plain sight, was the key Hans had described. I could feel its texture beneath the paint, knew it would come free with minimal effort. One quick grab and I could run, could save everyone still left alive in this cursed place. My fingers hovered over the canvas, trembling with the weight of choice. But I couldn't do it. Maybe I was weak. Maybe I was already too far gone. Or maybe I'd finally stopped lying to myself about what I really wanted. I left the key where it was and walked away, the taste of him still lingering on my tongue like a promise, or a curse. At this point, what was the difference? Chapter 30. The dungeon air hung thick as I waited for Zane, each breath tasting of rust. My hands still tingled from Alistair's touch, my body marked by evidence of our latest encounter. The memory of his bed, warm and inviting, made this dank hellhole feel even colder by comparison. Zane's heavy steps signaled his arrival before I saw him. He emerged from the shadows like some avenging angel, all righteous determination and naive hope. The contrast between him and Alistair had never been starker. Light versus dark, salvation versus damnation. And here I was, caught between them like some twisted pendulum. Did you get it? Zane's whisper carried more force than a shout. Before I could answer, Hans arrived. His expression was of polite interest that made my skin crawl. Something about him had always felt off, like looking at a photograph that's slightly out of focus. The key? Hans asked, though he had to already know the answer. Those eerily perfect eyes studied me with an intensity that made me want to check my pockets for missing organs. No. The word felt like defeat on my tongue. I couldn't find it. Hans's face flickered with something that might have been genuine disappointment, if I believed he was capable of real emotions. A pity. But perhaps not all is lost. He reached into his immaculate uniform and withdrew two objects, a small vial of iridescent liquid and a familiar dagger. I recognized it instantly from Alistair's collection, the one with blood-red jewels that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. This poison can weaken demons, Hans explained, his voice carrying that particular brand of servile helpfulness that made me trust him even less. Combined with this blade, it might be enough to end him. Either way, the barrier will fall and we can make our escape. Give me the dagger. Zane stepped forward, hand outstretched. I'll do it. No. The word came out sharper than I intended. It has to be me. Cam, you're not thinking clearly. Actually, I am. I laughed, the sound harsh against stone walls. Maybe for the first time since we got here. This thing between Alistair and me. I need to be the one to end it. It's the only way I'll ever be free. The lie tasted bitter, but Zane bought it. Of course he did. He'd always believed the best of me, even when I gave him every reason not to. His face softened with that particular brand of concern I hated. Fine. He took the vial from Hans instead. Then I'll handle the poison. How do we do this? Hans's perfect smile widened fractionally. Through food, of course. The competition will proceed as planned tonight. Alistair will be tasting alone. He wants to drag the whole thing out for as long as he can. Once he is weakened, his eyes flicked to the dagger in my hands. Well, I trust you can handle the rest. What about Kenzo and Lucia? Zayn asked. We need to warn them. I'll find them. Hans cut in smoothly. Explain everything. Focus on your tasks. Something about his tone set off warning bells in my head, but Zayn was already nodding. I'll get started in the kitchen. The sooner we're out of here, the better. He squeezed my shoulder as he passed, a gesture of comfort that felt like a brand of guilt on my skin. Then he was gone, leaving me alone with Hans and more questions than answers. A word of advice, Hans murmured, his voice carrying an edge I'd never heard before. Don't hesitate when the moment comes. Alistair may seem fond of you, But he's still a demon. He'll show no mercy if he discovers our plan. I watched him glide away, the dagger heavy in my hands. Something wasn't right. The whole plan felt off, and so rushed, like a dish with flavors that didn't quite balance. Why would Hans, Alistair's supposedly loyal servant, suddenly turn against him? And why give me, of all people, the weapon? He should know the effect Alistair has over me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being tested. It all fell into place so easily. Alistair's words from that night in his bed came floating back, sharp and clear as broken glass.
A powerful poison could kill a demon, but the cure, the still beating heart of an innocent soul.
My blood ran cold as the pieces started clicking into place. Why would he tell me that? Why reveal such a crucial weakness unless he wanted me to know? The dagger's jewels caught the dim light, pulsing like a heartbeat against my palm. Every instinct screamed that this was a trap, that we were all just pieces in some elaborate game. But what choice did I have? If this was a test, then what did Alistair want? The only innocent here that I knew of was Zane. Shit. I tucked the blade away. The dungeon suddenly felt colder, the shadows deeper. Or maybe that was just my imagination, painting everything in shades of paranoia and doubt. Maybe I was overthinking it. What if not grabbing that key when I had the chance was me failing the test? As I climbed the stairs back to the main floor, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were all performing roles in a play whose ending had already been written. The real question was, who was actually directing this performance? Was Hans truly a begrudging servant using us to aid in his escape, or a loyal dog of his master setting the stage to Alistair's intended end? The castle corridors felt endless as I made my way back to my room. I caught my reflection in one of the manor's countless mirrors, pale face, dark circles under my eyes, the marks of Alistair's attention still visible on my neck. I barely recognized myself anymore. The naive chef who'd arrived here dreaming of fast culinary glory seemed like a stranger now, someone I'd read about in a book but never actually been. My fingers traced the outline of the blade through my clothes. The jewels felt warm even through the fabric, like they were drinking in my body heat, or maybe feeding off my doubt. At this point, nothing would surprise me. Zane would be in the kitchen now, carefully measuring out poison with those steady hands of his. Always so certain, so sure of the difference between right and wrong. He still believed in salvation, in happy endings. Still thought we could walk away from this place unchanged. But I knew better. The darkness here had seeped into my bones, become part of my marrow. Even if we did escape, I'd never be the person he remembered. That version of me had died somewhere between Jacob's murder and my first taste of human flesh. Maybe even before then. The really fucked up part? I wasn't sure I wanted that person back. What was I escaping to but a family that had long since moved on without me? All I had was Zane's dream of us starting a restaurant together, an idea he had floated around after 2 months of us officially dating. But how many days did I have left? Months? Years? Did it even matter anymore? Chapter 31. The bell's toll echoed through the castle like a death knell, each chime driving spikes of dread deeper into my chest. I'd been waiting for this summons, knowing it would come, yet still hoping somehow we'd find another way. But time had run out, and now we had to face whatever horrors awaited us in the kitchen. My footsteps felt leaden as I made my way down the familiar corridors. The usually bustling castle was unsettlingly quiet, like a tomb awaiting its next occupant. When I pushed through the kitchen doors, the silence grew even more oppressive. Only Zine stood at his station, looking as lost as I felt in the vast space. "Where are Kenzo and Lucia?" The words escaped before I could stop them, though I already suspected the answer. The emptiness of their stations spoke volumes. Zane's face was drawn with worry. I tried finding them earlier, but... He shook his head, running a hand through his disheveled hair. Something's wrong. This whole thing feels wrong. Before I could respond, Hans entered, wheeling in a cart laden with raw meat. His perfect features arranged themselves into a smile that made my skin crawl. Too wide, too knowing. The cart's wheels squeaked against the floor. the sound obscenely cheerful in the oppressive silence. "This feels like a trap," I muttered to Zane, keeping my voice low. "The poison. We need to rethink this." "It might be our only chance," Zane hissed back, desperation bleeding into his tone. "My family's waiting for me back home. My mom, my dad, I can't die here, Cam. I can't." The raw panic in his voice cut through me. I opened my mouth to respond, to offer some kind of comfort, but the kitchen doors burst open with theatrical force. Alistair swept in like the demon he was, carrying something that made me shiver. Kenzo's severed head dangled from Alistair's elegant fingers, those usually serene features frozen in an expression of final terror. Behind him, servants wheeled in a struggling Lucia, strapped to a pole like an animal being prepared for slaughter. Her screams were muffled by a gag, but her eyes, God, her eyes spoke volumes.
"I think,"
Alistair announced with that infernal smile,
"we can dispense with the pretense of competition. Tonight we celebrate with a feast of the freshest ingredients."
He lifted Kenzo's head higher, blood still dripping onto his immaculate suit.
"Why waste time with elaborate presentations when we have such quality materials to work with?"
Bile rose in my throat as I watched Lucia thrash against her bonds. This wasn't just murder anymore. This was something darker, more primitive. A ritual of flesh and blood that had probably been playing out in this castle for centuries.
"The fresher the meat,"
Alistair continued, his voice taking on an almost dreamy quality,
"the more responsive it is. Did you know that when you sprinkle salt on freshly harvested flesh, it twitches, like it's still trying to dance, even after death?"
Zane made a choked sound beside me. "No, this is insane. I won't."
"You will."
Alistair cut him off, all pretense of civility dropping away.
"Or you'll join them, and then I'll simply send for a new batch of eager students from Emberhearth. The game never really ends, you see. There are always more players."
I stared at Lucia's tear-streaked face, at the terror in her eyes, and made a decision that would damn me forever. "We'll do it." "Cam, no." "Think of your family," I said, the words tasting like ash. "Think of everyone waiting for you to come home." I grabbed a knife from my station, its weight familiar and horrible in my hand. This is the only way. Alistair's smile widened as I approached Lucia.
"That's it, my dear. Deep cuts. We want the best parts after all."
I hesitated, my hand trembling. Does she have to be conscious for this? It's unnecessarily cruel.
"No more cruel than sharing my bed while plotting my murder."
Alistair's voice carried an edge sharp enough to cut. My eyes flickered to Hans, who stood watching with that same grin. Of course he'd set us up. I was a fool to ever trust him. "What's your endgame here?" I asked Alistair, desperate to understand. "Beyond this display?" Something shifted in his eyes. Something almost human.
"You want plain speech? Very well. I want you, Kamael. Your broken heart, your darkness, your willingness to cross lines others won't even approach. I've existed for centuries, but I've never encountered anyone quite like you."
The raw honesty in his voice struck deeper than any blade. Beside me, Zane made a sound of disgust. "He's insane, Cam. Don't listen to—"
"It's time to put everything on the line."
Alistair interrupted, his gaze never leaving mine.
"Both of us."
Before I could process what that meant, Zane lunged forward with his knife, slashing at Lucia's bonds. "Run!" he shouted as the ropes fell away. "Get out of here!" Time seemed to slow as Lucia stumbled forward, hope springing in her eyes. In that moment, I saw everything that would follow. Her escape attempt, our inevitable capture, all of us ending up demon food. There was only one way this could end without all of us dying, right here and now. Or perhaps I convinced myself that I was doing something heroic to make it all better. Was it Zane I truly wanted to save, or myself? But why? I thought I had accepted my death, even began to accept that it could happen here, by Alistair's hand. But in some small way I was fighting for my life, whatever that was. My knife found her throat before she could take another step. The cut was clean, professional, everything my instructors had taught me about butchering applied to a former classmate. Her blood sprayed hot across my face as she collapsed, those hope-filled eyes going dull. Zane's scream of horror boomed off the kitchen walls as he scrambled backward, retching. I couldn't look at him as I began breaking down Lucia's body with mechanical precision. Selecting the best cuts like this was just another lesson in butchery.
The tenderloin first,
Alistair instructed, his voice thick with approval.
Then the liver. It's best when absolutely fresh.
I worked in silence, trying to disconnect from what I was doing. But every cut, every careful incision reminded me that this was Lucia. Passionate, fiery Lucia who'd dreamed of opening her own bakery. Who'd shown me pictures of her family back in Italy. Who'd shared her grandmother's secret recipes.
Now then,
Alistair's voice cut through my dark reverie.
I look forward to your final dishes for our competition. Show me what inspiration you can draw from such exceptional ingredients.
His eyes gleamed with cruel anticipation.
Make it memorable, my dears. After all, it may be your last chance to create something truly extraordinary.
With that, he and the servants glided from the kitchen, leaving Zane and me alone with our grisly task. Part of me wondered if I should refuse. Let Alistair kill me and possibly save Zane in the process. The last one standing made the deal with the devil, right? But the artist in me, the chef who'd always pushed boundaries, couldn't resist this final chance to create. Even if it damned me further, I had to know what I could make from this unholy bounty. I stared at the pristine cuts of meat before me. Lucia's tenderloin, perfectly trimmed, and choice portions of Kenzo. A dish began forming in my mind, something that would honor their deaths while embracing the darkness of this moment. Black Harmony, a composition of Italian and Japanese. They would be together forever. Tender slices of slow-braised tenderloin, marinated in Barolo wine, garlic, and juniper berries, and shredded meat dressed in a tonnato sauce reimagined with white miso, bonito flakes, and yuzu juice instead of lemon, emulsified with olive oil and egg yolk. The sauce mirrors the silken texture of shirai, tofu dressing, but carries a haunting umami depth. Pancetta swapped for karasumi shavings, adding a briny intensity. Garnished with burnt garlic breadcrumbs, pangrattato, mixed with crushed nori flakes. Eggplant glazed with a sticky unagi sauce, soy, mirin, sake, before layering, bridging the sweetness of eel cuisine with Sicilian agrodolce. Topped with crispy tenkatsu, tempura scraps, for texture. A palate-cleansing interlude of blood orange sorbet spiked with Japanese shochu, sprinkled with cracked black pepper and sansho powder. Served in a hollowed blood orange half. The aroma of smoked juniper and yuzu lingers, a ghostly reminder of duality and decay. As I finished plating my grotesque masterpiece, I glimpsed Zane at his station. He'd managed to stop vomiting and was working with trembling hands, his face pale as death. I watched as he slipped the vial of poison into his dish when he thought I wasn't looking. The dinner bell rang far too soon. Hans appeared to escort us to the dining room, which felt cavernous with only Alistair waiting at the head of the table. The other demons were conspicuously absent, the castle eerily silent around us. I clutched the dagger hidden in my clothes as Hans arranged our dishes before making his exit. The dining room felt vast and hollow without the usual crowd of demon judges. Just Alistair at the head of the table, surveying our offerings like a king at his last feast. He started with my dishes, lifting each component to his nose and inhaling deeply. His eyes closed in pleasure as he sampled my creation first.
Exquisite. I can taste your understanding of Lucia and Kenzo in every bite. Passion and even the fear, you've captured it perfectly, and Kenzo's precision lives on in this composition. You truly are a master of transformation, my little chef.
Then he turned to Zane's dish. The moment he leaned over it, I saw his nostrils flare slightly. Those impossible eyes flickered to mine for just a moment, and I knew. He could smell the poison. My heart thundered against my ribs as I waited for his rage, for the punishment that would surely follow. But instead he smiled, that terrible, beautiful smile that had first drawn me into his web. With deliberate slowness, he lifted his fork to his lips. I wanted to scream, to knock the poisoned food from his hand, but I remained frozen in place.
A fitting ending.
he murmured, just before taking the bite. The fork gleamed in the candlelight as it made its journey to his mouth, each second stretching into eternity. The moment the food touched his tongue, his face contorted in what appeared to be genuine pain. His body convulsed, those elegant hands gripping the edge of the table hard enough to crack the wood.
Ah!
He gasped, slumping in his chair. His eyes never left mine as the poison took hold.
So this is your choice, Kamael? Very well. Go then. Return to your normal world, your small dreams.
He slid from the chair, eyes never leaving mine. Zane grabbed my arm, urging me to use the dagger, to end this nightmare once and for all. But Alistair's words from before echoed in my head, about demon-killing poison, about the cure requiring an innocent, still-beating heart. I turned to Zane, my voice barely a whisper, instinctively said, "Run." His eyes widened with understanding and betrayal, but it was already too late. It had been too late from the moment we'd entered this cursed castle. Some choices once made can never be unmade. Some transformations once begun can never be reversed. And I'd made my choice long ago, in a moonlit garden with Jacob's blood on my hands. I intended to stay and die. Right now, I was as much a danger to Zane as Alistair. But goddamn his sweetheart. He snatched me and bolted. Chapter 32. The castle corridors twisted before us like the inside of some ancient serpent, our footsteps echoing off stone walls that had witnessed centuries of horror. My heart banged against my ribs, but it wasn't just my faulty valve making it race. Alistair's voice filled my head, a siren song of darkness and desire that made my blood sing and my soul ache.
Come back to me, my fallen angel. You know where you belong.
His words resonated through my bones, making every step away from him feel like wading through molasses. The poison would be working its way through his system now, turning immortal blood to acid in his veins. I'd watched him take that bite, knowing it was tainted. He'd known too. Those eyes had held mine as he'd lifted the fork to his lips, like this was all some elaborate game of chicken. Or a test. Almost there. Zane panted beside me, his fingers wrapped around my arm like I might disappear if he let go. Maybe I would. The night air hit us like a slap as we burst into the courtyard, stars wheeling overhead in a dizzying display that made my vision swim. A breeze carried the scent of roses in decay, reminding me of that night in the garden with Jacob. The night I'd first truly embraced what I was becoming. The memory rose unbidden, Jacob's flesh parting beneath my blade, the hot spray of blood, Alistair's approving smile as I'd hacked our classmate into pieces. I should have been disgusted with myself, should have been running from that darkness instead of toward it. But part of me missed the weight of that axe in my hands, the primal thrill of violence unleashed. We reached the gates. The invisible barrier that had kept us trapped for so long was down, Alistair's weakness creating a window of escape. Something inside me screamed to turn back, to return to his arms and whatever dark fate awaited there. But another part, the last flickering ember of my humanity, urged me forward. Maybe if I ran far enough, fast enough, I could outpace the monster I'd become. "The barrier's down," Zane said, hope making his voice crack. His face was lit with a desperate kind of joy that made my chest ache. "We can actually leave. Let's move."
You'll never be clean again.
Alistair's voice purred in my mind, smooth as silk and sharp as broken glass.
You've tasted darkness, and it's tasted you. Why deny what you truly are?
I pressed my hands against my temples, trying to silence his whispers. But he was right. I'd crossed too many lines, spilled too much blood. The memory of serving Jacob's flesh to my unwitting classmates rose like bile in my throat. I'd watched them eat, had eaten alongside them, feeling that twisted thrill of power and control. How could I go back to normal after that? How could I pretend to be human when I'd so willingly embraced the monstrous? "Cam?" Zane's hand found my shoulder, warm and steady. Still trying to save me, even after everything he'd seen. His touch should have been comforting, should have anchored me to humanity. Instead, it felt wrong. Too soft, too gentle. I'd grown addicted to Alistair's cruel caresses, to the exquisite pain of claws and fangs. Whatever you're thinking, whatever he's making you feel, It's not real. It's just his power over you. I barked out a laugh that sounded more like a sob. That's the thing, Zane. It is real. Everything I feel for him. Everything I've done. It's all me. He just helped me stop pretending to be something I'm not. You're not a monster. His voice was soft, pleading. Those warm brown eyes that used to mean everything to me now felt like windows into a world I could never return to. You're just sick and scared and trapped in his web. But we can get you help, can find doctors for your heart. And what? I turned to face him, letting him see the darkness that had taken root in my soul. Spend whatever time I have left pretending? Playing at being normal until my heart gives out? Look at me, Zain. Really look. The Kamal you knew died the moment he stepped into this castle. Maybe even before that. His face crumpled with grief, and for a moment I saw the future we could have had. A small restaurant somewhere quiet, building something normal together, growing old, if my heart allowed it. A life without blood and shadows, without the intoxicating thrill of power. Simple, clean, safe. A life without Alistair. The thought sent pain lancing through my chest sharper than any heart condition. I couldn't leave him. Not now. Not ever. Even if it meant my death, and it probably did, I needed him like I needed air. Every cell in my body screamed for him, for the darkness he represented, for the freedom to finally, truly be myself.
Yes.
Alistair's voice caressed my mind, making me shiver despite the warm night air.
But you know what must be done. Show me what you're willing to sacrifice for me. Show me it's me you want, not just what I can give you.
The heart of an innocent. Of course, that's why he'd eaten the poisoned food, why he'd let all this play out. One final test, one ultimate sacrifice to prove that I chose him, not the promise of something greater. Just him, in all his beautiful darkness. The cure for the poison, a still beating heart freely given, taken from someone pure and untainted. I didn't know what would happen after, if I'd live or die, or something in between. But it didn't matter. I'd already decided I'd rather have one moment of real, honest darkness with him than a lifetime pretending to be something I wasn't. And there stood Zane, golden and good and completely fucking innocent. Everything I used to be. Everything I could never be again. My hands trembled as I reached for him, remembering all the times those arms had held me, all the gentle kisses and whispered promises of forever. He'd loved me. Really. Truly loved me. And I was about to destroy that love in the most brutal way possible. I'm sorry, but you should have left me behind, I whispered. And I was sorry for what I was about to do. Sorry for not being the person he thought I was. Sorry for the waste of all that faith and trust. Sorry that this beautiful soul had to die so I could fully embrace the darkness that called to me. For what? My blade found his heart with surgical precision, just like I'd been trained. His eyes widened in shock and betrayal as I caught his falling body, cradling him close one last time. Blood. So much blood. Hot and sticky and perfect. Poured over my hands as I lowered us both to the ground. For choosing the dark, I murmured against his hair, breathing in that familiar scent of herbs and sandalwood one last time. For not being strong enough to be the person you deserved. His lips moved, trying to form words, but only blood came out. I watched the light fade from those warm brown eyes, feeling something inside me shatter and reform. This was it, my point of no return. The moment I fully embraced what I was becoming. I carved out his heart with hands that didn't shake, each cut precise and deliberate. The organ was still warm, still trying to beat as I lifted it from his chest. Like Alistair had said, nothing tastes better than fresh meat. Zane's blood soaked into the ground as I walked away, carrying his heart like an offering. The castle seemed to welcome me back, shadows reaching for me like old friends. Maybe this was always how it would end. Me, choosing darkness over light, death over life. But at least I was finally being honest about what I was. I found Alistair in the dining room, slumped in his chair but still devastating in his beauty. The poison had taken its toll. His perfect skin had gone ashen, eyes glazed with pain. But when he saw me, saw what I carried, his face lit up with unholy joy.
For me?
His smile was sharp as a blade, fangs glinting in the candlelight.
I always knew you cared.
I watched him devour Zane's heart, tears rolling down my cheeks even as something dark and hungry inside me rejoiced. Each bite was a symphony of corruption, a celebration of my final surrender to darkness. I can't leave you, I confessed, the words ripped from somewhere deep inside. I'm bound to you until whatever end comes. That's my choice. He rose with fluid grace, pulling me against him. His kiss tasted bitter and sweet. Zane's blood mingling with whatever darkness flowed through Alistair's veins.
Then let's make sure that end never comes.
The dagger appeared in his hand, the same one that had been meant to kill him. Before I could react, he plunged it into my chest, right through my broken heart. Pain exploded through me like a supernova, but it felt right. Felt pure, in a way nothing else had since I'd first stepped into this castle. He stabbed himself next, our blood mingling on the floor in patterns that looked like art.
Drink,
he commanded, pressing his bleeding heart to my lips.
Let me fix what's broken in you. Let me make you eternal.
I drank deeply, feeling his immortal blood burn through me like fire and ice. Every cell in my body screamed as it was remade, transformed into something darker, stronger, eternal. My faulty heart shuddered and stopped, then started again with a different rhythm, no longer racing against time, but keeping pace with forever. As darkness claimed me, I saw demons emerging from the shadows, come to witness our dark union. Their otherworldly forms should have terrified me, should have been my final warning to run. But as consciousness slipped away, all I felt was peace. I was finally truly home. Chapter 33. I woke to darkness, though my new eyes pierced it like it was midday. Everything felt sharper, more vivid, from the silk sheets against my skin to the whispers of servants echoing through distant corridors. My heart beat strong and steady in my chest, no trace of the defect that had haunted me my entire human life. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'd had to die to finally feel alive. Hans approached with a welcoming smile. "Good evening, sir. Master Alistair will join you shortly." His voice carried new layers of meaning now. I could hear the ancient power bound within his seemingly simple words, the chains of loyalty that stretched back centuries. I rose from the bed, testing my new strength. Energy coursed through my veins like liquid fire, making my old self feel like a shadow in comparison. Distant sounds filtered in, the rustle of plastic, the whispered instructions of servants preparing the castle for some kind of lockdown. Every sensation was a revelation, every moment and discovery of fresh power. The mirror drew me like a magnet. My reflection showed subtle but profound changes. My amber eyes now held an otherworldly gleam, pupils slightly elongated like a cat's. My skin had taken on an alabaster quality that caught the candlelight in impossible ways. Beautiful and terrible, just like him. "Why are they covering the furniture?" I asked Hans, hearing another wave of plastic rustling somewhere in the castle's depths. Before he could answer, a familiar presence filled the room, electric and ancient and utterly intoxicating. Alistair stepped from the shadows like he'd been born from them, eyes burning with triumph.
Welcome to paradise, my love.
He purred, and the words resonated through my changed body like music.
How does immortality suit you?
I crossed the space between us, drawn by bonds deeper than mere attraction. "Better than death," I replied, surprised by the melodic quality my voice had taken on. Though I suppose I had to die to get here. His laugh sent shivers of pleasure down my spine as he pulled me close.
Death is just the beginning, darling. You've transcended your human limitations, become something magnificent.
The kiss we shared burned with supernatural fire. Nothing held back now that we were equals in power, if not age. I could taste eternity on his tongue, feel centuries of knowledge and darkness flowing between us. When we finally broke apart, I was dizzy with possibilities. I feel no guilt, I mused, thinking of Zane's final moments, the way his heart had pulsed in my hands. About any of it. Is that the demon in me now, or was I always this way?
Does it matter?
Alistair's fingers traced patterns of possession across my skin.
You've embraced your true nature. Everything else is just details.
Hans cleared his throat delicately. If I may, it brings me great joy to serve two masters of such caliber. He bowed deeply, the gesture carrying weight of ancient protocol. Once such a deal is struck, there can be no turning back. The bonds are eternal. I watched him saunter from the room, giving us privacy, before turning back to Alistair with a smirk. Tell me something, I said, trailing my fingers down his chest. Do you seduce all your students this thoroughly, or was I special? Something vulnerable flickered.
You were different from the start. In all my centuries, I've never pursued anyone the way I pursued you. The moment I caught your scent at Emberhearth, I knew you were meant for this, meant for me.
Even with all my sabotage and schemes, I teased, remembering my less than noble actions at the school.
Especially because of them.
His smile turned wicked.
Your darkness called to mine. Though I'll admit, watching you with Zane drove me to expedite certain plans.
You were jealous. The thought sent a thrill through me, this ancient, powerful being, envious of a mere human.
Devastatingly so.
He pulled me closer, hands possessive on my hips.
I wanted you to choose me, to leave your human life behind of your own free will, though...
A shadow crossed his perfect features.
If you had truly wanted to leave, I wouldn't have stopped you. The thought of turning you into just another meal was unbearable.
The confession hung between us, heavy with meaning. I reached up to trace the sharp line of his jaw, marveling at how my skin now matched his in its otherworldly perfection. I couldn't leave, I said softly. Even before all this, I was yours. I think I always was.
My fallen angel.
He caught my hand, pressing a kiss to my palm.
The world awaits us. Where shall we go first, husband?
The word sent electricity through my veins. Husband, I echoed, tasting its weight on my tongue. I like the sound of that.
As do I.
His smile held centuries of promises.
Though, I should warn you, demon marriages last quite a bit longer than human ones.
Good thing we have eternity, then. I pulled him down for another kiss, feeling my new powers surge in response to his proximity. Epilogue. 200 years later. The Tokyo skyline glittered like stars fallen to earth, neon poetry written across the night in a language that hadn't existed when I was born. I stood at the window of our penthouse, watching the city pulse with life far below. 2 centuries of existence had given me an appreciation for how quickly the human world changed, while some things remained eternally constant. Like the way Alistair's presence still sent electricity down my spine when he materialized behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist.
Contemplating our next feast, darling.
I leaned back against him, our reflection in the glass showing 2 beautiful monsters perfectly matched. My eyes, once warm amber, now held the same otherworldly gleam as his. The applications for the new Emberhearth Tokyo just hit 500. Quite the buffet to choose from. His laugh rumbled against my back.
And to think you once questioned the ethics of our little culinary competition.
His lips found my neck, fangs grazing sensitive skin.
Now look at you, practically salivating at the prospect.
I've learned to appreciate the artistry of it all. I turned in his embrace, studying the face I'd never tired of in 200 years. Though I still maintain we should actually teach them something before the slaughter begins. It seems only fair.
Always the teacher.
His fingers traced my jaw with familiar possession.
That's why you're perfect to run the school. You understand both sides. the human drive to create, and the demon's need to consume.
Speaking of consumption, I pulled away to retrieve the leather-bound portfolio from my desk. The menu for this year's Maleficum Ball. I thought we'd go with a fusion theme, traditional Japanese techniques applied to our more specialized ingredients. Alistair's eyes lit up as he flipped through my sketches and notes.
You want to inject someone with fugu toxin? Inspired. And this...
He tapped one particular page.
Corrupt politician served as Wagyu beef. The irony is delicious.
I learned from the best. I moved to the bar, pouring us each a glass of blood-red wine from a vintage older than my human life had been. Though I'm still perfecting the aging process, human meat is so much more complex than simple beef.
You've surpassed even my expectations.
He accepted the glass, clinking it against mine.
To another century of culinary excellence.
And to us. I sipped the wine, savoring its rich complexity. Though I have to ask, do you ever regret it? Giving up your solitary existence to bind yourself to me? Something softened in his scarlet eyes.
Kamael.
He set down his glass and pulled me close.
200 years, and you still don't understand. Before you, I was just playing with my food. You gave me something I didn't even know I was missing, a true partner in darkness.
Flatterer. But I kissed him anyway, tasting wine and eternity on his tongue. When we parted, I couldn't help but smile, ready to corrupt a new generation of aspiring chefs.
Always.
His grin held all the wicked promises that had first drawn me to him.
Though perhaps we should celebrate privately first. Work up an appetite.
I laughed and let him pull me toward our bedroom. The city lights painted patterns across our skin as clothes fell away, each touch carrying 2 centuries of practiced knowledge. We had perfected this dance over countless nights, yet it never grew stale. Every kiss still burned like that first time in his castle kitchen. Every bite still sent electricity through my veins. Later, tangled in silk sheets and each other, I watched dawn creep across the Tokyo sky. Soon we would begin selecting students for our new school, crafting the next generation of culinary masterpieces. Some would become meals, others would join the ranks of our loyal servants, and others would sign the deal with the devil for fame and fortune and serve in other ways in this wide world of ours. This eternal paradise. But for now I was content to lie in my husband's arms, feeling his ancient heart beat in time with mine. We had eternity to perfect our recipes, to explore the endless variations of pleasure and pain, creation and consumption. This was my paradise. Not the heaven I was named for, but something far more interesting. After all, what good was an angel's name without a demon's appetite to match? The end.
I would like to give a special thanks to both patrons and Lunar listeners. Thank you so much for your support. It's all going directly into creating more audio content for your listening pleasure. Lunar listeners receive early access to all audio chapters on YouTube. Patreon members receive early access to uncensored audio chapters, along with full audio shorts too hot for Amazon and YouTube.